One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we gonna rock like this. Yeah, we gonna rock like this. Yeah, we gonna rock like this. We gonna rock like this. Yeah, we gonna rock like this. We gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy,
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing. Depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'ma vibe my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put put my soul on the beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun, my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit dance flow, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like a day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. You just gotta live a life life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you D.I.E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get back pop on you. Pop on now, yeah, but can't be my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Pick a pepper, pick a pack up purse. People like me pick a pack up rest for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลแต่ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ red point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. For you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me.
What's good, fellow Valorant enthusiasts? Welcome to the final day of Week 3 here at VCT EMEA, live from the Riot Games Arena, located in a very windy Berlin, Germany. Zoe here on the desk, joined by Kuka and Mac. We just literally 5 minutes before the cameras went on decided that you are my new best friend.
And I'm so honored.
And you're third wheeling.
Yeah, I'm third wheeling. I'm over on the
here.
side. It's great. It's great being on this side of the desk. You guys are, I love watching this friendship evolve over the day. The best friendship only just started, but we got a whole day of games to go through and evolve this friendship.
Hopefully it's a whole day, because yesterday you only had 4 maps. That is not the way we do things here. Okay, so I came back.
If I would have been here on week 2,
I call this on top. This is on top.
Yeah, but week 2 we would have trauma bonded.
Yeah,
that would have been even a stronger friendship. So maybe today is the day. I don't know.
Maybe it's the day we trauma bond.
Maybe today we can all trauma bond together. I'm going to bring the audience here in with that one. Let's take a quick trip down memory lane. And it was a quick trip because yesterday we strolled through Sweep City, starting with Team Liquid, taking that dub over foot just to mess with the standings.
I absolutely love. I'm already cooking something for next week, because what we saw on that Lotus with the Whaley, with the Deadlock, so good to see that Team Liquid has what it takes to be competitive. Doesn't matter if they're back from Bangkok. Now it's not about we're in the loser bracket and we have all this. They're bringing their own identity, and we absolutely love that.
Yeah, they were so ready for that game, so bloody capable. And if we get that Team Liquid for the rest of the stage, they could be making it the playoffs or even further. But look, we could talk about this one too. Team Heretics, big 2-0 win over Vitality, which is not something we expected. It was supposed to be that match of the week, and it went 2-0. Vitality just getting schooled. Heretics looking like they are on the upward trend, and I want to see a bit more of that from them going into the next weeks. I hope his leg gets better. Right? That crutch was great for the moment.
It's very dramatic. It looks very dramatic. Speaking of drama, looking at those standings, we now do have, of course, our first team that is down 0-3. They're not out of the running, but things are looking rough, and we have other teams who have to fight for a lifeline today.
Yeah, absolutely. In Group Omega, things are still a bit up in the air, but we have our first team locked down for those playoffs, being Team Heretics. And watch out, because today Fnatic will have the chance to do the same if they are to win their match. As you're saying, being 0-3, I think doesn't mean the same for Giants that for Movistar Koi, because having already 2 spots locked down is not the best premises.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the schedule, that first match, a lot of implications. As you said, Fnatic could lock it in, and Apex could kind of almost lock themselves out. I don't know what the percentage is of them still making it in case they go down 0-3, but it's a small number. A very, very small number.
That being said, look, yesterday we had a couple of upsets. We have seen some great things out of Apex so far. Well, I don't know, the first one arguably could be.
I give you that against other teams, but they have to go up against Fnatic. We have literally the 2 different sides of the spectrum going up against each other. But you know what? Apex, they stepped it up. Coming into stage 1, they have been looking like a true competitor. Much, of course, due to the individuals just popping off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that even though they still haven't found that match win, they are winning maps. We are seeing them very, very close, and it's not that an opponent that you can count down. It's not as, well, that's his thing, but it's not like Movistar Koi that you see them and it's like, oh, I don't know how this is going to work. I don't honestly see it working. They're putting up a fight. They're being innovative. We're seeing them, like, for example, running the Deadlock on the ass and bringing their own essence. And even though with the hurdles that they had to go through at the beginning of the year, and now even bringing Governor, this doesn't look like it's disjointed at all.
Yeah, look, Governor at the helm has been doing so much work for them. They've looked good. As you mentioned, it's worked on specific maps. It's just not working enough to get the wins on the board. They're currently on like a 5-loss streak. It's not looking so good so far here at VCT. But imagine the turnaround if they manage to show us what they are capable of up against the likes of Fnatic today. Like, that could be a statement, and I'm always ready for a statement.
That would be an upset. That would be an upset if Apex is to win today.
Well, here's the thing, though. Win or lose, and there's been more losing, of course, for Apex than winning. What a horrible, mean transition. But Governor he's been an emotional support character for this team. We know he can shoot, but he's been such a hype man. Let's actually have a quick listen in to hear what he said during the games.
Nice! Banter! Janax!
Crouch peek, bro.
Bantu, please! Yeah, Multi, good stun! Yeah, Multi! Yes! Good stun! Yes, that's what I want to hear, no? This shit works every time, man! Every time! Bro, Florida's 15-9, bro. Can we give her some help? Me too, man. Suck in. Come on. Everybody calm down. You see me, Flor?
No, please don't calm down. Like, keep that hype running. And he said the thing we were all thinking, right? Like, someone help Floor, please, please. She's trying to drag them over the finish line.
Look, funnily enough, quickly, you know, you look at Governor doing that, and you also look at Boaster doing a similar thing on the other side of the field today, which is going to be, you know, loud, emphasizing everything.
In the middle of the stage?
We could see that. That could be on the cards, and I'm all for it.
I mean, but it does make a difference. You know, like you have someone hyping you up, you have someone who's just like got your back. And in fact, like he's even out there on the server when he's dead giving comms assists. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, he's probably on A somewhere, guys, don't worry. Oh, they have an up. They're probably going to be in some sort of 4-1, okay? Or he might go aggro. Good job. I knew it! It's the only thing he can do.
Gotta love that.
Nothing you can do. I mean, Governor, besides the vibes that we're seeing, I think that this clip is so valid because he brings also a lot of experience, especially in Tier 2. He's an absolute grinder, has been grinding for the entirety of the game. So that intuition sometimes doesn't even come from experience, but actually just having that kind of edge and that intelligence and also the experience.
Yeah, a bit of prep too, you know, knowing the tendencies of the opponents is always a good thing. And I'm sure Fnatic have some tendencies that they're going to be able to read today. But after last week, who knows? Their mid-round calls are all over the place. They're great.
I absolutely love how he slotted in. Now, of course, on the other side, Fnatic. There's a lot of tape.
So back.
There's a lot of
so
They had ups and downs, but right now we are on an upswing. Fnatic have been looking phenomenal. This meta seems to suit them. The vibes are obviously, as you can see, at an all-time high.
I think that most of the people are always in this constant question of, are they really back? You know, they win a match. Are we going to see the team that we saw in 2023 getting those 2 trophies
Okay,
home?
chill, Boaster.
Yeah, and he just loves the camera. He's made for this, absolutely. Everybody else is just there, you know, but he has to guide the team in
He's
every
the main character, for sure.
Yeah,
main character.
Were you watching the pre-show yesterday with the hot takes?
Yes.
Did you see
I
mine?
saw you, and I was concerned. I'm not gonna lie, I was concerned. I was kind of hoping that it was not that hot because when I saw you drinking that, I was like, I would do that actually.
It was
Funny
okay.
enough,
It was okay for a dip.
It is lucky
but
I'm here today. It worked out, like in the end.
Or you downed a carton of milk.
But other than the spicy sauce, you know, the take I made was that I believe that Fnatic could be cooking up something great. At the moment, the level of Valorant is crazy. Fnatic are so good at playing in the meta, and if they get through here, which they should on paper, make it to champs, show us what they're capable of against international competition again, I feel like they have a trophy lifting squad.
Okay, wait, you know, there's still a while for champs. I think that let's go step by step.
No,
you know?
let's get completely ahead of ourselves.
Let's, as you're saying, let's lock down those playoffs. Let's get a win in EMEA, and then let's go to that international tournament, to that global event, to see what they can do. Let's see if they're actually back. You know, I think like we need the reassurance. We've seen the players stepping up individually, each and one of them, and that is one of the reasons why this Fnatic roster is looking scary again.
Yeah, and you actually. Went back into the class, into session with Boaster to talk about how they got it done in Kakook's class. Let's take a look at that.
Welcome back to the class, everybody. I really hope you've been keeping up with your homework because for today's lesson, we have a very important guest joining us, one of the best in-game leaders and dancers Valorant has ever had. Welcome, Boaster from Fnatic.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I didn't do my homework though, so we'll see.
It's okay because technically you're one of the teachers, so you don't need to do the homework. You can send the homework to them. But I wanted to take a look at something that happened last week. You went up against Vitality. It was a match that is going to go down in ages. I think that we will study it also in future years when we think about the development of Valorant and whatnot. But especially when we think about that last map, that Haven, and when you move on to that second half, we know that you're an expert in the 3-9 comebacks, but especially what we saw last week was on another level because of the nuances that went into it. So right now we're going to take a look at this round 22. You've already won 8 out of the 9 rounds in the attack, and you're in a very good streak. But now there's just been a timeout coming from the side of Vitality. So let you take the floor and walk me through the thought process of everything that is going to happen in this round.
Well, our big win condition is our Euro OT, so I think we made a plan around of it. So it looks like we're kind of just doing some A-prodding, kind of seeing what's going on. We're not really sure what Vitality wanted to do, and so we're just waiting to see if they're going to reveal any of their cards. And then we were like, all right, Kaig, off you go, I think, anytime now.
Yeah,
we're getting second mid, so it looks like we're taking some second mid control. Kind of just chilling. We're waiting to see if we see Durka, because he was kind of pushing quite a bit, so didn't see him here. And then we saw the Sova kind of running off there. Kaig goes out, does a little fake, but we go B, but they smoke B, so then I'm like, actually, I don't really want to go B. Because we haven't actually seen the AWP yet, I think maybe it could be either C, or I just saw that we didn't have a trap on A, and I was a bit scared of that, so I remember saying here, like, yo, watch out for the window. Luckily, your boy Kayak was on the job, because if no one actually took any kind of notice of what I said there, then this round would have potentially been a loss. But Kayak domes him, and then I noticed that Sova's joined B from A, and I'm like, oh, hold on a minute. Sova was the guy that we saw on the Euro ult, so then I'm like, oh, we can run A. But then in my brain, I was thinking, oh my goodness, I just killed this guy too, so they're going to be extra panicked. This guy just walked into my crosshair, and I was just...
It's a bad idea. You were clicking a lot that day.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how.
Right now, sorry to interrupt you, but right now, in this situation, you're 5v3, right? You've already sent that fake onto A. You've already gotten a couple of kills somewhere differently in the map. What is the first idea that you have here? Because as you're saying, there is a lot going on in your head, but you decide to go for a pretty bold move.
Yeah, I think it was just because we're 5v3, and I was kind of feeling it this game in terms of what I was reading. And I felt like they do kind of what we call BBL rotations, which is like rotating like crazy to the noise. And so I just kind of called a fake here, which we call fix. And yeah, it kind of worked. I remember watching this back from one of the Twitch pods, and I was like, oh, this actually does look quite nice this round. And then, yeah, I had a lot of praise after this game. Everyone's, you know, loving my IGLing nowadays, so I'm one of the best out there back again. You know, I'm shooting apparently. I'm doing everything I can to make sure we win. But yeah, there's two options. You either call a fake or you go together and trade out. And this round just felt like, in the moment, I just called a fake. And it looked kind of juicy.
How are you so comfortable doing such a thing with what I'm saying, right? You know, like the match is very, you're in 11-10, there's just been a timeout, you can expect some adjustment from coming in from the other team, but you still have the boldness to go for such a complicated round.
We're in full flow state here. You know, I think the enemy team just took attack. They're panicked, they're stressing out, and I think these are like the perfect kind of moves to do when the enemy team is kind of stressing out, especially on stage as well. It's like a different ball game to scrims and practice, because in practice people are a bit more calm, they don't mind about losing. But when we start this run, you can tell like Vitality look uncomfortable in the game, and like how they're playing right now. Durka got the swing, but then Syvos tries to even it out by peeking front B, gets punished. So it's just what we said at the start of the game was like they're 5 really good individuals, but we're 5 really good teammates, and that's kind of what we go on. We go as a team, and we work as a team, and we solve things as a team. We can rely on the individual superpower, which we do have, but I like to kind of have it organized and have it kind of like supported.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you very much. Best of luck in your game, because you might lock players today.
Yeah, I'm about to go deathmatch, you know. I've got my new routine. I'm looking juicy.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Looking juicy indeed. Very confident for good reason, Mac.
Yeah, for good reason, of course. Now, I want more notes on his warm-up routine, but of course, not a lot of time until the game. Biggest thing I got from him there was just, you know, that he is gloating, he is feeling himself, and he is confident, and that is what you want from your IGL going into that, as well as him being incredibly instant.
Absolutely. An absolute joy to hear him break it all down for us. It's going to be Apex versus Fnatic. These two teams are fighting for a life buoy and a playoffs ticket respectively. So let's get them out onto our stage for our first match of the day here in VCT EMEA.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pot. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my boy said don't do it. I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my boy said don't do it. I said bah. Yeah, my boy said don't do it. I said bah. I can keep up.
All right. A lot on the line here, of course, for Apex heading into this one. They do not want to go down 0-3, and they came so close. They get those map wins, but they haven't been able to get over that finishing line.
Yeah, but you're going up against a Fnatic that is looking the best that they've had so far this year. And as we jump into the map veto, no surprises here. Fnatic going for that Pearl, and Apex going for that Fracture. But Apex decides to pick Lotus.
Oof, yeah.
Against Fnatic. I honestly thought they might have gone for the Ascent, but that is going to be the decider.
Yeah, it was open, and all of these maps, you know, we have seen some good maps from Apex on them, but I feel like Split's going to be a scary one. Lotus to go for Apex going into this is interesting, mostly because they've gone into their strengths. Last week, they played so well on this up against Na'Vi and just kind of forgot how good Fnatic looked in the mid-rounds against Vitality. So Apex really just believing in themselves today.
Yeah, but even like having the floating the icebox for the side of Fnatic, that it would also have been a very bold pick because as you're saying, they looked very good. But when we're speaking about what this stage is for, is preparation week to week. And Fnatic is a team that is going to be prepared and that has been extremely successful at Lotus.
It just makes so much sense for Apex, though. Just playing into your own strength. You know what you're good at, but the question is, will we see them going back to, you know, the current meta comp? Will we see that Teo again, together with the Breach and the Yoru? Like, it worked out for them, but is that enough to take down Fnatic? Do they need to come up with something a little bit more?
There has to be a reason.
Pocket?
As you're saying, there has to be a reason, right? To pick onto this Lotus. There's two head-to-heads that for me are very, very clear here. Batu versus Chronicle on those Vipers, extremely effective from both of the teams. No surprises in the picks here. And as I was saying, both Batu and Chronicle, respectively, on the Viper. I think that their roles are so important. Chronicle last week was amazing against Vitality. He was one of the sole captains of we are winning this map and going the third one. And of course, Floor versus Kayak. Floor, I'm speechless, everybody is. It is Floor. It is going to be difficult, but we saw it in the clip that we were showing with Boaster. Kayak has been having an amazing year and is going up against his former team on Apex.
The big thing is Apex going to be able to play the more meta comp better than Fnatic can play what they want to play, right? It's not quite as meta. You do have some different combinations with the Fade, with the Raze, with all of the good stuff, but Apex, look, it's all on flow again.
Absolutely. Apex and Fnatic sticking to their guns. It's a high-stakes game, so let's bring out not one, not two, but three big brains to call the action. Mitchman, Tom, and Coach Pal.
Thank you so much. Well, we've lost one of our casters, but happy to see this man up on the desk, the brains behind BBL. Welcome to the show, pal.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. An Englishman, a Scotsman, and an Irishman walk into a casting booth. Someone's made a mistake somewhere.
I was about to say, this doesn't look good for me.
Why?
People don't normally like the English one.
That's fine by us.
You and me, buddy.
No, pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to what this game turns out to be today.
Well, that was something I kind of wanted to lean in with because it was mentioned sort of initially, like going back to the map choices. Talking about Lotus coming up first, I think we brainstormed our veto between us. We were both wrong. You were more wrong, but we were both wrong. Yeah, and basically looking into this one, we're like, okay, if they're going to pick Lotus, there needs to be a surprise factor to it. There's not a surprise factor. So just looking at that for Apex, does that concern you at all?
Well, it depends. The surprise factor can take a lot of different forms. Compositionally, it doesn't look like they're coming out with anything that Fnatic don't expect. But I'm now going to look at, especially with Apex starting on defense on this map, what have they got? Have they got something new? Why are they looking to pick this map? And is it just because they had that success after the Na'Vi game, after beating them on it? Or do they have something that isn't to do with their comp? They've cooked up strategically, might be set strats, might be their ult usage. Something leading into this.
Well, speaking to them before the game, it seemed like they were content that they'd been cooking something, so I was expecting to see a comp switch up. So, like you said, there's got to be something else, an identity behind these agents that will hopefully put a thorn in Fnatic's side. Going on to split then Fnatic's pick and Ascent to finish it off, pal. Where are your expectations for, like, has this veto benefited one team or the other?
Well, I think it's pretty interesting from Apex perspective. Probably coming in as the underdog into this matchup, obviously. But with getting Ascent into that veto, I think they can be very confident. Yeah. It's a map that obviously they had very good results on. This year? Well, exactly. And that's probably what we would presume. The fact they've picked the Lotus instead and still managed to get Ascent in, I think leans... It's something that they should be a lot more confident in than they would probably expect to have come out of the veto with. But Split, especially also picking that defense side, that's something that concerns me a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially in the Fnatic's comp.
I'd say as well, the good thing about this is they've been able to dictate the direction of the veto. By having Ascent at the end, having Lotus as a pick, they will have known more so maybe than their opponents what map was definitely coming up. Yeah. And that's the one sort of sneaky little thing that maybe they can go for here. The problem is they're up against the team that's looking to go 3-0 into the group, Mitch, and I think that's where we think this is going to go.
Well, it's good to have the crowd back in the arena, and we've seen already that they're excited for this matchup. The seeds have been planted for Apex, and let's see if they can bloom on Lotus. Their map pick, and the barrier's already up. Some aggression coming out from Fluorescent, and that's going to be a staple. Taking control towards Rubble, and already a bit of a scrap. But Fnatic seem to have started out the pistol with a bit of a default, looking to see what Apex have up their sleeve.
Patient stuff. This is something that I think is almost expected from the Fnatic side. Always slow, happy to go for late round rotations, utilize late utility to re-clear positions. And Pau, I kind of want to look at what Apex are going to do here. Do you expect a level of aggression, having that Teo and other more slightly aggressive agents?
Yeah, definitely. The teams that are successful against Fnatic attack sides are the ones that can introduce a lot of disruption. So I'm looking to see how they use that breach, how they use that Teo, how they get aggressive and be men here as well, to try and start to disrupt that mid-rounding that we've already heard Boast is so good at.
Well, lots of players stacked up on that B side, but his Batu, who's going to have the pressure applied well and truly onto him. He's falling back out of C, just about making it with the pain shells at his heels, and the rotations have pulled in. Apex with 4 players towards C now, 1 on B, and look at the space taken on the other side of the map. Fully walking up on A and finding themselves an open site.
Even selling the idea with the paranoia being thrown through from the defense. Even still, though, that time is ticking. Spike is only just making its way forward, and with a player advantage right now, pretty decent position for Apex to try and fight back into this one. You can already witness some deep control being held onto by Chronicle, but the remainder already going the other way. They didn't plant.
No.
See, I was so focused on everything else that I genuinely didn't notice that they ran out of time.
I was with you on that one, Tom.
Come here, do we need a technical pause here, guys? Has something gone desperately wrong? Because that is not something I expected to see. Oh, there we go. It's just turned red. It's just turned red.
Right on cue.
Maybe they're just checking my brain for that one, because I forgot how the clock works.
I mean, there was 7 seconds as they're getting towards this side. It looked like they had time, especially if they went for a more open plant. So either a big mistake or someone hasn't found their keyboard correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Which you would hope, especially in a player perspective, if that has been the reason, which I'd really hope it not, that's an absolute killer to start us.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. That is not something I expected.
That's quite
Welcome
the
to the
debate.
show, pal.
There we go.
Welcome to the show.
Round 1, baby. Round 1.
We talk about who's the most cursed. I think I might be starting to take that title. But
We'll see how the day goes, but you're not off to a good start here, pal. So
But did you say hello to Pansy on the way in?
that's why.
it's a rookie mistake, pal.
Okay, yeah.
It's a rookie
We should have
mistake.
warned you. We should have warned you.
Passed it on. Anyway, at least we got more time to chat about it. I'm genuinely quite interested, just even off of that pistol round, to see whether Fnatic actually look to maintain this slow-paced attacking style throughout the rest of the half. Especially against this Apex comp that doesn't have a Sentinel, that should have a lot of gaps. If they can fake like that in the mid-rounds and make it convincing, draw those rotations from Apex, draw the TP out of Fluorescent, and force them to group up towards, in that case, the C side, then fantastic. Fnatic's, Lurkers, your Chronicles, your Alphas, etc. are going to find a lot of space on the other sides of the map away from where they've pressured.
Yeah, without that guaranteed information, that is just going to be a problem. The gaps will be there, and they'll be constantly moving with the push and pull of Fnatic. And especially looking at recent form, Boaster had some of the best calls. It was the Haven, right, where everyone was talking about. And here on Lotus. So if you're coming into a game with gaps, you better know where they are and how not to allow them to exploit it, because Fnatic, they sniff out those weaknesses like sharks with blood and water.
Yeah, I kind of also want to talk a little bit, though, about that regenerative utility. I think that's still where Apex can get themselves back in late into the round. I think that's been the real sort of talking point when we talk KO. Is like, okay, this has become a must-play for many because you not only have that early aggression, which I think we've already mentioned quite a bit, but that late round retake, if they plant, of course, if they plant, late round retake opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be the most important thing for Apex on their defense. As I said to begin with, they've got to go out there and just do some disruption, okay? They've got to use those salvos. They've got to use the breach stun. They've got to make sure that they're actually putting Floor into these more aggressive positions, trying to get in the way of what Fnatic are doing, and then use the fact that if they overcommit to space early on, it doesn't quite go right for them, they've got that TP to get out, to reset themselves when that util, that signature util comes back up again, and they can go again in the late round if they need to.
I almost want to ask if we could bring up the scoreboard. I know that obviously it's a tech thing, but this is one of the funniest scoreboards I think I've ever seen. Just one kill. That's it. One kill, one death, and a round on the board for Apex. Obviously, I think there's clearly been something more to be had, and it's whether or not that was human error or other error, which is probably what's being discussed right now.
Yeah, I don't envy that the league officials in that conversation right now. I think you actually lifted your hand off the keyboard.
You know what? I actually saw a Reddit post saying, why don't the other team just watch the keyboards of their opponents? Then they can tell if they're shift walking.
That's very
They could have
smart,
watched to see if that player actually let go. So maybe you should ask the other team.
Phenomenal
I'm sure they're very reliable sources as well.
Yes. What do you reckon there, Apex? Was that a planned? Or was that a tech?
Okay, I think our ideas are a little bit too crazy, Mitch. So we are going to throw this one back over to the desk to bring some normality. That's why we've got MacMate there.
Yeah, is he the guy for the job? I don't know about that one. Completely normal human behavior
I'm trying
most of the
to keep
time.
everything together, all right? Look, I actually might have an answer as to why I think personally that's happening. Do you guys use
Tell us all about it.
You know with the keys, how they like, you can, what's it called, something trigger, and if you slightly raise the keys, it deactivates the key. So if you're holding your plant key, if you take the pressure off that and you have like your settings way too sensitive, that could stop you planting. So I think it's human error because they've got the sensitivity too high on the keys. But we have proper things to talk about as well, don't we?
I don't know. That was pretty insightful.
I'm a nerd.
But yeah, no, we do have some stuff that we didn't get to touch on. No, actually, tech support as well.
Yeah.
He can just do it all. He's a caster, he's an analyst, an entertainer, IT support. I'm just very impressed.
Anything else?
I'm glazing you. I'm gassing him up.
Dancer extraordinaire.
Yeah.
No, you didn't want to see that.
I would not add that one to the list. I think we could just glance over that. But an effort was made, so A+. Of
course.
I do want to talk about someone else who's making a lot of efforts on the server, going up against his former team, Kayak. We didn't really get to chat about the storyline here, right? Because Kayak was such a big part of why Apex even made it to Tier 1. And now he's with Fnatic, and he's in the process of being a big part of the reason why they're not going to qualify for these playoffs.
At the beginning of the year, we were speaking about the humongous shoes that Kayak was stepping in when joining this roster in Fnatic and replacing Dirke. And of course, a lot of questions were raised and the expectations were through the roof. We had seen him play. We knew that he had it. Was he going to be enough to fit in with a roster of the caliber of Fnatic? And he's been proving himself every single day, getting better and better, not with this just ridiculous shots. This one, that on the round 22, that awareness, that crispness, even to go up against the one that he was replacing. Today he's going up against Floor, and you know, we kind of expect the same performance from him.
Yeah, and look, to watch what he's doing, especially last week as well, even when he wasn't, you know, one of the key pieces of the puzzle, he was always getting information, putting himself in position to get traded, and allowing the rest of the troops to, you know, be the superstars that they are, right? And that's what you want from your duelist. Like, yeah, you can have a flow that it's like ride or die with flow, right? But with Kayak, it's like you still have a backup plan, even if things don't go wrong initially, right?
I'm a little disappointed. I hope for more like boating references talking about Kayak. Just based on
more of that? Yeah, well, today I don't think they're going to be up the creek without a paddle. I do believe that they are going to be swimming straight. That's a paddling.
Yeah, you're doing really good. Should they swim against the stream? Can we go there?
Well, are we just doing swimming now?
Yeah, I guess he's kayaking. She's just like, what is happening? We can also talk about real things if you want. How about we take a look at some more head-to-heads, because there is plenty here up for grabs. Batu and Chronicle is something you mentioned as well heading into this one.
Yeah, exactly, because I think that they're two of the players that sometimes we don't mention that much. I think that I'm not going to say that we don't mention that much, because I think that they've had their moments individually, and especially when we look at their stats playing here in the Lotus last week. As I said, Chronicle just put the team on his back. I also think that we saw the reactions on the camera. He was going insane, and he's not the kind of player to be that emotional or that hyped up about everything. There's so many other personalities in Fnatic that are going to do that. But for Batu and the responsibilities that each one are going to have, our casters were discussing the difference in the compositions, so like having the tickle, having the fade, how that shapes and makes everything around. Especially when we look at the attack, Batu's going to be by himself. It's going to be a 4-1 in most of the spaces, and even with that, he was able to find a lot of pressure, a lot of opening duels going his way, and that is not easy, especially considering that the extremities that he's going to be mostly towards either C or A are going to be heavily punished by their opponent. So I wonder if he can keep up the performance that we saw last week today against Fnatic.
In terms of chemistry between all of these players, not only has it been phenomenal just watching the player cams over the last 2 weeks, I'm sure we're going to get more of that today, but with Crashies and Boaster, I don't know, did you guys see that content piece that Fnatic put up earlier today?
I see every content piece. I live for the content pieces.
They were just dancing together, they were having a great time, and look, that is what you want with your teammates. That's how you grow synergy, and that's how you get these wins, honestly. It's not just everything that's done in the game, in the server, it's everything that happens external as well, because you want to be around the people that you have to be around, right? If you're stuck in areas where you don't want to be around the people, you know, maybe that's where tensions rise, like things don't go right when you're doing prep. You know, you might have little fights every now and then. You might not have agreements, and you kind of want to have agreements when you're on a team together. You want to be on the same page. You want to be thinking aligned. Another bit of content, like Fnatic did the voice comms, I think it was yesterday too. That was some great insight into the way that they were playing post plants and those clutch situations. There was one in particular, that 2v5, if you remember last week on Lotus, from Althea and Boaster. Althea got the 4K, but Boaster, he got one pick over towards Hobbit, still hanging around over towards Ruins, Rubble, whatever we're calling it, and he just goes, yo, I'm throwing you a weird smoke. I'm throwing you a weird smoke to get you out of heaven. And Althea's like, sure, hit me. He just, the weird smoke goes down. It's just like
that's real friendship.
A dome that allows him out. Althea walks out, finds two people not looking at him, and it just works perfectly. And it's just like thriving in chaotic situations.
Yeah.
Because their personalities allow them to do that. And that is something that I think is incredibly intriguing, but it's what makes Fnatic, right? Is being able to adapt on the go, on the fly, in any situation.
I think the perfect one for that is Alpha, though. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of setup you give him, he's going to thrive. He's like, oh, I have this one piece to work around. Yeah, do it. Dude, I fully trust. Don't worry, I will go and click, and he always does.
It's just so much experience, right? So he has that flexibility, and he has the trust in his teammates. He knows that they will perform. It's like a trustful after one another. Like it's quite lovely to watch. It's also always lovely to listen in. And we actually got to peek into their comms a little earlier today as they were getting ready for today's match.
Trying to find the words to describe this girl without being disrespectful. Damn, girl.
I'll take you to the candy shop.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky.
I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
Empty spaces, what are we living for?
I guess we know the score.
Oh, it's gone.
The show must go on.
What about everyone shut up and we play?
No, but we lost first map last time because we didn't sing. That's what Kron said.
How is that? That's what Kron said, but he's not singing in this one. Does he want to lose this one?
Maybe production was doing him favors by not putting him on there.
Yeah, maybe he did sing and it was just
not
so good. What would you be singing in the comms? But do you have a hype song? We're about to frag out.
I've got too many hype songs.
What's yours?
They're all sort of meshing.
You do a medley.
You do a real medley.
I do some Taylor Swift. Like, I can do it with a broken heart. You know, in case I'm feeling down, you'd be like, yeah, that's exactly what I'd go for. You found out?
Sea shanties, you know. Yo ho, thieves and beggars. Ride the sails high. I can't remember the lyrics, but
That's what you would sing before playing, like hype
would that
you
not get
up?
the boys going though? Like everyone go.
They'd be like, you need to stop scrolling on TikTok. That's what they will tell you. What about you, Zoe?
Look, I have a child now. I'm toddler pilled. I just sing like
Disney songs.
Disney songs.
But there are some very good Disney songs.
Moana,
Yeah.
Popping Off. You're
What
welcome.
can I say except you're welcome?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very hype up song.
I do that when I pop up. That's after a 3K.
Let it go.
That's not the stuff.
That's not the song.
No.
Moana
What can I
too.
say except you're welcome?
Low-key bangers in
I'd say
there.
it's one of the hypest ones.
As you can see on your screens as well, since we do have a lower third, particular now informing everyone about everything that is happening and then some. We are having to roll back the round that we just saw due to an issue, so that is going to happen momentarily. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and when we're back, we hopefully have all of the players ready on the stage to continue our first match of the day, which is going to be a good one. Again, the stakes are extremely high for both of these teams, although I do have the feeling that Fnatic looking a little bit more relaxed right now as they're singing, they're dancing, they're vibing. What are the comms like at Apex side, do you think, right now?
Well, right now, since it's a tech pause, I don't think that they're speaking a lot.
Okay, so
I don't think they're allowed
on
to
an
speak during the tech
basis.
I mean, I think that they can speak, but they cannot speak about anything game related. So I think that right now there's a lot of tension because we saw what was happening in that round. And if you missed it very quickly, Fnatic were doing, we were showing before they went into their match some of the fakes that they were doing. They felt inspired to do it again. They were doing it so in the pistol round as well. And as they were, inserting a player onto C, they decided to go back onto A, but then something happened with the plant, and here we are, So I think that the tension is more on the Apex side. And that's how I met your mother.
Why are these guys yapping for so long? Why are we still here? That's why.
We are in fact holding this game hostage. That's what casters and desk
You got the button, right?
Yeah, we have the button. It's all in our grasp. Alas, we decided that we just want to talk about Disney songs more than anything. But no, I mean, serious talk though. Obviously, like we're trying to work out this issue as fast as we can. And they're on the case.
Getting ready checks from players. That's
right.
That's a good
lower
third. That's what we like to read.
The case.
Trust us, we really want to watch the match just as much as you do. We're not keeping you hostage, or at least not trying to. We want to see the action. We want to see the shooting. We want to see. First and foremost,
I'm glad this is happening so early, though. I'm glad when it happens early in the game.
We did literally say we've had a great week. There hasn't been many tech pauses, has there? And
we
look,
spoke that one into existence, didn't we?
Really kind of made that one happen.
But it happened earlier, obviously, in the match. So that's always a good thing, right? So you don't stop the momentum of a team. Like it's easier for both of the teams to just reset and kind of restart it around.
And like not even the teams, right? I was really enjoying the insight we were getting from Pal. This TriCast was off to a great start, and I'm kind of sad that we had to lose him so quickly. But yeah, he was giving some great insight into how everything was operating and his thoughts on, what was going to be good against Fnatic in this match in particular on Lotus.
I saw some very good counters from BBL on Icebox, so I'm really looking forward to see what Pal has to say about some of this Fnatic rounds. Of course, there are some things that you cannot really predict. You're always going to be thinking about if this is going to be a fake or how you're going to retake the space, if some parts of the maps are secure or not. So I really want to hear his insight on that topic.
Yeah, and it looks like they are resuming shortly.
So it looks like we're going to start again, just in case you missed it.
So it's going to be ready in just a little bit. So of course, for all the action, we once more going to send it over to our now favorite trio, I believe, Mac, right? Let me just deem that that's it.
Can I just ask Tom, did I keep it on track or was it too chaotic for you?
That's a good, they'll, I'm sure that's the first thing they will chat about coming back to the caster desk, which I believe we are ready for. So let's send it over to the dynamic trio.
Okay, guys, so we can unmute everything now because of all the waffle we just heard on the desk. No, I'm kidding. I really enjoyed the singing. That was my main thing, but I do want to hear Bayer sing some Taylor Swift.
I thought you were going to say
That
Chronicle.
should just be the next. Oh, yeah, Chronicle a bit, maybe a duet.
Oh, that could be. You could have been Malone's parts. I think we're on to something here. We're also about to start the game. That might seem odd, but the second time round, we'll see if we can make it through a round. Pal, welcome to EMEA.
Thank you very much.
It's great having you here.
The first was so nice. We had to do it twice.
Well, last time it was a slow default from Fnatic. We'll see if the same thing happens this time. Again, the push and pull, they moved towards the C site and then finished up on A. Apex, not likely to leave as much of a gap as they did before, and you can already see Fluorescent in a much more passive position. So there will be some learning opportunities, I suppose, from that first little hiccup.
It is the same patience or hold, but again, we're seeing that be aggression. Clearly going to be something that's brought out throughout, but it's being much more carefully watched this time.
Genuinely, this is such an interesting thing to look at in terms of the psychology of both teams in this situation. You know what pistol both teams have now prepared. You know what your opponent's prepared. What are you going to do about it?
Exactly.
Do you want to do the same thing? Do you think that they're going to counter it? Who knows? Floor's not given that space and that kill as early as she did last time.
Well, it looks like they're going to make it towards the A side anyways, and with a bit more time on the clock this time around, although they did make it with sufficient by the looks of things last time. There are also more players from Apex defending, though. The rotation's in from Malzy. Fluorescent is here, as she has been the whole round, but Governor has come in to fill the space, looking for the fight, and Crashies is the one to win it, as the rest of the attackers move into the B site, meeting up with that late play from Alfier, who's been containing that deep push, so they're going to get themselves on site with double the time of last time, and this time, they've got the plan.
They've done it.
Round of applause, please. But in the meantime, Fluorescent has been able to get one back, putting things into an even scenario. Kayak in a solid position, but somewhat isolated. It doesn't seem to matter, though. Two quick and easy picks. And with Batu already dangerously low, a smoke and a nade to try and run through. This is looking like a done deal. No hope, it seems, for the Clutchmeister himself, and Fnatic, well, they'll rectify things this time and even plant the spike while they do it.
Well, for the second pistol attempt, okay, Fnatic have won that mental battle. They come out with the pistol win that they probably should have had the first time round as well. And now we can see what's the approach going to be. Now that Apex understands they're going to play this slightly slower game, how fast are those rotations going to be on defense? How aggressive do they have to go to keep the information they need to have a good read on what Fnatic are doing?
It's great to see Kayak down there already having a good time, and Boaster with a solid start. We've seen this in most of the games that they've played in Stage 1. He said it last week as well, that he's just been shooting from the start in most of their games, and that seems to be true here as well on the Omen. Now 1-0 for Fnatic. Of course, we know that means Apex are going to take a very light buy. They decided to push up with most of their players outside of C and a little bit of information for them on that B hit. A big blitz, but Fnatic more than ready, sitting back and letting the range of their rifles be the difference maker in those battles.
These are normally fairly easy scenarios to try and get through. I also kind of wanted to ask from your perspective. Obviously, one of these teams has stolen your assistant coach, and the other you obviously kind of struggled against when you're on focus. Is there a way that you're leaning, just in terms of personal preference, like I'd like to see this squad do well? I'm not saying you hate the other one, just so you know. I can see it in your eyes, like,
no. Genuinely, I'd love to see both of these teams do well. I think there's enough storylines. I think we're also seeing the best version this year of both of these teams currently going into this game. I think that's what makes it so genuinely interesting. From a prep perspective, from a game perspective, from an individual mechanics perspective, like you said about someone like Boaster, when you get that as well, you get that individual confidence, we start to see the sort of fantastic mid-round calling that he in particular had against Vitality. When you get some of the individual moments like a Vova clutching up like it was against Team Heretics, that's when we can turn a what should be a relatively comfortable series. Oh, they did close it out in the end into something a little more spicy.
So to answer my original question, who do you want to win? Because there was a lot in there, pal. But
sorry,
none of it was actually answering who you'd like to win the game.
Tech issue. That's what we've got desk analysts for.
Ah, okay. Mitch, who do you want to know? I'm not going to put that further down the line.
Let's go, Scott.
Yeah, he's going to pick the one with the Irish guy on the team. Or if there is an Irish guy, sometimes he'll create one.
That's not true. I've seen the passport. Bodor, get the tweet out there. Enzo has an Irish passport. We've all seen it, so let's no further questions. Look, it's round 3. It's important to focus now because Apex, they get their rifles out. This is where the big buy takes place, but not much of a difference to what we've seen before. Still a player outside B. This time, it will not be Batu who's left to hold down the A site, but looking for some aggression. First down C, the one-way smoke in position, and now taking over control of B main, looking for some of those early fights, and maybe stopping some of that early control for Fnatic. The Prowler has to be used to clear deep towards the C site. And for now, that slow, patient play that we know Fnatic for seems to be holding its weight in water, but the B site, they've lined up with a firing squad waiting, a trap set, and Malzy walked into it.
This is the problem. Consistent movement out from this Apex squad is currently leaving them in a scenario where they're having to constantly go back to re-clear positions. And Molzy's not the player you want to lose. Some of that regenerative utility already gone.
Absolutely. I think if they continue to use this B main space to punish those faster defensive rotations through the B site, Apex are going to be in a lot of trouble if they can't find a solution to it.
This is a problem. Avova, isolated. The rest of the team not particularly close. Althea lurking, could almost end this round in its tracks. Even the player towards that defender spawn has been spotted. This retake definitely not going to be easy. And you have to bear in mind, this is a quote-unquote bonus round.
Back into the salvo. Barely holding on to life is Kayak, but with the showstopper online, 3 HP, you're not likely to use it in the 5v2, turn 5v1. Definitely not the time to deploy any ultimates. It should be an easy conversion. Batu trying his best, but too many numbers facing off against him, and Alfier creeping his way up on the flank would have closed it out regardless. A 3-0 start for Fnatic here on the attack side, and for Apex, they come in choosing this map. It seemed to throw up some question marks. It hasn't been the best of starts.
I kind of wanted to ask you then, we look at a lot of teams in the way that they run bonus rounds. Like obviously for Fnatic, they went with 3 rifles, had a couple of pistols. They now come in with the super buy that they had in the last round, managed to win it quite clean. Other teams don't really go down that mark. Is it that level of risk? Because we did almost see them lose all 3 of the rifles on the other side.
Absolutely. It's definitely a risk versus reward thing. How good do you think you are on those second round anti-ecos? How good do you think you are at converting those round 3 bonus rounds? And what risks are you willing to take? Are you willing to go for 3 big investments on the rifles and just hope that you get away with it? It's something you bring out in practice. It's something you work out as an identity thing with your team.
This makes me a little nervous. The aggressive push-up. I do think as well, Fnatic have been doing well to clear things out, and Avova already gone, still a second player left behind, but they haven't just been sitting there elsewhere on the map. Alpha almost selling a ruse. They watched for the aggression on B, but Apex is still pushing it.
Fall back from Batu. He's recovered the Marshal, a chance if he can connect onto the head, but Kayak only needs that body shot. Apex. Obviously cautious of a play outside of A. A lot of utility blocking them off there between smokes and the Viper wall. So they're committing a lot of players to re-clearing that info, while the rest of the map is taken over by Fnatic.
Was that a no-scope battle? I want to know if Kayak aimed in. If he is, he's a coward. That's all I'm going to say. It has to be no. It's no-scopes only. Everybody knows the rules, but yeah, from this point onwards, I guess the hope do a little bit of economy damage because power. It's already getting kind of crazy on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, it's starting to build, and if you're in that position on Fnatic, attack side, Lotus in particular, we know that when they get that confidence going, when they get the economy to back them as well, they can put on an absolute masterclass.
Seems like for this round we may already be there. Solid flash, but the shot's just not quite connecting. That's a 4-0. That's 4 players surviving. And honestly, I think we then go back to the conversation about choosing Lotus, knowing that Fnatic will get that attack side start. As of yet, I've not seen the reason.
No, I'm looking for it. I'm hoping now that they start to get the operator out, particularly on
there's a wave right
we might
now,
see something around this
That's
Viper
an
as well.
alleyway.
We can already see Bosa's confidence is up.
Oh,
Let's see what effect that has on his calling throughout this map.
But it has been dangerous, as we said. The guy has been shooting in the majority of their games and started out the pistol well, but hasn't needed to do much ever since. Thanks to a lot of kills falling into the hands of Kayak early on. Showstopper was there, and now still very much is for an important round where there's a big investment from Apex. Not only is the operator that you said, pal, in the hands of Fluorescent, Malzy's gone in for the Odin, and that is suppressing fire on another level. A stun lined up, and a potential swing out from Avova, but he just about misses the boat.
I think that Fnatic are already aware, though, of how much aggression there's been. But after forcing them back, Apex are very quick to try and make that move, a setup of the TP to allow Floor to try and hold on to this fight. Ready and waiting, but the shot not quite connecting. They're not going to get too many more opportunities like that.
50 on the clock and a showstopper still in the hands of Fnatic. We may see that put through to punch into a site, but they're very spread. It's the push-up from Kayak with that operator looking for a pick on C, maybe attempting to make some noise.
Bullets. And he's down to about 60. And as of right now, or what? The damage done onto Kayak, I don't even think was him. So yeah, this so far hasn't worked. Kayak is walking through the snake fight. Absolute lunatic, gets punished, but this almost keeps players on the other side of the map. You've got the hold from Governor. Potentially going to try and deny with the salvos, but that denial will not do enough. Crassy's position is so aggressive, it's not expected by Avova.
No. And now we're in a really, a much more difficult position. I thought Crashies would turtle, come back to the rest of the squad, play the post plant, but he swings out wide, catches a player on stairs, and leaves this in a position. I mean, 4-0, looking at a 5th round for Fnatic, and with the rifles in play, an operator still in their hands, they might have wanted to hold on to those for the next round. Now that's not an option, at least not for the op. Governor, the last man standing on the C site, trying desperately to keep that Vandal through to the next, but they have lost so much here, and Fnatic, it's another clean round, a moneymaker with 4 players alive.
Yeah, with the confidence this high on Fnatic's individuals, I'd probably expect Apex to look at a timeout here and start to, I think, goes back to the point you made earlier, Tom, of looking at this refreshable util, these salvos, these stuns, these flashes, to actually help Fluorescent get back on these angles. When she gets pushed off from B main there, reposition onto C long, take these deep angles for early info. They need to get something a bit more aggressive, and there's the timeout.
Now, I mentioned as well that obviously Kayak had the showstopper. I think we were frozen for a moment on Fnatic, looking for an opportunity, and in my mind, I'm curious to see how you feel about this, pal. You know, I've seen teams before use that showstopper to fake out, oh, I'm the point of contact, team's behind me, I'm bursting through. You go into C, you cause the rotations, your team hits elsewhere. And Kayak's interpretation of that scenario wasn't to use the showstopper, it was to walk through a snake fight with an op and take the pick on a head peek angle. Is that something that you would maybe try to incorporate into your team in the future, pal?
Well, we'll find out at some point.
No leaks, no leaks.
There's those little moments. So that's the big difference from a player, from a team perspective, between scrims, practice, and officials. If you've got the confidence in the moment, you've got that read, you know that you want to go and make that play, the people that dare to do those are often the ones that win those crucial buy rounds, that force the timeout out of the opposition team, and then give your team that next step on the ladder to get ahead, to stay ahead, and lean into probably what's going to be quite a dominant half for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think as well, what's worrying me so far is, and it's something I think Fnatic might do better than anyone else on this map, is their ability to take ground, give it up, but leave someone behind. And we've seen that in so many rounds where you'll have a deep position from Alfia, Chronicle, or in this round it was Crashies. Like, you could see multiple players go, okay, well, I'm going to go clear back towards the door. Oh, I've been trying to face from an off angle I didn't expect. So, and that causes a bigger problem with the comp that's running. As you mentioned, you don't have a Sentinel, you don't have this piece that's going, I have this ground. So then you have to reclaim ground. You're not going to stun that position.
You've got to get a lot more proactive, and okay, it's expected on an eco round like this, but when we get into the we need a bit more aggression like that. We need a bit of supported aggression from key players that can keep and hold space and deny those Fnatic inserts.
Crashies, I think, was 10-1 to this point, so Fluorescent has at least traded out the top fragger. Unfortunately, Kayak was a very small amount behind, and the rest of the players, Mitch, don't have any guns.
It's also given Crashies a little bit of a blow to the stats. I think he's been doing remarkably well when it comes to first deaths and not finding them. But Fluorescent puts a pin in that one for now. Reality is, though, they've traded out that operator. They've gotten rid of the big danger in this round, unless it's going to be recovered, which Alpha, like you said, they often will concede space. Here, the turret's watching your B push up, and Alpha's making sure that that operator doesn't get picked up. Now, if Apex can take Alpha down, that's a rifle and an op. A good chance to maybe even have a say over this round.
I think that's actually a really, really good tell of the confidence that the Fnatic have, despite that Apex timeout. They're willing to take that increased risk, to leave Alpha there, to leave him there with a rifle, just to defend that operator, just to continue that economic advantage they have over Apex.
The stun was good, but the shot's not quite there. A better weapon, and it would have been a better result for Apex, but the pistols are struggling, out-armed for the moment. And Fnatic taking a whole lot of space. They've got their back covered by 2 bots. In fact, Alpha Year's not taking any risks in that department. And for Apex at this point, you know, with the op recovered, Governor can definitely look to carry it through to the next round. For the others, it may be a go down to the spike kind of angle. Batu already has ult, and Evova's orbs not worth that much, but the economic advantage that Fnatic have make it tempting to try to remove some more of these weapons. So far, that has been a struggle. There's one at least, but here comes Alpha to lock it in. Now, will they get the op out of Governor's hands? He was saving the same position last time, and he saw Alpha last time, but this time he takes him down.
See already the chase. Credits on the majority of players, almost at maximum. A couple of nice flicks will keep that gun in hand. Important to, not only for his own economy, but more importantly to make sure that operator will lie into the hands of Fluorescent. The problem so far, as you mentioned though, Pal, so far they've not really been able to put her into position, other than in this round where she ran face first into them with an operator, which not the most sustainable of strategies.
No, it's not, but now with these ults, I would hope that they've got something set that they can use as a more sustainable way of disrupting what Fnatic have been doing so far.
You mentioned 4 out of 5 online. The thing is though, Fnatic have been winning without their own. And that's probably the more worrying prospect. Boaster has just teleported through the utility, but then Avova just TPs up top. Not exactly expected. I think he's escaped the showstopper as well, so a huge amount of damage with ults. And then the sun combined, I believe, with the smoke and that Armageddon has torn apart Fnatic. A great start to the round from Apex.
Especially when we've seen Fnatic take so many of these rounds so slowly. The one time that they go for that little bit of aggression, it's met pound for pound by Apex. A beautiful adaptation from this squad, and now what should be the first round on the board.
Exactly, and that's what we're looking for out of Apex now. What have you got that you can take it to Fnatic with?
Careful.
Watching here.
How much does that go? That one's true. Okay. Fluorescent's not missing that shot. I would have bet my house on it.
I got the spike.
Or Alpha. He's no Avova. He is up against. If it was Avova, I believe in the clutch, but so much space.
Do you remember who Alpha here is? Did you watch Lock-In? Have you seen any of these events?
He's not Avova.
Alpha, yeah, he's not Avova.
Avova's my #1.
But he has a couple more trophies than Avova.
I seem to remember one on Icebox B main. He had quite a good job of clutching up against a certain team in a certain grand final, I think.
Well, it is Avova to put him in the dirt. My man comes out on top. 1-0, you wish. 1-6 though is where we're at in Fnatic. Look, they've had their showstopper for a while, burning it up in this round for not great success, and a fantastic response in terms of ultimates from Apex. But you have to ask the question, is it repeatable? Can we see this round again, the aggression up on A main, and if not, where will they take it? Because like we said, that proactivity, it seems to be what's pushed them across the line.
This is going to be a mean question, but how important is getting that first round on the board?
I wouldn't know. It is, no, genuinely very, very important, especially the first couple of buy rounds, getting through the early parts of a half, especially on a map that you've picked as well. It's crucial for players' confidence, for sure.
Someone who never lost any amount of confidence was Fluorescent. You can see again the deep teleport still available. So this is a one and done, but maybe still survive the done. I think Fnatic at this stage are so aware of C aggression. They're holding on to B control as well. So it's a spot where, again, we go back to those clears. I think the Prowler usage that comes out from Crashes is integral, but this one has left a gap. They're aware of it, but it doesn't matter.
Very clean engagement. A lurk out here from Chronicle, set to meet Avova any moment now. Waits on the other side. Alpha's bot had delayed him as Alpha takes that kill on B. At this point, it seems clear Alpha's the lurk. The C hits where it's coming in, and that's why Avova's still poking his head up that deep on A. But he'll lose his life for his trouble, and now that A site wide open with a TP in from Boaster, Apex won't be able to rotate ahead of this play. Fnatic should have themselves a free plant.
My ultimate is ready.
Batu's dropping down.
Getting flashbacks to a round that never was. They got so much information about where two of these players are. Even going to put the lockdown in, don't mind it. It's going to force them into an awkward position, cycle those ultimates back from this stage. Batu should be screwed and eventually will be for Floor again. The question is about saving that operator, a chance of victory, null, and Fnatic immediately respond. And Pau, did they overcook that one? Because I feel like pushing Chronicle was a little bit risky, maybe not knowing that he was that far forward, but I feel like it's that B-site lurk again. Like having a player around there, they keep getting caught in motion.
Again, it's those 50-50 fights, that these inserts from Fnatic that you mentioned, if they take them and they win them, it's going to win them the whole round. And Apex need to start adjusting to this, rather than giving them these 50-50s, see where Fnatic's pack goes, and start looking to isolate these lurkers, these inserts a little bit more. Give yourself better than a 50-50 chance of shutting down those cancel options.
Oh, that's it, right? Avova, here's the guy just pushing him solo. You see it as soon as the smoke fades. It is a 50-50 duel, but Chronicle catching him off guard as much less check in that angle. So,
well, also it's a Chronicle fight, so not really a 50-50 of Chronicles on the other side.
That's true. Yeah, that is very true.
This is looking like Brian Fnatic on Lotus, to be honest. This is looking good.
Well, 7
but it's a good thing it's their choice, you know? Orange logo, pick the map, so...
That's a different shape.
That looks like an A.
But it is coming into today, and we had this discussion before the game, and obviously looking at the veto that came in, that this is somewhere that I think reasonably, correct me if I'm wrong, we could have seen Fnatic pick, and it would have been a reasonable choice for them. So you really do expect that Apex have something up their sleeve. Same comp comes in, and you're like, okay, how are you going to run it? Not like that. Kayak's already ahead, not even hit by the paranoia, and easily eliminating Avova. Again, that A site is blown wide open, and it feels like this defense from Apex it's like looking at leaves in the wind. They are just being thrown about by the gust of Fnatic.
What is different now, what they are changing up within this same default they've been keeping, is now this double B main push. They're closing out that option, but they've still given them a one.
Yeah, I think the second man got lost.
That's so much hope in your voice there, pal. I loved hearing it just fade away. Here they go, they're doing it.
Oh, the fade on has been put through. I know there's no one on the site itself. I was going to say we could build up nicely for a combination of the Dimensional Drift Rolling Thunder, but when you're in a 3 versus 5, the gamble doesn't seem worth the risk. They know the Kayak here, they heard a bullet or two connect, and the response is there. Not bad from Batu. That pulls out the Viper's Pit. It's going to make this so much tougher.
They make the right call here, especially with an AWP on the ground, but more importantly, Chronicle in a pit. Hey, if it's a 1v2, probably still safe, to be honest, looking at history, but this man is hard to root out of that position. He's safe in tree as well, and you're going to assume that you're running into Boaster, who early game hitting his shots, or Alpha, who's not exactly the weakest of opponents.
Oh, according to you, you know, put him in a clutch, he's not going to win.
Yeah, but he wasn't in a clutch, 3v2. And he's scared. Well, 8 rounds now for Fnatic, and at some point, you got to start to question why Apex wanted to bring it here, and it's up to them to show us the answers. For now, we're left scratching our heads.
The biggest thing for me is that Apex are kind of relying on these ultimates that they're getting up to try and get themselves into the game. Fnatic are playing such a good Lotus attack side that they're just using theirs just to close out, keep it secure, keep it safe.
Yep.
They don't really need them to get in, and actually, it's caused Apex to bring out a second timeout and half. Rare, especially with only 3 rounds to go, but perhaps they've got something up their sleeve, combine the Rolling Thunder, combine the Dimensional Drift, just to get up a couple of these rounds towards the end of the half and give them a bit of motivation going into the second.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't want to see it, but you mentioned it's 8-1 down. We're now at a stage where if you go in 11-1 down, I don't care who you are, I don't think you're going to win that out versus Fnatic. They'll just save up all their ults if they ever do need them, and that's if they don't close things out before. And I think that this is now, you even mentioned it, there's moments where it looks like, okay, they're going to pincer onto that player, and then they separate and look for clues, the stun's a little bit delayed, like just disjointed enough that you give Alfia a 1v1 duel. And again, that's it's always going to go in his favor, unless he makes a mistake, which he doesn't do that very often.
Which is rare with a player of his caliber, for sure. But let's see, again, that's something that that the Apex staff might be now trying to touch up on, is to really reinforce this disruptive aggression early round, mid round, get in their face, perhaps change the default as well. Doesn't look like it, but we've also not seen much variation from what they're doing, at least in the early round.
I think it's difficult more so because most of the time, if you go for these like Teo setups, there's going to be some sort of aggression somewhere on the map. But Fnatic would genuinely spend half a round sat in their own spawn. Like, look, they're just watching as all of this utility goes, they'll wait it out, and then look to re-clear it moments later.
And the only time they did in the Armageddon came in to greet them alongside a stun, so understandable. This time a little bit of a switch up with Fluorescent and Malzy pushing. It's been Avova dropped towards A for a couple rounds. They swap it up, they put the op there, early aggro, deleted immediately, and Fnatic, they're not even breaking a sweat on this
They didn't
push.
even use a Prowler in the initial clear. They were so confident in winning those fights that they sent basically no util. They just dry cleared and used them later on in the round. This is just a sweep. They were talking about waves, right? Well, this has turned into a tsunami and their opponents are getting washed away.
Yeah, and hoping to flood back in here, perhaps a chance. 2 players with 2 picks, but it's Avova low HP and dealt with by Alpha Yer. Batu, the last man standing, 3 to pick up. waiting for that initial contact and swinging together. He does well to isolate a fight, but Alpha is popping off. 9-1 now for Fnatic. 1 round for Apex off the back of ultimates. And again, like even after that timeout, no real change. We see them go for this aggression, but it is met with an immense show of force from Fnatic.
Something they're so drilled with, they're so comfortable with on this A re-clear. I don't think they had the read that that Apex were going to leave the op there. Perhaps they did have that overconfidence to go against it, contacting out. But you can see how comfortable these guys are. They've stolen my whiteboard idea.
Oh, there's going to be words after this. I don't think I've ever heard you that riled up, actually.
Thing is, I reckon you could take both of them.
He's thought about that. 9-1. Fnatic making it look easy out here. Avoiding that early utility, taking the early fights, and often, as we've said, not even using their own util for that. It's just being drop the wall, take the fight as the smokes fade. So too do the remaining defenders. Round 11, 2 chances for Apex to at least build some foundations for the next half. The operator's still out.
It's a showstopper though.
Yeah, I mean, they've Rolling Thunder on their own side.
I'd quite like to see them play a retake. Just when you have that dimensional drift and in combination with the Rolling Thunder, it's been online for a lot of rounds, but last round they played a contact off the back of the op, which they lost. I think before that, it was, yeah, these re-aggressive clears even when having a player advantage. Well, here goes the showstopper. B site clear. No one going to resist this? No.
Look at the extremities of the map, though. Boaster is sitting outside C. You've got a late lurk as well by Crashies. They know that they're likely to hit a bunch of these ultimates on their way through, or on Apex's way back in. And so the solution is to send out those extremity plays, but Boaster being caught limits their options somewhat. 12 seconds left. Plant is actually found. The ult from Fluorescent not landing. Alpha maintains control, but it's stolen away by Governor. 2 quick op shots, and it's back into Apex's favor. We've not seen them with this level of an advantage since that ult from Governor, and again, he is the difference maker, but Crashies on the late lurk. Kayak with another. The defuse underway, though! And by a fraction of a second, despite the kill going to Fnatic, Apex put up that round. A much-needed heaven sent for this squad. 9-3 still possible.
That's the Red Bull clutch comes through. We were sat a Vova walk past and I go, I want to see at least one Ninja defuse today. Well, he has delivered.
Promise.
I don't know if that's the sort of round they would have wanted with how things have been going, though. It's something. It's at least an additional round on the board, but the fact that that late rotation from Crashies and then the aggressive push through the smoke almost still wins it, it's terrifying.
It's terrifying for both teams. Both times, the teams in the retake, in the post-plant there, had quite significant number advantages, and it looked a little bit sketchy both times.
Well, 4v2 and Fnatic still winning all those fights. That spells danger for the future of this map, perhaps this series. 9-2. Apex, they've won 2 rounds that feel like flash in the pan. Now we need to see them really start to cook with gas, and it's Avova opening it up, but the immediate responses there. Luckily, Batu had taken quite an aggressive position, and possibly the deepest Viper ultimate that I've seen put into play here on Lotus, past Mound,
just to slow
and he's
them down.
Just bailed out, yeah.
I think he thought he was being rushed. Instead, he's being flanked. He does seem to have a decent idea on it, though. Catching a couple, eventually will be cleared, but there's another player that they had to look for. Leaving Crashies alone in the clutch. Now, one off a Nightfall. Will be garnered by the plant. Knows that there's nobody close, although while the plant has been delayed, this could make this a much more problematic scenario with 2 players already coming in on the flank. He's going to have to get this bang on. Solid utility immediately thrown out, but they are behind him. It's at least a small recovery for Apex, who have still got a long way to go.
As long as there's no PC issues again here, then we should get the defuse. It should be 3 at the end of the half. And actually, I think Apex, with how that half was looking, should be happy with it.
That's the halftime, 9-3. A chance for Apex still. They've planted their seeds, and now they shall sprout in the second half. We'll find out if they can make that recovery after the break. Welcome back, folks. It is 9-3 in favor of Fnatic, and Apex delivered a couple lifelines towards the end of that half. They're not down and out just yet. And in ordinary circumstances, up against Fnatic, on Lotus, I'm going to say, yeah, you know what? It's all right. Let's go to the next map. Let's go to your pick. But that's not the case this time around. Apex chose this battleground, so let's hope whatever they've been cooking is very focused on the attack side.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see something. They're going to have to show themselves something to get that confidence back in. Difficult on defense on Lotus, certainly against a good attacking team like Fnatic, with so much experience, with so much comfort. Let's see what Apex can bring themselves.
Well, that was what I was going to ask you. Do you look at the Apex composition and still think this will thrive more so on the attack? Because a lot of this for me had aspects of defensive aggression, like having that Teo, having that breach. You can still implement it. I think for Fluorescent, obviously will have to be a focal point, but I'm not as certain as, say, with the Fnatic comp that this was built for the attack.
No, absolutely. So this Apex comp, you should be able to have a very strong attack side. You've got the double smokes. You've got the ability to deny defensive vision, so you force them to be quite proactive, which against a comp like Fnatic's, they might struggle to do with only that fade. You've got the breach, you've got the Teo. You can go into quite direct, quite strong executes and force them to play a retake.
Smoke timed to delay at least a little bit. Apex still seem fully committed to this side of the map, and there are, well, two, maybe even a third player about to wrap in. The salvos will make it awkward, but actually Boaster goes forward, takes things into his own hands. That's a huge start.
He really is shooting, isn't he? A double opener, and then the hope here from Apex that the Viper wall alongside the door open on A will drag rotations. It has not worked out. Not even a sliver of hope on that C push, but they'll go back to it again. Opening the door to B, trying to drag rotates and dropping Boaster. Okay, a good start. Malzy, even in for another. That's him, I think, tripling his kills already. A confidence builder with a third. And it's Alvier. Chronicle on the way to back him up. 8 seconds left, though. They can just throw themselves at Batu and stop this plant. Win off of time. And in fact, he sealed his fate. Both kills needed. And it's Fnatic to come out on top with a 10th round. Double digits with a pistol round of half two. That is a nail in the coffin and possibly one of the last.
Yeah, definitely so.
It's just rough. Like, trying to get into that with Boaster finding two. I think his paranoia probably couldn't have been better placed if he tried, but it did seem the second they lost that initial fight, it was a scramble.
Yeah, it's when you end up in that situation, you know you've got limited weapons. You know you've got a big space disadvantage, never mind the numbers disadvantage. You've got to either try and go for something fast, something aggressive, something that might work just because of time, or you reset and you come up with a really good plan.
I think as well, Fnatic's immediate reaction made it so much tougher. I like this though. Salvo's used to section off a spot we expect players to be and even getting aggressive, but well, luckily Alpha was ready with gun in hand. Will keep Kayak alive. Even still, Mitch, they're doing a bit of damage here.
Yeah, this has become a little closer than maybe the first eye test, especially when you see a player caught off guard and the trades come in so quickly in their favor. Recovery of the rifle, at least for Boaster. They'll be well armed for this final fight, and that certainly can't be said for Apex. So you have to hope an element of surprise can come into play. No utility to back them up either. Obviously, the refresh from Malzy will be there soon on the stun, but Batu and Orb here could be valuable. And then, like you said, Fnatic have everything to work with.
It'll be easy. And unfortunately, in a normal case, we'd say, hey, you drop a rifle, fantastic. You can go into the next round and you can make them pay. Unfortunately here, you almost have to hope that they'll be able to win it. Well, that has not gone to plan. Malzy's pistol prowess for the last round has dissipated, and even the brand new Apex Classic can't save them this time.
Not quite. The Fnatic Classic seems to be winning this one out. But actually, that kill that Malzy's unfortunately missed there on Boaster could actually be really, really crucial in terms of getting themselves back into the game. If he'd managed to get that, and then the death happens, and they're only one orb away then from his Rolling Thunder, going into a really, really important buy round this late in the half, it could have made a big, big difference. And Boaster's absolutely rolling with it.
Oh, he's having a good time. He's firing 6 to 7.
Who's got more energy, him or Yumpy?
Oh, no one's getting close to Yumpy.
I mean, I like the comms from Boaster there, but it's hard for people to remember what Yumpy was doing on the stage. It was a couple days ago.
You taught him that, didn't you?
But you, I believe, were the vocal coach. You want to give us a sample of that?
Absolutely.
If Apex come back, yeah?
No.
You'll give a bark if Apex come back.
13-11. 10 rounds in a row. Will you give us a yumpy bark?
I'm not giving that away for free.
Wow.
I didn't think it's for free. I didn't say I wasn't paying. Let's talk prize.
We'll save that for later.
We'll talk about it between now and next map. 11-3. Buy up for Apex. And look, at this point, pal, I actually want to ask you, 11-3 down. Do you literally wipe it from your mind, move to the next, or do you rate like a comeback here if you get to 7, 8 rounds, you start to change?
The guy who came back versus Fnatic. What do you think he's going to say?
I mean, you've absolutely got to go for it. I think at this point, you, as a player, as a competitor, you've got to want to play for all of these rounds, because it's also a respect thing for yourselves, okay? Looking at how confident you can be on the map when you go back into practice, you absolutely go for it, for sure. Yeah. But if it doesn't go well, that hasn't for Fluorescent or Banter.
That's the one fight the Chronicle wanted. Having that SMG in hand didn't really allow for many other angles, and now it's the same thing. Okay, that hasn't worked. Let's just try and go back into the B site. Well, guess what? The Fnatic players are already waiting, and they're not going to overface here either. Kayak is one away from having the showstopper. This is a done deal. Like, having that ultimate in this sort of scenario should have removed Molsey from action. That's at least one, and somehow Molsey has found one more. Maybe there's some hope.
They've gotten overeager going in for those final fights, trying to force the issue. We talk about clutches of Ova essentially in one here. Molsey 19 HP.
He hit both
Rolling
of them.
Thunder catches both. That's a lot of time running down now. It seemed to be a certainty that Fnatic would be on 12, that the map would be almost in their pocket, but now they need to fight their way back in. And the man coming into today with the highest clutch percentage was Crashies. Might not quite be a clutch in the 2v2, but it's close enough. He does well in the re-entry, and 12-3 as a result.
Like that's the topic I want to bring up. Is like you go back to like kickoff. There was a few moments towards the end of it where he looked decent. I think it was week 1 here. He looked unbelievable, and he's bringing that same level here today. Not quite matching King Kayak over there, but you know, doing a stellar job.
Absolutely. I think when you look at this Fnatic team, everybody talks about, okay, you've got your Kayaks, you've got your Alphas, you've got your Chronicles, your big star players.
And Boaster.
But stage 1, Boaster and Crashies genuinely have looked like some of the most impactful players on this roster. Yeah. That's very worrying for the rest of the competition.
Oh, it is. It really is. And like I say, Crashies a guy that doesn't die early and often wins clutches. That's a recipe for disaster. If you're up against him, Kayak going down early, but it's all
of Ova.
Wise with tricks, catches Alphayer out, and now a 3 versus 5. Somehow, it feels like those 2 picks, though, just about even the scales.
It's been a weird one.
That's brutal.
Fluorescent already spotting out information, even still playing it safe and using an ultimate to make sure everything is clear. And it seems like with a bit of damage to their economy, the Fnatic players might not want to go for this. You're so far in the lead at this stage.
And I think that's a really important point about using that dimensional drift from Apex. They need to secure each round, 1 round at a time. There's no point saving strats. There's no point saving ults. There's no point saving any ideas that you have. Use it. Start building a little bit of momentum. Get yourself back into the game. And as soon as you get past that 2, 3, 4 rounds won in a row mark, especially on the attack side, especially with a comp that can be as aggressive as this, with as strong ultimates as this, that makes all the difference to the player's mental in the server.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. There's no point saving strats when you're going to change comp after this anyways. At least I'd imagine so. The results going this way. Fnatic, though, they're a team that will exploit you more than any other, and the weakness is here apparent under the magnifying glass.
We always punch up here on the cast of this, you know? Yes. Never punching down. We never hit anyone while they're down.
Wouldn't do that. Wouldn't dream of it.
Just don't watch the Koi cast. I know you have as well.
I have, yeah.
Oh.
8 rounds.
Mountain to climb.
It's doable.
Yeah, we may get the barks out of PAL yet, but there's going to be a lot of things that need to go right for Apex. For Fnatic, just the 1 round. Ultimates, operator in play for Kayak, and look at some of his openings so far. Look at some of his rounds, even just in this map. It's hard to believe that Fnatic will run out of steam and find themselves stalling.
Where's he off to?
Boaster's pushing with an
It's on an adventure. I actually think I think I've seen Mitch do this in his rank game.
That's not true. I always stay behind the wall.
Cowering.
Nice and safe. Extra armor. Extra armor. I like this great little bit of aggression from Boaster. And now there's a 2-man stack up on the other parts of the map. the way Boaster's been playing so far, you know, he's 6 and 7, but more so the context of stage 1. You believe he has a good chance, but if this stun hits him, he is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, it will. And now escaping should be impossible. He does! Never mind. Buying a lot of extra time as well. 45 seconds on the clock. Boaster now in position with Paranoia. Goes back to potentially spam, but low enough on HP that that has some serious risks about it. You can see the response from the opponents is potentially to try and double back here, but Crashy's already waiting, sprays wildly, gets nothing, but now walking into Lions Den, Althea, but the flash is actually phenomenal. Leaves him completely blinded. Well, Kayak, hope to do some damage here, but only with the operator. You almost have to have a mistake out from Apex.
If Fnatic are going to go for it, that's exactly what needs to happen. You're right, 2v4, op in play. I know you're 12-4 in the lead, but Fnatic aren't the kind of team, although we did see it in one round, to just put the pedal to the metal and say, I'm sure we'll get there eventually. No, they like to play the numbers.
The only thing that can let Apex back into this game is perhaps a little bit of what we've just seen there. From both Boaster in A main, holding the smoke, taking contact with his weapon, rather than holding his Paranoia out to counter-throw it as a piece of counter-util. Crashy's there, just disrespecting the Avova's Paranoia in Hobbit there, taking contact with his rifle. Seems like maybe there's a little bit of overconfidence. They've backed themselves to win the fights a little bit too much. If they keep feeding that into Apex, they'll keep eating it up the whole time.
Do you think so? If you saw your players doing that, overheating like that, playing aggressive, looking for the fights, maybe looking for the highlight plays, right? That Odin 3K spray down if they just walk out of the smoke.
Only you're looking for that.
I think Boaster saw it a little bit there. I think we shared vision for a moment. But at what point, you know, 12-5, you've got so much room to maneuver within there. I suppose you have to ask the question of the benefit of allowing your players to feel that confidence and then stepping in and going, okay, guys, straighten up. We need to finish this game out.
Yeah, I'd like to hope that most players, certainly in my team, are smart enough to understand. Right, okay, it's a little bit too much. We've lost enough games this season already from a bit of complacency in the second half to big comebacks. That people should be calm, composed enough to go, okay, that was a little bit too much. Let's reset ourselves, go back to default, and we'll be absolutely fine.
So in the coaching seat of Fnatic now, you imagine they're saying, okay, the boys will make that read themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the experience of these players in particular.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, quite a number of rounds needed for Apex here on the attack. They're going to start it out nice and slow. Gate crash sent towards the C site. Drone going in C, but I don't imagine they're going to execute off that. Maybe trying to see if they can catch the players in rotate over on A. With a lot of players there, they're going to start to move pretty quickly.
They've got to be really careful because both Althea and Crashies are one away from the ideal retake hole. So you almost have to get in, eliminate that player, which it seems like Althea here might be the target. But playing so passively, and the second they pop any of that util, the orb goes up, Snakebite could be thrown into position as well. It has been.
30 seconds
and now you're looking at 30 seconds and potentially a very late hit towards B.
Yeah, that timer running down, but door open. They'll be making their way to the B site, relatively undefended. It's players that can be pushed back by utility, but Chronicle steps ahead after the stun, grabs one, that spike down, and another! A beautiful connection, but the response is there from Apex. If they can stop this plant on Fnatic, it will be done. The nade is on its way. It might be a little bit too much to the right. No, it's spot! Oh, and then Fluorescent down, but the plant just in time. Apex still in with a chance. Some rounds have felt like a ship without a rudder, but now they'll finally need to find their direction with Fnatic coming all from one spot through the smoke, and they're put in the dirt. Left into the hands of Bad 2, and the spray, it doesn't land. Fnatic 13-5. This is going to be tough for Apex to try to rebuild from the ruins of their map pick.
That was a gamble to pick into what has historically been one of the best maps of Fnatic. We were hoping to see some next level game plan. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. Maybe they've done the work on Split. We'll find out after the break.
All right, there's a wave right now. I feel it. That's a gnarly wave. I'm Fnatic the wave! He's waving! Cowabunga!
Hey, give me away, give me away, give me away.
through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka, and Mac and Fnatic is leading 1-0. Absolute dominant start, and they keep on doing it, Kakuka. They keep on winning those bonus rounds.
Yeah, I think that when we get into this and we think about Apex, we were saying we need a reason, you know? We need to prove to us why you decided to go for this map. And I love that you bring up the fact about the bonuses in this match. They also get to, on the side of Fnatic, the reason that for Apex, maybe we would have seen on that second half with such a dominant first half, things get very, very difficult. We were speaking about it last week, and the stats speaks for themselves. Right now, they're in a 12-2 since the beginning of the year in these bonus rounds after winning the first 2 rounds in the half. The possibilities of snowballing and putting your opponent in a very difficult position are very high. And I think that they have mastered this art, and it's paying its dividends.
Yeah, look, the bonus rounds are crazy, but I want to roll it back even like a couple of rounds earlier, right? The thing is,
so before the map?
Yeah, before the it's the tech pause, you know, especially when you have some fresh individuals coming into this level of gameplay, you need to know how to mental reset. It felt like it took so long for Apex to get back into the game. You know, obviously Fnatic getting that pistol back after the reset is huge, but everything from that point, it just felt like Apex didn't really want to be there. There were some players that took a long time to get a kill on board. And you can't start slow against one of the best teams in the world. You can't do that.
I think that we were seeing there in the numbers and whatnot, of course, Fnatic are going to look better. But if we think about the composition that Apex was running, when you look at the defense, you need to be super proactive. And Fnatic was very aware of that. That's why at the beginning of the first rounds, we were seeing Fnatic just waiting for that aggression that was going to come eventually. Them not having the Sentinel means that when Fnatic gets into a 5v4 situation, it's going to be even much easier for them to convert, because they're always going to be in that superior state, and they're not going to have that many hurdles to go onto the side and plan for the execute. In fact, the only thing that they need to think of is, who have we taken down? in the case that it's like Moles and you take the breach down, planting the spike is going to be very easy for you, because even if the salvos get there, they're going to take their time. You can counter. You're not going to be in stun at the same time. So it puts them in a very, very good situation, and Fnatic was doing a very good job in understanding that.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, obviously with so much experience across the board, they have such a good understanding of their own win condition, but also their opponent's win condition, looking at the compositions that are being run on both of these sides, Mac.
Well, not just the composition, but the players, right? If Apex's win condition is Flow playing well, avoid Flow rather. You know, just get to a different part of the map. It's something that's happened in strategic FPS across many titles across time, right? If there is a star player, stop running at the star player, force them to get into uncomfortable positions, and it worked. It just worked, you know, and hoping for Apex that moving towards the split side of things, we will see Floor put on a similar performance to last week, but that was just rough. And hopefully this is where, you know, you really need to show your professionalism, shake off everything that went wrong there on Lotus, forget about it. As the casters were saying, you know, don't save strats, just change comp next time. You know, just forget about everything, throw the book out the window and just move on. You've got to move forward, you've got to keep moving forward, and that's what it's all about if you want to get back into the game, because the reverse sweep is now the only way back in for Apex.
Yeah, I mean, we low-key forced them to just move on to the second map. That's kind of part of the whole, you know, setup here as we play more than just one. So yeah, they will have to like big shout out to the best of threes in chat. But yeah, obviously it's individuals on both sides that need to pop off. On Fnatic's side, it just looked smooth. Like everyone got their time in the sun. Kayak, we highlighted him heading into this one. It was smooth sailing for this one. Yes, it's another boating reference.
Yeah, I love it. You see this at the beginning of the rounds, him expecting that aggression, him expecting that, of course, they need to show some presence in the map. And they were very good at reading that when they were taking A, when they were putting that extra pressure coming in from C, coming in from Mount. Even when he didn't get the opener, he was there to get that refrag. He was there to have the impact. And if needed, after the plant, to even put more pressure onto that. A very flawless game for him. I think that this is going to be a brilliant year for him. Love to see that there is no stopping him so far.
Yeah, so far, so bloody good, and I can't wait to see a bit more. The only constructive criticism I have is his name's Kayak. We're doing all these references, but he didn't know how to ride the wave. He did the handshake at the end of it.
That was criminal. New kid. It's new kid energy.
Yeah, I guess
He just didn't get the memo. The handshake, that was almost offensive, actually.
Anyway, look, there's always time to move on. And Split is
Speaking about moving on.
Yes, speaking about moving on. Yeah, let's discuss Split. Obviously, this is Fnatic's pick. They won 1 in stage 1 on this map. They did lose it in kickoff against BBL. So there is plenty of tape on them on this map.
Yeah, I think that they probably chose it because after the overtime that we saw last week, there is a lot that you can learn from the agent picks. Apex is going to swap things around. If there was preparation coming in from the side of Fnatic, it has to adapt, because I was thinking, you know, we're going to see something very similar, but they're going to go for this double controller, double duelist. We know how good Batu had been, and especially when we saw other teams jumping into the double duelist rent, we spoke about Apex and the possibilities that they would have.
And Batu was playing very well there on Lotus, so hopefully if he brings that performance over here...
Oh, and you haven't seen his duelist yet?
No, I haven't. And that's what I'm keen for, to see a bit of Yoru going in with Fluorescent on that Raze, and then of course you've got that nice combo with the Raze and the Fade, Governor bringing Fade in instead of Teo that they ran last time. And they got the double controller as well. So this is just crazy, and we already know what Fnatic have. We got to see 20 bloody overtimes of that last time.
Yeah, and also, you're speaking about last time, Apex only able to get 3 rounds in their defense, just like in Lotus the last time that they played this map. So maybe this mirror composition changed the tides.
Yeah, we'll find out in just a second. The teams are ready, and so are we. So let's send it back over to our casters.
Well, Fnatic and Apex love to play Split. We've seen it in all their series so far here in stage 1, so we know the competency is going to be high. Role swaps though. We talked about compositions going into Lotus, pal, and now moving into Split, a bit of a switch up.
Absolutely. Interesting that Apex wanted to take the defense side in the veto, picking to start on that when they've got a composition that would, as Fnatic's does, being a mirror comp, naturally suit a more aggressive attack side. Running the double duelist, trying to get the most out of Badu, trying to get the most out of Floor, that we've seen do really, really well on previous maps, like Pearl when they came in and kickoff.
Well, that was what I was going to talk about, is the Pearl. I think that's why they're on defense, because those two being able to get aggressive together, having Batu have the operator as well, it can throw a spanner in the works. And I'll be honest, I think that's all they've really got going into this map. Can they throw a spanner in the works of Fnatic? Because you are allowing them to start on that favored side. Maybe if you deter them a little bit, you can slam them into the ground.
Absolutely.
Not feeling confident, though.
Well, barriers up for Fnatic, and already they're off to the races, blitzing in towards this A site, taking Heaven control. And there is only one defender here. It will be a Vova, perhaps forced to give up the space. The adaptation from Apex seems to be this quick push down through the sewers. They'll be taking a lot of control as they wrap their way around. So as this is delayed slightly in making the spikes way onto the site, that gives a real opportunity for those players coming up behind, and it's Batu to connect.
This is the issue, not having that classic sentinel. Means you have to have eyes on these positions. They're going full fighting. They want to try and get rid of Fluorescent, and that's exactly what Kayak will do. The rest of the players on Apex, though, have not just been sitting pretty. They have evened things up.
They have Alfier tagged low as well, and Chronicle with the pressure on and players all around. He's the only one on the site. They're now trying to wrap up and get Heaven control, but it's halfway diffused already from Apex. Pressure very much on, and Chronicle, oh, it's Alpha, in fact, covering him, bailing him out of those first fights, and he will finish it off onto Governor. 1-0 for Fnatic, another pistol under their belt.
Again, I'm interested to see if the pistol is as telling on this map of both teams' approaches to the macro as it was on Lotus. We start to see Apex already coming into this kind of three-pronged retake, where they're able to take some of the CT space, they're able to take some of the Heaven space, and they're able to get this flank in behind. If they keep doing that, that's exactly what we need to see out of them with this comp on defense.
And I love the idea from Fnatic as well that once they eliminate that first player on the flank, they realize maybe there's two, probably one more, immediately blitzing it down. And a player like Kayak, high on confidence after the last map with a phenomenal opening on Lotus. No surprise that he's raring for a fight.
But it seems similar to what we've had though before. I don't mind the idea at all from Apex, like what they attempted to do. It's the mid-rounding just feels a lot better from Fnatic. Like having that quick adaptation to take that space back and go, okay, you caught us off guard, you had a nasty surprise, our post plan got a little bit weaker because Poster died. But we're not going to allow you to have that. We're going to quickly react and cause you problems. And that's something I'm a little bit more wary about with Apex, more so because a lot of what Molzy has done when calling, when taking control, it's on that breach. Like, he can literally set up players. I think Yumpy's another example of doing that a lot. I don't know if that's going to be as easy when you're playing a Viper. Sure, you can control when the wall goes up and down, but other than that, you're not really activating other players.
Unlucky that the halt went down just as those players were in the sewers. They obviously know the timings on it and are waiting for it. So now you're not going to have the numbers from Apex, although they do seem to play that gamble perfectly. Moving in towards Heaven, now 3 players stacked up and ready to go. They saw the stars go down. They know that there's a fight brewing. And on the other side of that wall, Fnatic have already given away their positions. Now for Fnatic, 3 pistols coming into this round. Kayak went down early. It's Alpha and Crashies who are really packing a punch, and some risks can be taken from the rest of the squad. They want to be careful not to lose too many more players. This round could get dicey. For now, a guaranteed plant, and they're only against pistols. Ghosts on the other side.
It feels like a much riskier version of the bonus, but Apex don't really invest much into these rounds at all. So I guess that risk has been worthwhile.
Absolutely. I mean, Alpha's kind of dug them out of what it looked like it could have been quite a dangerous hole they were getting themselves into there. Going in with only those 2 rifles into that site hit, relatively low on time, but got the job done. They've secured it quite nicely. What I'm quite interested in seeing is whether or not Apex leave Governor in this sort of ramp, close A main position and continue to use all of that Fade utility to answer the question mark, to take information behind Chronicle's Viper wall on A main, and then allow them, based on that information, to judge whether their rotations need to be towards A or towards B.
Well, Molzy does drop that 3rd player, gets an extra ultimate orb, but other than that, it is the rifles that survive, and that means we're going to be in the same boat once again, where Fnatic are able to invest some extra credits back into this round if they so desire. And we already witnessed it throughout the last map. Why, they're almost witnessing it here. They're coming in with as good, if not better, a buy, but Batu on the sniper. That excites me.
It's a good thing as well, considering they lose so many players. Of course, if some of those players had rifles instead of pistols, maybe they would have won their fights. But the risk-reward of being able to just pick up those rifles when your comrades go down and keep the push on going, it's worked out for Fnatic for that, as you said, economic advantage in this round. And you mentioned Governor being alone on that up close on ramp. And I think because they get that opening duel, right, they rotate players back around to B. I think that's the kind of risk we're going to see in those pistol rounds, because you want to be heavy on one side of the map. This time around, he's got backup, and it's Batunax sitting up top with an outlaw.
Well, I was going to say, that outlaw is worth mentioning because 3 players on the other side have light shield. So it is basically an operator versus most opponents.
Indeed. And Boaster with the full shields is on the other side, so 3 out of 4 of these players, easy pickups. You got to get sight on them first. Easy take from Fnatic. They force back towards screens. Will claim control of Heaven. Rap coming back in through vents, though. Now they're in a dangerous position. Surrounded on both sides, and a gap in the wall gives Malzy the spot to walk up. Almost took Crashies out as well, lighting him up heavy. The decay left him on 1 HP, 29 as it fades, but dropped by Fluorescent. Apex working back through the vents, but now they're boxed in. They found themselves in their own trap as Boaster comes up behind. Makes it back out towards middle and buys the space for Kayak, but the shots don't land as we thought they would. It's Boaster to clean up, and we're back in a neck-on-neck position. But the problem is Spike up in Heaven, and 2 players still on A, where the Spike now basically has to go. They're going to run in the other direction, 12 seconds? That's a bold play, if it's even possible. I don't think they can get to the site.
They're not going to make it, even if they do. Avovah's there ready and waiting to deny anything further. It's a round that costs Apex a little bit, but I do feel like there was so much time spent initially, and more importantly, Crashies with the one with the spike. That's where everything went wrong. Even though they had this secondary pinch and had opportunities to then go back in the other direction, when the spike is dropped here, the round becomes incredibly difficult.
Absolutely, and it's all coming down to how Apex are able to find some of those gaps in the mid-round, just after Fnatic have defaulted, when Fnatic's sort of freeze positions, where they're holding from, how they're holding in support of one another, just isn't quite tight enough at the moment.
Something's funny with the coaches, who clearly enjoyed what went on in that round, and Batu immediately! That is just Crashies gone. We've talked about the importance of his utility, re-clearing angles, and their takes onto the site. Well, that is gone for this round.
But now they're going to have to be super aggressive in this round without that until now. And Alpha's done it again.
Yeah, he's just pulled that one back. Boaster, though, left down to 7 HP. There's some good chances for Apex in later fights. Avova and Malzy have taken a few blows as well. The scars are showing. Kayak looking for a battle up in Heaven, but Malzy's the one to pick that up, an easy lurk as the smoke went down. And Fluorescent's got a little off angle as well. The barrel was spotted, luckily. The player was spotted just after. And so now a 4v2 with 1 on 7 HP with a Bulldog. There is a showstopper, but if it's put into this one, that might be a bit of an overinvestment.
A not-so-wise man once said that Alfia is not particularly good in clutches, so
2v4.
We'll have to see.
Uh-oh.
Good start. 1 down already. And with an isolated player over on the B side, Showstopper is more so going to be used to garner space. I like the positioning of Avova, just holding on to this spot.
Avova's read this so well. In terms of that reaction, being able to hold on to this space advantage going into the post plan, in addition to the numbers advantage as well, it should be everything they need.
Alpha with a chance here. Oh, that was close. A few shots whizzed past their head, but Apex easily able to close that, and Governor knew he was low. Going down with the shorty to finish Boaster off, and a defuse with 2-2 and an economy boost for Apex as well.
It's interesting seeing Fnatic actually losing these slower rounds. They were so good at it on Lotus attack side. They're now moving away from that traditional, more aggressive attack side on split with these comps, and just losing out to these fights in the mid-round. Now do we see a bit of a shift after this eco round? Absolutely loving it. Fair enough, that's what you want to see after you've lost map 13-5, especially when it's your own pick. But do Fnatic, after this eco round, now start to shift towards the more direct use of their double duelists on the attack side, or do they try and keep the same pace? Who knows?
I'll say as well, it feels like Apex are more than happy to try and just work off some of these cheesier plays, like a super aggressive start to the last round with the sniper. You also have a judge thrown into this one, knowing there's a low buy on the other side, keeping that outlaw as a consistent factor, something that will change that dynamic for Fnatic, because yeah, say you do want to go for a more direct hit, you might just walk straight into an opponent. The problem, though, Governor maybe not realizing what sort of round they're in. And well, we're back to Summon FC. This is not what I expected to see.
Kron's taking another pickup on A. There's weapons aplenty to be recovered. Blast pack through from Fluorescent, but there's a lot of numbers coming her way in the sneaky position of Alpha. Oh, shoots a little too early. Tries to take out the barrel. The player survives that engagement, but Chronicle, he has torn open this A site for Fnatic. It's a but that's not how you plan
plant, but that's because the orb is being given over. I know it's not, but there's still an orb in main. Kayak just takes that. So Boaster goes back to finish the job.
You know how that's gone. It's like, you plant for Spike. No, I'll take orb. And then Boaster's like, fine, I'll have to go back. I'll do it myself. I can't even tell you what to do, even though I'm IGL. What's this? Absolute rubbish. But yeah, that's a round that I think Apex are very quickly going to want to forget. And it really does seem like a round where I'm a little bit perplexed as to what the plan was. Like, you know you're up against it. You bought a judge. A pay safe card Thrifty. That means your opponent was on a low buy. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, that was Governor just taking a fight completely on his own.
Just pushed up with a rifle, yeah, up against a low buy. It's a risky play, a bold play, Cotton.
A bold play. And it didn't end up working very well, unfortunately. Especially when you've got Batu that close to you already in A main, able to support and potentially be able to TP out.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the moment, it seems to be these outlaws that are making all the difference.
Just said
Stay focused.
some of Mitch's favorite words.
I didn't hear, what was it?
Oh, nothing, never mind.
Oh.
So moving swiftly on, 3-2. Luckily, being able to break back in relatively clean manner in previous rounds. Apex do still have economy. They have a lot of ultimates very, very close to being online. Unfortunately, the same can be said for opponents.
This is actually a really nice counter from Apex. Putting Batu on the Yoru, who's able to TP away if he sets one up. He's run out of both, it seems. To be able to answer the question mark, the potential threat that happens when Chronicle puts up that Viper Wall. That disguises whether or not he's moving into this space. And you can see Batu here just holding, jiggling the angles, able to pass on that information. Right now, guys, stay towards the rest of the map. Stay towards where they're creating pressure with their util.
That last fight from Malzy. The previous round got buckied inside that orb. Stepping back a moment, just following the gate crash, but it's being destroyed inside the vent, so Fnatic won't have that freeway out, and Kayak commits to the backside. Doesn't have any gate crash left to play with. He is very much stuck, and he's now being seen. Showstopper's on its way, and Kayak is out of the round, but this was all a fake, a ruse, as they move into the A site, filling the space that only Batu now occupies. Malzy will come in to cover his back. 20 seconds. Might just get into this sneaky spot on backside with the time so low. This could be the difference maker. I thought they'd be going. They've not gone out of heaven. The spike needs to go. It's 10 seconds. They've got the kills, but they haven't found Batu. If he can stop this plant, he could save the round, but too late to the party. Picks up a few anyways, and it's Boaster to do it all. Running about, scared of players in the elbow, but it's Avova from heaven to close it out. What a chaotic round, but it ends up in Apex hands.
It's mental. It's just crazy what went down. The fact that Batu manages to go unnoticed, I think the fact there is that Fnatic believe they sold more of a fake than they have. Having that player in the backside, killing one off all the way over on B, deep into the round, I think they expect, okay, maybe there's one on site.
Even with that, you can see how fast the rotations were for Apex to come across. Because Fnatic's rotation from that fake, when they left Kayak on the back of B site there, into actually getting onto the A site was so slow. I would have expected that trigger of the showstopper re-clearing Kayak on B to actually be what sends them to commit to that A hit.
Yeah, a little slow to make the decision, and Apex got ahead of the curve. 3-3 now, their reward, a Viper's Pit gained by Malzy and deployed inside of mid, locking down a whole lot of control, and most teams, they'll just be ignoring this unless you're committing heavily to re-clearing all of that space. Fnatic look elsewhere to try to find some control. Up in heaven, they've already forced the TP out of Batu, so no more are they going to have that information to watch as the cross as the wall goes up.
It seems like once that control is taken away from them, that is sometimes where we see mistakes in regression, problems for Governor has been a bit of an issue, but I like this. Dimensional Drift thrown through. This will give them everything they need in terms of information. It's just whether or not Governor can find anything on the site, and the answer is no. Batu, though, actually commits the shotgun pulled out of pocket and has kept things even for now.
The plans acquired. Pit, Apex ready to fight their way back through, but that's when the pit comes up. Chronicle playing around the edge. It's a risk, and it might not pay off here. It got dicey, but Crashies has bailed him out of a bad situation. Kayak up close, 30 HP, and he's got Avova looking the other way. Batu's last man standing. A rifle in his hand, credits waning on his side, but even getting out of here is going to be difficult. They've gone for the push, and they'll finish him off. The shot from above. Another round for Fnatic, back and forth.
It's a much closer experience than what we saw on Lotus, at least to start.
I think that might change now. Fnatic have gone for that direct round. They've played a slightly longer first phase. Second phase, they've just gone A. They know they've got the Astral to do it with. They've got this Viper's Pit for the post plan, and it's worked exactly as they wanted to. Do they keep the same approach now? Do they keep playing to the strengths of their comp on the attack side? Kron's obviously very happy with it.
I'm also just looking at that moment with Molzy and the judge, like just spamming and praying that he clears out Chronicle, because again, that could have very easily changed the dynamic of the round. The problem though is what they're left with. Both teams in the last were on the brink of an economy reset. Unfortunately for Apex, that puts them with Batu on a hero rifle, everybody else left on pistols, and it has to be a gamble, and immediately we've seen this super aggressive push up all the way through A. They know it's either mid or B. Unfortunately, well, there's 3 of them, so they can't really get there in time.
Oh, Kaya could be caught throwing that flash. Indeed, the timing was perfect for Governor to strike. But on the side of B, they're not getting quite so lucky. Already, you can see Fnatic will be able to get that plant in relatively free. But Apex have their sights set on the rifle that they've dropped towards the spawn. Chronicle has a little more company than he thought that he did. Batu dropping him with the rifle, one to be picked up by Governor, and now a real opportunity for them to get back in. As you highlighted there, Tom, the ultimate online for Governor could clear a lot of space, and in fact, if deployed now, it could catch everybody. Most of them.
Yeah, this is as good an ult as you can have in this scenario. It doesn't look like they want to risk it here, not knowing where the players are, not having heaven control, and already caught on the cross. Will in fact be sent out by the other side, and this leaves a troublesome position. Oh, crashes! He'll find both anyway! A Red Bull clutch for Fnatic. A valiant effort from the side of Apex, but unfortunately being, well, valiant doesn't win anything.
No. No, it's the kills that do. And that's so tough, because actually Apex have played that retake relatively well. They could have invested the fade out into it. They could have got themselves back into a position. But actually, as you see here, like the timing of the peak, okay, can be a little bit tighter. You can make sure that both players are faster to react to the fact that there's that threat.
We have better American player, bro.
So I'm not looking too impressed there with how that B post plan's going. But hey, let's see what Apex have got. If I was going to make a guess here at what I think is going to happen, I need to see Apex starting to take a little bit more map control on this defense side. At the moment, they're not getting anybody on this deep line. They're in B main. They've done a little bit more aggression towards A main now, especially on that last round, and it's working for them. But they're giving up a lot of mid control. They're giving a lot of upper B main control. And you can see in that last round, Fnatic were very, very ready to abuse that free space that's being given to them. This comp on defense, Apex have got to up the aggression. Early round, mid round if it needs to be, but they've got to start re-clearing. They've got to start answering the question marks. Otherwise, Fnatic's branding is going to make the most of this mid control.
We obviously talk about this composition in general as very good for the attack. That double duelist, that dive opportunity. For Apex to have a decent chance going into that second half, how many rounds? What are we looking at here, pal?
Genuinely, 3's fine.
Okay.
4 is good enough. 5, you're starting to cook.
Okay.
It's not bad. Those goalposts seem reachable. Although with a player like Crash, he's lurking around. I mean, highest clutch percentage for good reason. And Chronicle's openings, they've been reliable. That A main push, we've seen it before. I think last time it was Governor.
It's solo again.
But the same result. You send one player, and you might as well send him straight to the Shadow Realm, dealt with by Chronicle, and that early advantage. And now, pal, what you talked about, that heaven control, that information, they won't have it. A lot of stress put on these players, and there's no way out for Molzy. He is trapped in here. The Orbo gives him a nice, brave enough to fire back. Fair enough, he's done damage.
Yeah, it's the same thing with A main, though. Like, you're sending someone to fight Chronicle. Send more than one. Like, this man is an army on his own. In fact, they're even dragging further players to try and deal with him. It leaves serious gaps in the defense at the moment, a sheer 2-2 split.
See here that Fnatic, what a shot from Alfia. Again, that's what happens if you do actually send 2 people towards to re-clear that space. perhaps in that timeout, that was what was covered. We need to contest for mid a bit more. We need to contest for B main in the mid round in this example, and we need to do it with numbers, because otherwise we're just losing the 50-50s.
And I'm not entirely against A main push, considering we had an off this time, but it's left them in a tough position. Player down already. Fluorescent taking out the decoy, revealed on backside. Oh, the utility on her. There was no way out for Fluorescent, and for Apex, it seems like there's no way to influence this round. A big play from Malzy or Governor could get them back into things, but with the economy on a knife's edge, they do not want any part in this. Maybe if Malzy had found a pick there, they'd risk it, maybe throw in the Fatal to try to pull it back, but like you said, Pal, 3, already some foundations are laid. There's no point in throwing away what little weaponry you still have. And the op can be retrieved by Malzy.
You keep the operator in play, you're getting close to almost all of your ults as well. Just keep them saved up. If you need to just get that extra 1-2 rounds more, let Fnatic have the space they want to play for. Don't give away those 50-50s.
He's on the hunt. Clear close angle with Chronicle, I'm sure he will. And well, that's not what you wanted to see.
Fantastic peek.
The run across Malzy. Do they check back towards the spawn? It seems like they might have an idea. Chronicle.
Nice shot.
Oh, he's finally fall.
Boaster. Oh, he's boxed him.
Ego pick.
Fair enough.
We like it.
Well, we could have been saying something different if the shot landed the other way, but it's Boaster to bite the bullet. And at least that operator will be carried forward. Still a scrappy buy if they go for one. It could just be that op trying to work. And again, we mentioned this, you know, the push-up in A main, we've seen it before. We've requested maybe that second player to go, but I don't mind the adaptation being to send the op instead, especially in the hands of someone like
two things. One, there's a supportive piece of utility to at least distract Chronicle. Two, you're not against Chronicle. Yes. Like, this is a guy who doesn't miss those shots. Like, you have to be quicker than a guy who has more trophies than anyone else.
But as well, like, you're seeing that haunt thrown up early, and they have this idea that the space is free. Let's send the op just to check.
Yeah,
they're going to do it again. they're not going fully up into the angle just yet, and hopefully for Batu, that stays the same, because as you said, Tom, Chronicle's waiting for that peak to come in. In fact, his patience is running dry. Saw him start to take a step forward. Batu's the man with the big gun. If he goes down this round in the dirt.
Something I think is really interesting that we can point out now with Fnatic's default here is they're leaving, of course, Chronicle towards A main. We've seen the value from that, but they're also leaving Alpha to B main.
Yeah.
Because they know they can get away with just having this one player in B main take the space for free. But the downside of that is when they make these plays for mid early, in the middle of the round sometimes as well, they don't actually have any util to really be able to punish anyone playing in vents, playing in male. So Apex perhaps could start to abuse that by trying to commit a few more bodies.
Do they use a Prowler here? Normally holding it for the later round scenarios, and well, there you go, you know the operator's there. Methodical as always by Fnatic, and Alpha just leaving it late in those mid-round scenarios. Batu's still here though. That operator deadly as ever, but you have to bear in mind that is basically the only weapon they have. The thing really on their side though is that clock starting to tick down, starting to get very late. These close corners causing issues. 8 seconds for them to get that spike down, but they've done it with a few seconds to spare.
Showstopper, and it's found one! That's the pick, but Kayak's keeping the minute. Looking to capture his inner crashies with those big clutches. In the reposition, getting ahead of the nade might not be expected. Fluorescent's looking the wrong way! And Kayak managing the 7th round for Fnatic. Again, we talked about Apex. They want those extra couple just to push them across the line to close the gap, but Fnatic keep on pushing into the lead.
I'm a little bit concerned that Fnatic seems to keep reverting to these much slower rounds, where you have people like Alfia inserted after we take mid control and go back to pressure A heaven, make it look like it's going into an A split, where they're getting the kills, sure, but actually the pack isn't moving fast enough. The pack's running it way too late and introducing, I think, far too much risk in my mind.
Do you know what's funny? This reminds me of like old school CS Fnatic. It's like there should be moments where maybe you get bitten for it, but your players are so good that you don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, we talked about Fnatic holding ultimates in the last map, and the Showstopper was online for quite a while. It's expanded right off rip, and a read that Malzy has been in this position a lot, but as soon as he hears the ult popped, he is running for the hills or running for the deeper vent play. Now they've crept up close, though. Even in the snake bite, Alpha's looking to fight. Fnatic riled up, feeling confident, no doubt, but they've avoided that early pick. And look, you wanted 2 players pushing up A main?
We'll take 3.
You got 3. They learned.
The one time that Chronicle is not there. Crazy. Instead, they're going for what looks like a much more direct hit towards the B side. I'm seeing that potential for the gate crash into back B. Heaven control being garnered completely. The only danger is that flank. If they get the timing right, but I think they might just be a little bit too late.
Look at the ults that Apex have got here. They're obviously playing for this set retake round. Let's see what they've got with it.
Look at this nasty little position in play.
30 seconds left.
This could cause big problems, Chronicle.
Spike planted.
Holding that control late. Oh, I think he's going for the flank. If he wraps around on A, he'll be way too late to the party. But if he goes back to Heaven now, a perfectly timed flank possible. Already though, Apex flooding into the site.
Lovely.
Double pick from Fluorescence Nade. Well, Chronicle better hurry up. It's only Kayak left, and position given away. Governor with the push back, and Kayak, well, he is left locked out of the site, and trying just to save the weapon to the next is I suppose, the only option available to. Well, he goes in for a kill, fair enough. That's one way.
It's funny, that round was almost an unintentional perfect counter. Like, you had 3 players push up, looking to just get rid of Chronicle. It's the one round he's not there, so they're able to get full amounts of space in behind, and then having that late nightfall in combination with the rest of the utility, there's not anywhere for you to go, because in your mind, you still have, okay, Chronicle in the backlines holding on to Heaven, but you don't know how far those players have got. Apex using their ultimates fantastically well, and well, they're already to the 4th. 5th was the gravy.
Ult used by Kayak. This is going to be an aggressive one. Flash already popped as Batu is just forced backwards. Kayak's on him and he's gone for it! That's a bold play.
That's rude.
I'm not sure that that's going to work out, even if we run back a couple more times. Batu's hitting those shots, and Fnatic gonna trying to exploit the space towards middle. It's Boaster. We've seen this from Alphayear a couple of times, being able to find that late play up into Heaven. This time Boaster, I think, makes a bit more sense to leave him behind. Problem is, Apex just conceded the space. They've fallen back. They know now with the advantage, they're not the ones that need to make a move.
Happy to commit 2 players to the back of site. We've seen Fnatic many a time slow down. Molzy being cleared, though. I don't know why it felt inevitable. I think it was just the spray through in towards that orb, but that will even things up. Boaster has got an incredible timing as well. Fluorescent is completely unaware, but he doesn't opt to push it. Doesn't know how far he's managed to get, but maybe also doesn't want to give the game away as his teammates look to rotate the Spectre. Eventually will do the work, and now Fluorescent knows the game is up. They're on the B side, but just waits to see if she can catch Alphayear. This pick could be everything. Having Heaven control could be huge, but they left Chronicle behind another piece exactly the same, and now Alphayear pounces as well. Similarly to Lotus, just leaving a couple every once in a while in an off angle. And the Governor, well, it would need to be a miracle.
That's a huge gap to leave, pal.
This is, to be fair, Apex, I would expect after the amount of rounds we've played, Fnatic on split attack side, Fnatic is, again, same on Lotus attack side as well, but it was also the same before on Hayden.
Well, 8-4 is where we leave it. Apex, quite a bit of ground to cover, but they'll move on to a more favorable side after the break.
Okay, who's got this next? Satchel out.
Welcome back, folks. 8 rounds for Fnatic, and if they take this map or the next, they'll be set to make it all the way to playoffs. It could be over the corpse of Apex, or presumably, as that team will then struggle to make it there. They need the stars to align to have any chance, and you never want to have playoff possibility out of your control.
Yeah, I'd say as well, though, for Fnatic, playoffs is starting block. Like, we know that first place in the group can give you so much more. I think that them coming in today and getting a victory would be the expectation, really. I think anything less, and we'd be calling questions after the display we had last week for Apex. Yeah, sure, it's not elimination. They're not out, but they'd be very, very, very close, and they would rely on others to turn the tide. Looking like very aggressive. What? Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Kayak's just been shown how it's done when you teleport into your opponent's face and find the kill anyway.
That's one way to do it. All right. Fluorescent already had a much better first half. She's popped off onto Boaster and left the B site firmly into Apex's control. Now, I'm not sure if you want to break down that opening duel, pal. The gate crash dry run, it's not something I've seen all that often.
As someone with 2 Turkish players in your team, do you want to break that?
Some things can just not be comprehended by the Turkish mind.
That's exactly it.
There's not enough talent in the rest of the region for sure. It's a tough one. That's Valorant.
Genuinely, I reckon you've seen Levin do that at least once a week.
Once a week? Once a day.
Once a day, okay.
And again, he wins them.
Yeah.
he wins them as well, which is the important bit. Because it's those sort of duels that can genuinely define rounds like this, and then the start of a half, or even if it comes later in a half, it can define how a map goes.
Oh, beautiful. We talk about warming up. Well, a 4K in the pistol for Fluorescent. Came out of the last half, one of the few players that was positive, and that's going to put you in a positive headspace.
This is actually something that's really, really important that I want to talk about.
Okay.
We call them icebreakers.
Yeah.
When you get, as a player, your first sort of multi-kill coming into these rounds, Floor getting first here, getting the second onto Boaster, and then cleaning up, spamming the body, absolutely feeling the confidence. When you get that early in a half or early in a map, it's something that really sets you off for the rest of the game. You try and get everybody their icebreakers, get them into the half as soon as possible, and then you can build from a group from there.
I'd say a good thing as well is that currently, both duelists on Apex have looked decent. Like, Fluorescent currently the top fragger in the server, so there are definite opportunities for them here. I would say the same, though, for Fnatic. They are stacked up B-site defense, looking to push into these guns. That's Fluorescent already down, a rifle on the deck. This would be a horrific round to be lost, and 2 players have actually been caught by the Seas, potentially going to go for a little bit more here. Yeah, sure, it's only pistols, but this is incredibly dangerous.
Can get costly for Fnatic.
They didn't get the gun back, by the way.
Yeah, Apex have left the space. They had 3 rifles coming in. Chronicle.
No one's classic is that clean. I'm sorry.
Again, it was only a ghost he's up against, but this guy is just phenomenal. And now, luckily at least, we see them go back in to fill this space. Problem is, Alfier's already got the rifle. He shows that to them plain as day, taking down Governor. And this has been an absolute disaster of a follow-up for Apex. You talk about icebreakers. Well, I think that ice is just frozen back over.
When the ice age.
Credit to Milan and Sut here. That's definitely, or perhaps Boaster as well, someone within that group, someone within the leadership, whoever's been responsible for that part of the prep has done a very, very good job at setting that out as the second round eco in their game plan, okay? Because we've seen Apex on their last 2 maps, on their attack side on Split, absolutely love this B main control. They've set up a trap, they're ready for it in case Apex played into it, and they've absolutely cleared.
I'm sorry, but like a pay safe card thrifty where a guy's just walking around with a class, like it must be so easy to sell the Fnatic Classic because you're just the socials guy just sat home going, oh, cool. Just a pay safe card thrifty, one with 2 kills from our classic shooting 4 bullets. Just Chronicle things.
Yeah, Chronicle, he's really been a thorn in the side when he's on that solo control, playing on the light side of the map. Well, always looks a little heavier with him around. Flash through to A as they clear it out, and Apex realizes nobody home. Fnatic up in heaven. And they'll be spamming down from above, but having now to fight back into the pistols could play into Apex's favor, especially as you're highlighting with this wall that, if perfectly timed, Fnatic will have to run through. That gives the pistols a real leg up.
Absolutely. You look at Fnatic, they've not got much area effect util. Stuff can do damage outside of that Raise Nade, which they've already used. So Apex can just sit behind and bunker behind this Viper wall.
They put the wall down as well, waiting for those toxins to charge right back up, knowing that this isn't the trigger for Fnatic just yet, and when it comes through, when they step up, here comes the wall. You gotta walk through it. Alpha takes a different route, diving into the back, creates that space, but the showstopper cut off a little too early. It could have swung it back in their favor, but it looked unlikely nonetheless. Fnatic, double digits.
You can't go through it. You can't go around it. Just go over the top of it, boys. Fair enough.
It comes down, like you look at the time with just a couple of seconds left on the clock, a pick out of that showstopper could have really changed it. You understand the instinct moment to pop that ultimate, but when you then don't win the round, you look back and feel a little bit more rough for it. That's going to be Fnatic hitting double digits in the ones. Well, 10-5 in the lead.
Oh my shit, the bed. I had the razor. I was like, please.
Well, luckily Crashies was there to save the day. The bleep button wasn't.
Nope.
I think we lost that over the last couple of days.
It's gone.
Oh, this is nice for Fnatic.
Ready. Chronicle has just looked utterly clinical. And while Fluorescent, after unfortunately using that showstopper in the last round, will have to just sit and watch the remainder crash. He's not going to overface. And this is the thing I always like with the Fnatic squad, is they're happy to sit that little bit more passive. Once having an advantage of over, is desperately trying to make play into the B side. In fact, the spike is currently running all the way back through the spawn. I'm more interested in Batu.
Got a great position. Sneaking in through heaven, and look, they're so focused on Evolva that Batu can come swinging in from above. A 2 versus 2, a retake for Fnatic as the plant is undoubtedly coming in. The players are in sewers at the moment. And most importantly, on this retake, Kayak has an operator. Might want to trade that out, but I'm just looking at where he is. I don't think he has the opportunity. So instead, they'll move from main. And you can see that if he is the one to take that swing, he'll have a real chance to connect that opening duel.
That the TP's behind them as well. A rough idea of where these opponents could be. The operator not quite connecting, but the rifle has been found. Oh, Batu tagged up. A lot of additional damage. Chance for an individual fight, but doesn't know where the remainder is of Governor, who will get the timing spot on. A little bit close for comfort. But Apex will break back, and it's at the hands of that young Turkish duelist.
I'm really interested to see whether Fnatic have got quite a clear game plan around this early aggression in mid. They know that Apex don't like playing for mid straight away in the round. They like playing for B main. They like having Molzy lurking towards A. So are we going to see them again continue to push mid a little bit more, try and find that early space, force Apex to re-clear it, or force them just to go straight off the start of the round?
This round at least, with Dimensional Drift online, they can opt to be that little bit more passive and then use it mid-round to try and find any additional information that they need. Early Prowlers thrown out after losing sight due to the Viper wall. But as you mentioned, a start towards either side and an eventual retake of mid.
We've seen this round from Fnatic a lot. The extremities covered off. Molzy with his best impression of Chronicle. Spams from Chron. Not going to land to start with. The passive from Apex, and as they push up to 2 to contend with Prowler, clears out Alpha, he'll be backing off. Decoy confirms he's not sitting around there, as does the C's. So they get a nice little embed for Batu there for the late round. But I'm looking at the extremities. When do those rotations come into play? Someone's got to give up that space, and the steps are being heard here in B main. Apex now know that Fnatic have pushed up.
They're going to retake it.
I think, yeah, they're going to want to retake, either to have the fight inside of main or to walk into that space if it's left unattended.
Do they contact it? Or do they wait for this fade to come in with because that's going to determine whether or not they give the information back to Fnatic about what spaces of the map they're still trying to play for and use.
Well, this will be the info, though.
You are divided.
Time to go.
Kayak, Dimensional Drift. You don't know where he's going to be. Already will spot 2 players out on Heaven, but the execution has begun. 15 seconds. Apex need to make a move on. Boaster's just going to be pre-fired through.
10 seconds left.
That's the opener that they needed. Chronicle. It was a potential opportunity, but the fight's not quite going their way, or at least they won. A quick pick. Alfia not going to clear, and because of that, that double duelist strikes again. Another round for Apex. A solid one at that.
I only have like
Apex have been doing quite well when they abandon the pack and go for more of a shotgun play. You see it there on the B site, scattered out in so many different positions. Even when you clear those close players, there's a second guy, a third guy, ready to take those fights. You look around before with splitting up and looking for clues, Scooby-Doo style, with the late play from Batu up into heaven. It's a lot going their way in these last couple rounds.
That kill from Governor off Boaster is so crucial. Yeah, because if you're the defending team like Fnatic, you've got your site anchor still on the site bunkering. You've got someone there that can disrupt a little bit, buy you a little bit more time for that flood to come in. And Alpha does not care anymore. He's going full send into sewers with that bucket.
Well, I think as well, if the spike gets dropped there with 10 seconds left, panic. Instead, you pre-fire the guy, easy plant. There's no danger whatsoever. You've already mentioned the danger in this round. Bucky FC making a return.
This is actually quite nice decision-making from Boaster. You create quite a big distraction towards mid with Alpha satcheling down there into sewers. Hey guys, look, this is what we're doing on our eco round. But actually, it's all to see if Boaster can get away, can be disguised. How does Batu have the read on that?
I think we call that wall hacks.
Now you've seen Boaster last round sitting behind the box, waiting on the site, knows they're on a low buy, knows they got the bookie before. Whether he was just suspicious or if they'll actually clear this, that's a different story. They get pigeonholed into the site, it's going to be very bad. Sees, it's gone a little deep.
Oh, it's gone past.
Give it a chance. But luckily, he's missing the shots. The blind of the decoy saving the day. Pistols flooding back through. Don't give Chronicle the opportunities. We know he'll connect them, and another one found with Fluorescent on 5 HP, getting very close to that snake bite. Too close for comfort. But it's only crashes. I said this man, and I think he might buff his stats a little, the highest clutch percentage in the league here in stage 1. This one would be a little bit more than I think anyone could expect. A Sheriff against 3.
He's having a quieter performance as well on this map, so it would have to be somewhat absurd. I don't think I'm a believer in it. But even just going down at this stage to a player rather than the spike will actually gift his ultimate over, so although you might not want to give it over to the other side instead, I really wouldn't mind it in this case.
Forward and look for the pick, even just to add that extra cost to the economy, but Fluorescent 5 HP is good to convert. And another round on the board for Apex. The slow climb back is very much in full swing at this point, and Fnatic are calling a timeout.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was the point that I was going to make, is I think this is something that Fnatic...
He's not chilling, bro.
Too far away from him, mate. This is something that I would expect to see coming out of Fnatic now. Because Apex, to draw a quick comparison between the two attack styles, are playing a lot more direct. They know they've got that double duelist. They know how fast they can be at getting through these choke points with the satchels, with the Yoru TPs. And Fnatic at the moment is still just trying to get to grips, given that they played a much slower attack style that relied on those inserts, finding those 50-50 duels like they had on Lotus. They're just struggling to get to grips with how they need to deal with that defensively.
It's been a bit more of a struggle to really grasp what Apex have been doing, because again, they've not really been giving anything away. Any mid-round stuff they do can very quickly turn back to one of the sides because they've not been giving up any of that space. And for Fnatic, this is now an opportunity for the coaching staff, one even stolen coaching staff, to have some words.
Still not forgiven for that. But that's absolutely the point you're making there, of being able to disguise what you're doing in the mid-round, is the value of having this Astra and the Viper. 2 controllers in your composition on the attack side. When you put the Viper wall up, when you put the orb up, when you open one of these smokes, you deny vision for the defense. They're forced to do something to get information back again. If they don't, you can start running them around the map.
Well, the good thing for Fnatic, ultimates.
I have the spike.
Viper's pick can definitely make that a little bit more difficult, especially if there's contact around mid-control. However, though, one aspect that goes alongside those smokes is also Batu taking space. He can very easily reposition to the other side of the map, but when you get this far, I feel like you don't want to. You want to hold on to heaven control if you can.
Try and play a bit of bait and switch with Molzy as well, perhaps.
Curious to see how this one goes down. A lot of ultis for Fnatic. Their first timeout called in this series, the first time that they feel pressure. And we saw them overconfident in some of those rounds on Lotus. They gave away back in that, albeit, came to a quick conclusion. But now,
you imagine they come into this more locked in than ever.
Absolutely. You've got to be at this point for sure. You've got to have some sort of answer for how aggressive Apex have been.
That doesn't give anything away. Every piece of utility has been dodged, avoided already. And Nightfall's going to clear out the site. The problem is there was no one there. Fnatic far more passive in this scenario. They've seen a man in the backlines, but they are very quickly being able to get back into position. The danger, though, is on the other side of the map. This run around all the way through spawn. If Avova can get there in time, this could ruin everything.
Shift walking just in time, popping down some stars, trying to buy that little bit of extra time. What? Chronicle onto Fluorescent, though. That must have been through the smoke. Yeah. And looking by the walls, we saw it indeed. And a little bit more found now from Alphier. Avova, though, makes his presence known, but it's only for one. Still, Fnatic on their way to the site, grabbing themselves a half diffuser, trying to. The grab well comes into play. Avova buying more time as Heaven has now seized the sprays in the smoke are good. And it's only one Boaster on the stack, and he'll get it! Across the line, under their nose, a Red Bull clutch, and it's Avova arriving a second too late for a taste of his own medicine.
That's heartbreaking. That was so well played from the point of getting into position, the late lurk. I think even the players on site did incredibly well considering you're already playing with a disadvantage. I think this immediate pick out and they used the showstopper. This was looking like, okay, you managed to turn what seemed impossible and then just moments later, it's just a nasty little defuse.
I actually really want to talk about that man on the camera right there. Because it's a detail that I think most people will miss, but him just ducking back down into vents, buying a bit more time before he gets cleared, before he gets killed, means that Apex's Heaven players can't do anything about that site retake that's coming in. Really nicely done from him.
Cerebral player at the worst of times, to be honest, and at the best, he'll just convert that win for you with a Viper's Pit down on mid. He's solo holding this entire portion of the map and putting a real spanner into the works for Apex.
I think as well he held it until the Dimensional Drift was used in the previous round. Like, Chronicle has had that Viper's Pit for a couple of rounds, but just realizing, okay, well, if they have a perfect counter to me, throwing this in has no value. Now that it's gone, now try and run through my pit.
Don't wait until Floor gets up that showstopper either.
Yeah, that's true.
You've got, off the back of Governor's Prowlers as well, you've got another immediate counter to it. So nicely timed from them for sure.
Oh, it is a stalemate inside of B main. Both players sitting just meters from each other as Governor rounds the corner, though he's the one to win the fight. With Avova winning the Battle of the Astras, the B site seems open for business. They certainly think it is, but Kayak's rotated in early, and a double pickup puts us back to square footing. That push onto site delayed, and the reposition from Kayak, the high-low, it's not worked out. And it's Chronicle to fall with battle scars on Kayak. He's lucky to still be alive. Pressure on for Alphier with the plant now secured.
Eden will do a little bit of chip damage. That showstopper you mentioned is now online in the post, but I don't think they're going to need it. Alphier low enough that holding onto the gun is going to be so desperately important. And the fact is, like, Fnatic, their risk was, okay, we have some weaker weaponry. Bear in mind, they won a round but had nobody surviving into the late stages. So they had an SMG, they had a piece of the puzzle missing. It's just that hard clear. Like, you kind of expect if you're Fnatic, okay, something's going to come through the other side, something's going to push me off the angle. No, Apex are very happy to go for those contact fights, feeling very confident individually.
Did Ozzy not hear it?
I guess not.
Alpha was running.
One point I also want to add, and other than the initial game they had back at kickoff versus Gentlemates, even though they've not won a series, Apex have always taken a map. That includes matches versus Team Liquid, Team Heretics, and Na'Vi. Those are all, well, mostly teams very difficult to take maps off. No offense, Na'Vi. I'm starting to think it's possible.
If there was ever a time against Fnatic, come back, when Fnatic are on defense on split, it's been done before.
Oh, that's never happened before. What team has managed to do that? BBL coach.
Let's see if they can do the same.
This round is not looking all too strong for Fnatic. The rifle saved by Alphier is the only thing to boast about. Kayak's able to scrounge together the credits for his Sheriff. For the most part, this should be a conceded 10.
Chronicle's got a classic. That's his best weapon.
My bad. My bad, actually, yeah. Let's flip the script. Fnatic coming in with the massive advantage now that the little weapons in the hands of Chronicle. And actually, Fnatic, as you're highlighting there, I believe that was you, Pal, with a little circle. They've gone for the mid push. Timing. Oh, it looked like it was perfect, but Fluorescent is there to greet this party as they push. A sliver of health left on Chronicle, and the danger of this round already put to bed.
It's something actually I want to see Fnatic do a little bit more. We spoke about it earlier in the half, but if they're able to show at least that they've got this mid control early, Apex starting with their defaults, especially towards B main still, starting quite focused on the extremities of the map, they are either forced to commit to just going straight from that space, in which case Fnatic, right, we're 3 in the middle of the map, we're 1 already on the site they've gone towards, we can just retake and flood really, really quickly. Or Apex are forced to slow down, move away from the attacking style that's been working so well for them so far, and re-clear mid to avoid giving Fnatic a really, really easy late round.
This is going to be anything but an easy late round. With 11-10, the likely score on the board, you can see that Boaster's on the A site just saving the weapon, the rifle they've recovered, while Chronicle and Crashies, well, they'll be playing the exits and going down to the spike if needs be. For Apex, what a recovery of a game. A series, indeed, that felt like it was not even slipping out of their grasps. It felt like it was never in their hands. And now, well, they've seized the reins of fate. They're steering themselves towards a map 3 ascent, where we could end up very soon. Up goes Batu, there's one. Nicely done, at least grabbing an orb on his way out.
They've not started with Floor's Icebreaker. 4 kills on Pistol, spamming Boaster's body, and actually Fnatic bring out their second timeout of the series and of the half.
Right, yeah, but looking at the top players in the server, and this is why when you think back to Pearl over at kickoff, we were so excited because you had Batu on the agent where he is best. Don't get me wrong, you'll see him on the Sentinel, he's learning new roles, he's picking up new positions, and he's had some decent performances, but when you put him on this Yoru, he's one of the most terrifying players to play against because just sheer confidence. Like, you could cut to his cam at any point, the guy's smiling, having fun, enjoying himself, and the other duelist is Fluorescent. I don't need to say anything more. So with both of these players, 22 and 20 on that kill feed, the closest, well, equaling Batu is Chronicle, who's been having a pretty solid game, to be fair. But this is now looking like a turn tide, with both of them performing showstopper in their hands. On the other side of things, a lot of it looks like it would be more retake-friendly ultimates or looking for utility on Kayak, who has started to wake up over the last couple of rounds. I do feel, though, that unless there is that momentum breaker or something that the coaching staff can bring in, I think Apex have got this.
I think a lot of that timeout has to be really focused on how these ults match up against one another. For Fnatic, you're a long way away from anything other than your dimensional drift and your Astral ult as well. Whereas for Apex, you've kind of got quite an easy way into a site and to hold in the post plant. Raze ult, Astral ult to take the site, Viper ult in post plant. That gets you up to that 11th. Let's see how they match up against each other. What are the plans? What are people going for now they've had time to discuss it?
Pressure certainly on Fnatic. Uh-oh. 2 timeouts used in quick succession. A split seems to slip out of their grasp. A shot post landed. The gate crash.
It's enough though. Yeah. Should be enough.
I think Boaster's still here. He's picked up Fluorescent, waiting for them to come out of the smoke, but the Bulldog doesn't have that much of a bite this time. Although look who's just been spotted in Oravova is, and it seemed like Kayak wanted to take him down.
Both Yorus just about escaped. There, them all taking their time, expecting some counter utility. The paint shell's already used, the snake bite already used, so any form of denial has already gone. Avova is going to get back around into the pit, now flashing through, waiting on the other side. It's a running shot that takes out Kayak.
Blinded
mentioned this point, making it through any of that utility is impossible at this stage. Like, trying to find any sort of hole in this post plant. And you mentioned it in the moment that the spike wasn't down, but I actually really like that from Apex. It's basically not allowing what utility was there from Fnatic to risk disrupting anything they were doing. They just hold, wait, stay calm, and in the end, it's enough.
So it's interesting you say that, because I think if you're getting that Viper's pit down before the plant comes in, you're basically giving Fnatic all of the space up until that yellow line to just say, right, hey, you can have this for free. we can't see you, and you can spam through our Viper's pit in order to be able to deny this.
They had a divide down as well, though, right?
So that's when the Cosmic Divide came in, and that was the thing that kind of saved that round for them, in my opinion. Having to stack up those 3 ults in one go got them through in the end.
Well, actually, the late rotation as well coming through Heaven. If Fnatic had that space 2 or 3 seconds earlier, exactly like you said, a Snakebite went in, landed on the Viper, 1 spam going through that pit, 1 little spray down, and we're done and dusted. This round is reset, and the favor is probably for Fnatic with all those players in the open. But again, that Cosmic Divide comes in just after that. The window is closed, and at that point, the round's basically done. The only thing left to do is for Kayak to try that flash through, take that free space on the back, but even blinded and running, he gets headshot. So not a lot you can do about that. That gets Apex to 11. Like you said, a lot of ults used up by that attack side, but now we're neck and neck. And Fnatic are out of timeouts.
Yeah, also the defense have used all of their ults over the last couple of rounds. They used the Dimensional Drift in the last to try and clear out that backline. Maybe in a retake that will be useful, but with the weaponry they've got as well, pieces missing here for Fnatic, and the momentum firmly in the hands of Apex. Try and fight for control of middle. There's 2 players here. Chronicle is the 1 man I wouldn't want to face. Never mind! Batu pulling out the BS once again. A spray straight through. Now Alpha, whoa, he's spotted the cross, but hasn't denied him.
He'll go for the sneak up. They've got deep B main control, but the TP comes out and they're starting to fade away. They think that player inside the vent is signaling an A push. And so this is map control is left wide open, looking to just compete for middle. Whoa, that's a little risky. The jump peek from Batu, but he gets out unscathed. Crashy's falling, and everything has come crashing down for Fnatic. The lead that was theirs for oh so long, and it seemed set to close this out 2-0 to lock in qualification to playoffs. But that may be a bumpier road than anticipated.
Apex giving Fnatic a taste of their own medicine. That same slow, multi-phase kind of attack play style where they're leaving agents, Batu on the Yoru in vents where he's able to escape with a TP if he needs to find those key 50-50 duels, in this case on Alpha. And then off the back of having that advantage, when Fnatic are already on the back foot in the round, applying the fake pressure to be Heaven, Malzy takes his timing when the site player is distracted, finds that second 50-50, and that's the round pretty much done and dusted from there. Really nicely done from Apex.
I want to ask you this, because I think that obviously as casters, you're going to keep an eye on the tier 2. You're going to keep an eye on the players coming up. I can hold my hands up and say when it comes to Batu, I was almost completely clueless. When he came into the league as like someone stepping into shoes of a roster that basically managed to get promoted, losing some of those spots. Now seeing him go up against Fnatic, walk up mid and get 2 opening kills, was he on your radar?
No, I don't think he was really on anyone's. I don't know too much about exactly how he was scouted or whatever, but he was having quite good performances in ranked, and I think that's kind of how they put him up. But finding, though, maybe that's just the intuition. That's the ranked intuition. I know there's going to be somebody in that smoke. I'm going to send half a magazine in there. Well, it pays off.
You mentioned that they're getting a taste, Fnatic getting a taste of their own medicine from the playstyle, but also from that exact spam. Chronicle's done that on this map a bunch of times. He's been spamming through smokes and taking players down, so now he gets to be on the receiving end, a push up from Alpha here, and he's going deep for the fight, chasing them away from the A site, and the response, an immediate ult used to clear out B. Fade sent in, and oh, it doesn't quite catch Boaster.
That does
Still very much waiting for this player to come out of his ult.
What is that?
Find him anyways. Batu's been on one.
Oh, no one's taking that back to the training ground. That was messy, but it works out. Chronicle has immediately responded, though. Fnatic never down until they're out, and oh, they forgot about Alpha here. They thought, oh, you know, he's pushed up, he's taken control, but he'll go back. No, he's actually sitting in the spawn, just chilling, just waiting for them to try and respond. Chronicle with another, and well, Alpha is going to take us to overtime. Apex got all the way to the final hurdle and tripped. Now they have to get up and race again.
Let me tell you, whoever checks the heat maps after this game is going to be like, I think it's off. Why is there 2 kills in spawn? What a push from Alpha. But overall, this is a massive recovery from Fnatic. Going 12-12, it seemed like all of the win was in Apex's sails. They start to play Fnatic's game potentially better. They start to win those spams through. We see all the confidence sky high, but that round just reignite the flames under Fnatic.
Absolutely, and you can see that from Chronicle's reaction there. He knows how important that is, and it's really nice to see in a team perspective that you have these kind of key personalities that are absolutely there in the toughest moments to get everybody back on the same page, to get that energy going again, and to re-motivate them going into this attack side now.
Well, that also just seemed like more of an alpha year round. Like, I'm just going to disrespect. I'm going to go aggressive in towards EMEA, and I'm going to try and just take the round into my own hands. And to be fair to him, that's exactly what he did. Now we swap halves, swap sides once again. Back to this lurk from Chronicle, but that operator still lands. Bear in mind, no shields available for Batu in this scenario, so he's got to try and win a fight that, if we're being honest, he was losing most of that first half.
Normally it was him pushing into Chronicle, though. Now he is sitting and waiting. Again, we saw this passive adaptation towards the end of Apex's defensive side, and it served them a lot better. Still containing that control, but not having as much of a risk, and the only thing that comes from this is eventually a Prowler comes your way, if they're coming. And if not, you have information for the whole round, stacked a little heavier towards the B site where Spike is outside of, but Fnatic have got mid-control. They've already crossed into Vents, the old Angel. And here, the world is their oyster.
Looks like they're just going to group up. Keep it simple, keep it strong under the pressure.
Info has been garnered though, but that still doesn't tell where they're going to go back to. But you can see the immediate response from Molzy is going to try and get that little bit of hold in case they try and move back, and with a stack up on this side, it could be huge, but never mind. Kayak with an immediate opener. Vova on the site needs to try and hold his ground. The timing looks good, but it's only Fluorescent to find anything. And while with seconds left, an attempt, well, a risky attempt to try and deny the spike. That was all that was really available there.
Yeah, 9 seconds on the clock. Even if he does successfully deny the spike, someone else is picking up the pieces. That had to be a godlike moment. And now 13 to 12. They took a while getting here, but map and series point for Fnatic, qualification point as well.
This was really nicely timed, that B main here, I've got to say, from Alpha and Crashes. They wait just long enough for their Heaven players to come out, to create the distraction, to force the site players to be focused on them, and that's when they take their timing, to come out of that smoke, to look for their own fights.
It's the highest pressure sort of pause you can have. You had the incredible comeback, you get all the way to, you're actually in the lead, a chance to close out the map, then you lose a couple in a row. Now obviously on this attack, Apex were incredible, but I do question how once that momentum is broken, it's not the same going back into this sort of attack round.
No, absolutely not. They know they have stuff that works. It's already been working for so much of the attack half. But now this is where the mental aspect of competition comes in. How much can you rely on your bits of structure that you've got? This is where you return as a team back to your systems, your ways of doing things, ways of doing your timeouts. What do you have that as like a kind of safety net in terms of that keeps the composure of the team? Do you have an understanding of exactly stylistically how you want to play certain rounds, step by step things you want to achieve? Do you have super well drilled executes if that's something you want to rely on in this sort of situation? Bring it back down to the things that you know really well, that you practice day in, day out. That should be enough to get you across the line under pressure.
The scary thing for me, though, is that a lot of the rounds they were winning on the attack were down to a lot of flair. Like Batu being a hero in some of these rounds. So if you go back to basics, maybe the flair disappears.
Yeah, a candle in the wind. It's dangerous. They mess with a winning formula, but at this stage, Apex might have to resort to desperation. Fnatic seem to have found their identity again. One round away from closing this out. It's here on the defense.
They're going back to basics. Guys, we're going to do a bit of pressure, and maybe we're going to do a bit of pressure towards B, make sure they're not doing anything aggressive, and then we're going to go A with our double jewelers gun.
And take a look at where the gate crash is. Actually, it's just faded away. That timing perfect. Now Kayak under pressure. He gets the second gate crash out. Has a way to fall back, but takes the fight instead. At least landing one before falling. They might think that he was solo on this side. They're certainly not aware of Chronicle. They're not looking, and that's a big mistake. He only gets one for his trouble, though. An underwhelming performance considering it is Chronicle up there given the opportunity.
There's a second layer to it though. Such a quick response from Alpha here, but he just wants to hold onto the ground, try and get some information. In fact, that's Fluorescent forced back into an angle that is basically a 1 versus 1 unless Molzy swings, which Molzy cannot swing. They're holding him in position, at least for now. Fluorescent, though, repositions. Are so important, but it leaves them all caught to the back of the site. A chance for Fnatic to just garner all of this extra space without too much resistance. That time, however, is ticking lower and lower. Just holding on to this late ground down. They need to get towards the spike as quickly as humanly possible. Alfia will be there, and well, I think the time has already gone. Just rushing around will be Morzy needs to get onto this spike. Get this done. We continue in overtime. Apex hold the line.
Well, there was a moment where Apex looked like a ship without a rudder, but the leader here comes out, manages to put them right back on course to take this map 13-13. Morzy with a 4-piece, and Apex with another shot at the Kings.
That reposition that you spoke about, Tom, that allows Fluorescent and Morzy to be grouped up there, like towering, we call it, up and under, high, low, both holding exactly the same angle in elbow. That, I think, wins them the rounds. It reduces the risk of taking those 50-50s against players like Alf gets them on the same page, doing the same thing together.
I think is what Fnatic did with the Prowler to force her there in the first place. Just weren't quite able to capitalize. Batu, well, we've been here before. The interesting thing, though, is where Kayak sits. I think just trying to deny the space that Batu has had for free in the majority of rounds, and almost trying to sell the idea Chronicle is in this position.
It's all closed.
I don't know if Batu have any idea. And on the other side of the map, an aggressive push into B main hasn't worked out. It's a response, it's a counter. And that's now a 2-player advantage for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is it. The more data that you give them, the more chance that they add the numbers up correctly. Fnatic putting the pieces to this puzzle together ahead of time. Governor trying his best, but Chronicle, we said through the smokes, he's been good. He's done it through the wall now. And Avova and Morzy left to pick up the pieces. What remains? A picture that looks bleak. Vova's in no man's land. Crashies is on the flank as well. He's on his way up and not even needed. Kayak puts Morzy to bed. And Avova, well, the element of surprise, it might be good for one. It could even get him 2, but that's still only halfway there.
This is like heading into a medieval battle. Well, I'll be there in 2 weeks, guys. There's just hold as long as you can. Well, the TP was right in his face, but it turns out if Kayak gets a dimensional drift, he also gets all the info.
Kayak's had a fantastic round here. Obviously, someone there in the pre-round has called, right, we know how Batu's setting up. We know that they're ready for Chronicle to be a little bit further back towards A main. Avova's good for 1.
No, time's going. Keep going with your
they're so ready to bait Chronicle there. That's essentially what Kayak's looking to do. I'm surprised Chronicle didn't maybe make noise running away to fake that maybe Batu thinks he's got the space or something like that. But whoever's called that, with the composure needed to do it, to have that idea, to see that tiny little macro thing, at this sort of level in the game, with such high stakes, really, really nicely done, whoever's responsible for that.
I need a drop.
14-13, but... Well, considering they didn't have a pause before this round, that would have been impressive.
Telepathy.
Okay. Irish telepathy. We won't talk too much about that.
13-14, and that's the thing for Apex. If we go to OT again, they now need a new adaptation to that A-hold. It's being figured out.
Massive direct.
It's a wall before we get there. Kayak, 1 is all he's good for. And a flurry of frags for Apex. They're right back in the game. Well, talked about if they get to another OT. Well, the coaches better start thinking about what's going to happen to that defensive hold, because it looks like they'll get another swing at it. Boaster and Chronicle, 2 versus 4 to make this attempt. And we've seen the elbows stack up before. It was Apex with 2 players. I think it was Morzy and Fluorescent in the firing squad last time around. That was enough. This time they've got 4 back there, stacked up and ready to swing. If anything comes of this for Fnatic, it will be a play that's talked about for a long time to come.
Chronicle has a few of those. Snakebite in hand could make it awkward, but already Dink makes it any worse. They're also denying Boaster any additional space. He's the only one with any HP remaining, and Avova's just sat on the other side with a shorty. The time at this stage is too far gone anyway, and while it is an attack-sided game at this stage, Apex put up against it. But honestly, they're doing a fantastic job. I also feel like Fnatic have just got to the point, and this is the same through history. I think they may have the longest ever game on the split. They're looking to recreate that this year, because, what was it, 18-16 defeat to Vitality? Well, 14-14 here. Got a few more OTs to go.
Close enough. I think the fact that these rounds are just alternating. It's always the attacking side team that's winning. That is a clear nod to just how strong these double duelist comps are on this map. Let's see how direct Fnatic decides to be. Not particularly by the looks of it, but what I do like is they're actually faking this that you mentioned earlier on, Mitch. They're faking the fact that when they've gone A before and they've re-cleared here with the Prowler, they've always been going A. It's not really achieved what they wanted to try and draw those rotations over. Maybe they've done it a little bit too early in the round, but it has got Chronicle into a better position for this lurk.
Yeah, we've seen him. Well, we've seen a player switch over to that side and catch Batu off, but Batu's repositioned to a much more passive hold I'd like to see as well. If he's still held up close and personal, that's only going to spell out defeat, with Fnatic having that code very much cracked. The attack side has been where all the success is, but 50 seconds on the clock and no real space taken. Rotate from Apex, 3 players now on A. Yeah. Maybe that fake is being sold perfectly by Chronicle, the Prowler from earlier on, giving them that bit of false information. They see the Viper, the Snakebite go down, and look at the wrap up in heaven. A big play from Fnatic now as they'll make their way up through the ropes, assuming that Apex are still pushed up. Prowler clears all the space. They now know there should be a fight up close. The spams come in and Governor is forced back.
The move from Batu back to the site. They've wasted a lot of time. They will now try to make that move forward. Gravwell to push him out of position. In fact, Molzy's gone down. That's a big kill from Alpha. And while again, it goes down to the last few seconds, but as always, the execution from Fnatic is perfect.
Running the time down low again, but it has worked.
It's worked every time. I feel like we can't even really question it at this stage when it goes down to those last few seconds and it never seems to go wrong.
Except for that plant on Lotus, but yeah, other than that, everything's been working out, and it will again this time. Fnatic 15 to 14. But again, that is your attack side. The problem has come with defending, and for Fnatic, last time it was a very quick response from Apex. The round was over almost before it began. We'll see what their adaptation is.
Apex has been hitting this A side so much, and getting so much success from it. I would expect there to be some sort of quite significant action from one of the two teams. It might not just be that Fnatic are gearing up to fight this, but it might be actually that Apex look like they're positioning to fake this A hit, have the Yori TP back towards B, and be ready to go from there.
They've had enough.
Trap.
Yeah. 3 players here.
Clear left.
Oh, Batu. So well.
They have to know.
Yeah, I think they know that this is a... Oh, maybe not. It seemed like Alpha was holding the angle, but Batu comfortable. Molzy in position. Kayak wants to try and take this firefight, but Molzy's not going to give that advantage away.
Now into the 5v4. Fnatic, they don't have a lot of information once that Viper wall goes up. Reliant on Crashy's holding on tight, but it's leaving gaps. The B side is wide open, and that seems to be where the walkabout is coming with 3 players up in heaven. They can only cast an eye there every so often, and we'll try to make up for that lack of map control with a bit of mid-aggression. If they decide to go down sewers, this could be the perfect play, but it's only one. It's only Kayak.
Looking... Crashy's with the C's, and that's exactly, he's thrown the C's, he's slowed them all down. That could be the perfect piece. Utility as Kayak comes up behind! Dimensional Drift gives them all the information, knows exactly where they are, can hold them in position, can try and make things awkward as Crashies picks up one more. It's left all onto Batu. Has an ult of his own, a chance to try and at least get his way to the site, but there is no one giving him anything. They are sitting back, ready to fight this one together.
Surely this can't be the play to keep Apex in it. It's been nothing but attack side success. Burning the midnight oil here. They've gone the distance, but 16 to 14 seems set in stone. Batu with an ace clutch, if he is, to buy another opportunity for Apex. And they've just heard that shot. They know where he is. A chance to take down one, but missed the window. And Boaster fires back to seal their fate. 16 to 14, a lengthy endeavor, but in the end, Apex will not see a third map in this series. Qualification for Fnatic locked in as a result.
Best C's of all time. It's got to be up there.
It's got to be one of them for sure.
Thrown at the very last second of that take about to go in. It buys literally, what, 1 second for Kayak to get up the rope. Everybody focused in front of them. It's a brilliant piece of utility that when you'll look at the scoreboard at the end of the game and go, oh, Crashies is quite far down, you won't realize what he did to help them close that game.
Yeah, it's a fantastic piece of, guys, I'm behind them, I can win this round. do something for me. Create a bit of pressure, stall them for a bit longer, make a little bit of noise, whatever it is that Kayak needs his teammates to do, just to give him that split second to get into the perfect position.
Yeah, that was a masterclass when it comes to this map, and for Fnatic, qualification locked in as a result, but you gotta look at Apex bouncing back from that defeat on their map pick. We had questions about if they'd be able to perform. They put up one hell of a show, but in the end, we all expected to see Fnatic cruise into playoffs, and they're doing it with a little bit of difficulty on the second map, but a dominant performance on the first. A squad that will only build from here. Oh my goodness. You gonna pull out one of those, pal?
We shall see.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the next two BBL games goes. And if not, maybe you'll join us up here again.
You think I can get retired that quickly? I would hope not. We've got a few more games to win first, hopefully, before that happens.
Well, we got to say thank you very much for joining us here today, pal. I have to say this was an experience myself and Tom have done once before, but it was phenomenal to have you up here on the cast.
You and Yinsu will have to box it out to see who gets to come back next time.
Or we've got a fourth headset. Let's make it happen.
That is also true. That is also true. But yeah, I think we go back to the fact that for Fnatic, an important victory nonetheless, because I think qualification after the first couple of wins, we expected it. We were looking at this team to make it through. The bigger picture now is, can they get that top spot? I think them and Heretics both looking in very good form right now. Vitality a little bit more off kilter than expected, but for this team, if you can get that first spot, you're then one game away. More importantly though, we do have ourselves an interview down on the stage. It is Kayak with Zoe.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Kayak, to you and the entire Fnatic squad. You guys are now officially locked in for playoffs. How are you feeling right now? A sense of relief?
First of all, thank you for congratulations. I think we knew we were gonna win this game, but it's always fun to play against ex-teammates, so it was a good game.
Let's talk about that, because you were a big part of Apex getting into VCT EMEA, and now you're a big part of getting them that 0-3 score and potentially knocking them out of playoffs. Is that a little bittersweet?
I mean, kind of sad, but someone has to qualify, someone has to not qualify, you know? So it's at the end, you have to win.
Yeah, it's a competition, that's right, that's right. Looking at the preparation for this very match, were you able to contribute a little bits of insights here and there, having played with them previously?
I think, no, there was not a lot of stuff that I knew what they would do, because they changed a lot of players, so they're not the same team anymore. But maybe some stuff I kind of knew what they can do on the mid round or something, or pre-round, some strats or something. But I just had a bit of ideas, but nothing really certain.
I mean, they played it really close here on Split. That one came down to the wire. Why do you think they were able to claw their way back into the game? And what did you guys discuss in the comms to shut them down?
I think we just played a bit too passive maybe on defense side. We just needed some proactive pushes like I did on the mid push on the last round. So maybe just more proactive pushes, but I think they played good overall. So happy for them also, because next team.
Yeah, I mean, and there's also a next stage and whatnot. Is there any advice you have for your former teammates, or words of encouragement, anything you want to say to them?
Nothing, that I love them.
Ah, there it is. Kayak, thank you so much for joining me. Once again, congratulations. And we're heading into a very quick break. But when we come back, we're going to have the French Derby. You don't want to miss it. So we're going to see you on the other side of this.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Yeah, me and sweat and your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for the last series of the day, and to help us set the stage for it, we got Crashies from Fnatic joining us. What a nail-biter of a series. You made me sweat because I had to run back and forth between the stage and the studio to figure out whether or not we're doing this or a post-game interview, so thanks for that. How are you feeling right now?
Obviously feeling really good. Nail-biter of a second map, but glad we closed it out.
What allowed them to claw their way back in?
I think they were just playing really good. We lost a lot of close rounds. They were snowballing their ults as well, which makes it hard. And we were messing up some little things. But yeah, I mean, credit to them. They were playing good.
Yeah, of course, there's a big difference. Now you've secured that playoffs. Still, you know there's going to be some seeding. But we see in the face of Fnatic that everybody's extremely excited about. I assume that you as well. What would you say is the biggest difference between what we saw at the beginning of the year and now, especially from your perspective, because it's like night and day?
Yeah. So for me, it was just a lot for me to come into a new team and learn their system and like each player and everything like that. So I struggled definitely during kickoff. And then like for season 1, we just had a lot of time to practice and we just really put our heads down and just grinded really hard. We get along super well as well, so that makes it even more enjoyable. And yeah, we just have a really good vibe, so every day is just enjoyable.
You know what? It really shows. Like, player camps for Fnatic are always an absolute blast because you guys are just vibing. You're just out there hyping each other up. You're dancing. You're singing. Like, obviously, this isn't fake. Like this is you guys just really genuinely get along.
What kind of they're using?
Yeah, we just get along. We're like brothers. We're friends. We know how to joke with each other. We just like basically know everything about each other. So it's just fun vibes.
Were you singing at the beginning of the match?
Yeah, we were.
What was the song?
Then we had a few different ones. We had bottles in the club. We had all types of stuff going on.
Yeah, I think we showed the singing of almost everyone but you. I think we're gonna that song.
No, nothing crazy, nothing crazy.
It's already out there. I'm sorry.
It's already clipped. I'm sorry. Yeah, vibes are all-time high. Obviously, now also securing that playoff spot. That's got to feel pretty good. Was that even in the back of your minds heading into today's game?
Not really. I mean, playoffs we're not really aiming for. It's like kind of expected from us. We really want the first seed going into playoffs. So like our job's not finished, even though we made playoffs. We really, really want that first seed. So that's what we're gunning for.
Yeah, I mean, it's look, so like the cohesion was on point, the synergy is right there, and the individual performances, those clutches, the pop-off moments. You specifically, like you just put up a clutch highlight reel today.
Yeah, clutching just comes naturally to me. It feels good. I mean, I didn't have the best performance on split, but, you know, I'm glad I was able to clutch around, and, you know, it was an important round as well, so it felt good.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. We're
put
seeing
together
it
a
right
clutch
here.
CV for you.
The one on Lotus, this was the bonus, if I'm not mistaken. I cannot see from here. I'm pretty blind. But getting this 2 kills and then the defuse helps us when we're talking about the stats and how how good you are and how proficient you are at like securing those bonuses. But as you're saying, it must feel good to be able to secure this kind of rounds for your team.
Yeah, like those rounds are so important for like a successful team because every team needs to be able to have players that are able to come big in like big rounds. And thankfully for our team, we have everyone that can come up individually. Yeah, so I think that's such a great thing that we have going. And yeah, hopefully we just keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure watching it. It's so much fun to put those reels together and just like talking about the strategic depth you guys have been showing as well in stage 1. Like, I'm just excited to see what you guys bring to the table during playoffs. Now, other teams still are on their way trying to qualify for it. Now, our next 2 teams, the French Derby, how do you rate those 2 teams, the Gentlemates and KC? Where do you think they stand currently?
So I think they're both very talented, especially with Mates making their roster change that they did, bringing in Comic. But I think KC is a little better than them right now. So going into that series, I think KC will actually win, probably 2-1.
Okay. Oh, what do you base your opinion in? Like, what do you think is the... If there's an edge on the side of KC, where is it?
Sad hack, obviously.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys go way back. How is it for you? Like, that's kind of fun that you meet on the other side of the pond now here in the EMEA.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, actually. We had a player summit the other week, and we saw each other and like hugged it out, and it was just nice to see each other again. We've been competing against each other for so long now. So many matches, so much rivalry, and like at the end of the day, we are friends, so it's definitely cool.
I love that. So let's take a look at both of those teams and their schedules because, you know, like in the standings, they're kind of in the middle right there. So who would you say has the easier way through to actually qualify for the playoffs?
I mean, I think that for KC, especially because of what we saw yesterday from Foot and Team Liquid, I enjoyed that match so much, especially for the likes of Team Liquid. Did you see that, Lotus? That
yeah,
was
I did.
Cool. I did. Cool. I think that for the side of KC, things are going to, or could get a little bit more dicey because they still have Foot and Team Liquid to play up against. Whilst if we look at Gentlemates, they have already won against Team Liquid on that first match where Kamek was playing against his former teammate, and they were very close to win against Foot. So I would favor Mates. So if they were to get a win here over KC, their chances go through the roof.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with everything you said, so.
That's why we pay her the big bucks.
There you go.
Well, then if we're looking at their performance just map-based, right? It's been quite obvious and apparent that they're doing really good when they can prep for their own maps, not so hot on their opponent's map picks.
Yeah, I think that when we look at this numbers, the one that strikes out the most, this is, by the way, for the entirety of 2025, and we have all the 12 teams that we have in the region. The first column, besides the name that you're seeing with 100% on KC, is their own picks. So going into the veto, they have won every single one of the maps that they have picked, but none of the maps that their opponent has picked. It's not a good sign, you know?
That's pretty crazy. If you didn't show me that, I wouldn't have even known that, to be honest. But
that's how they pay me.
I mean, at least they're winning their own map. Obviously, it's important when you pick a map, you win your own map. But
silver lining, yeah.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, hopefully they change that stat today.
It's not that different for the side of Gentlemates. We have an 83 and 17. So we're speaking about 2 teams that are very, very comfortable in the map that they pick, in the preparation that they do. Or for the side of KC, I would even say more on the lines of having a home ground. During kickoff, it was that bind. We have also seen the Icebox or the Lotus last week with this competition that they picked.
Yeah, well, this is... I can't get over the big zero I just heard.
We still haven't updated it. We haven't updated this one, you know? We're not that quick. We're not that quick.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, maps, sure, it's great if you win your own map pick. It's even better if you also get your enemy's map pick. And for that, you do have to have those individual performances. You've got to be ready for everything. Every player needs to be locked in. And one of the players that you already mentioned, Crash, is Kamek. Like, he's been fairly locked in. Like, he's had some really, really good games here in stage 1.
I think after his Liquid thing, I think he's just on this villain arc where he just revenge tore everything.
Yeah, but he's not the villain, though.
Yeah. No, he's not a villain, but I think he just wants to beat
hero.
everyone now, and he just has this thing going for him that he just wants to prove everyone wrong. And I think it's like a deadly trait that he has right now, and he's been proving it every week. So
yeah, he's antagonist arc.
Exactly, like it feels like like his story was written for him in the sense that he was like removed from Team Liquid, so he had two choices: this image that has been painted of him, or maybe he's not good enough. So now he has a lot of mouths to shut and a lot of people to prove wrong, and I love the fact that it's working so well for him.
Absolutely. I actually had an opportunity to sit down with him earlier today, so we chatted a little bit about that Liquid match and also about the match coming up. So let's hear what he had to say. And I now have Kamik joining me for a quick chat ahead of your game. First, let's look back at last week. Obviously, a dominant performance against Foot. Yes, it was a loss, but I would argue it's a quality loss. What were your biggest takeaway from that week heading into this week?
The biggest takeaway from footballist matches was like that we did some individual mistakes on like first two maps, and on the third map we kind of gave up. Maybe not like gave up, but like we didn't have energy to bring up from the second and the first map. And like what we focus on is like that don't give up till like let's show the fire till the last map, you know. It's like that was the main focus, I feel like.
Yeah, kind of running out of steam there at the end. It was a long series, like the first two maps were very competitive. Icebox, the map you actually won against, and we got to see you on KO, which is always a good time. And you also implemented a Waylay into your composition. Now with the KO buffs coming around, is that something we get to see more of?
I mean, not yet. Probably in the future. It depends on our team and our coaching stack, but we'll see, hopefully, yes.
How do you feel about the Waylay in your team? Do you feel like that's a good agent for you? Does it fit your playstyle?
I mean, yeah, it's really, I think it's one of the strongest agents to combine with the KO or Breach together. It's like something you can combine very easily and do very fast plays with it, and that's what I like to do, so that fits me perfectly.
Yeah, it's looked really good. The Icebox was very entertaining to watch. Obviously, very fast-paced with the Waylay in the mix there as well. Going further back at the start of stage one, obviously you're the new kid for Gentlemates. You had to go up in your very first match with them against your former team. Was that extra pressure? Was that an emotional thing for you? Did that like kind of egg you on to do really good?
I don't think so. It wasn't like really emotional or like any pressure for me. It's like I'm treating this is if it's all my former teammates, it's or my like even former like older teammates. Like I don't really care who I play against. I'm treating anyone like the same level. You know, it's same match as any other, to be fair.
Just want to win, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, then talking about today's game, what's your opinion in general on KC? Like, do you feel like there is a clear favorite between you two?
I mean, of course we want to win. If there is a clear favorite, I don't think so. Like the match is gonna be very entertaining, I feel like, because like the both teams are really good, but like KC didn't show it yet. But probably sooner or later they will show it. So I'm hoping for a good match.
Okay, sooner or later they will show it. Hopefully not today, since you obviously want to get it up. Kamik, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
Back to you guys. Always great hearing from him. Yeah, so they're going up against Carmine Corp. We just talked a little bit about Sadak already. And if we're looking at their Lotus comp specifically, he's obviously a harbor enjoyer, aficionado, if you will. What are your thoughts on that agent currently?
I think Harbor is in a good state right now. Obviously, Sadak has been a Harbor enjoyer for a long time now. Like, he pretty much invented the Harbor Viper meta back in the day. So to see it still like kind of in meta, and especially on his teams today, it's definitely cool. And I definitely think it's like one of their strong points as well.
Death, Taxes, and Harbor,
yeah,
and
Harbor,
whatever.
Yeah,
in Harbor and wherever Sadak is. I think that when we look at this composition, playing the double controller from a different angle, also complementing it with having the Sentinel on the Vice, it's surprising to see that even though they had this composition and their own ideas, it was very, very prepared to go up against what the other team was doing. So to me, is the middle ground between doing what we want and having a very specific way of approaching the game and understanding it, but also having that preparation to go up against the other team, because especially at this point of the competition, the first thing is not going to be enough. That will be enough if we're in kickoff, but that didn't already work there. I wonder if this is something that they're going to keep experimenting on, or if this kind of things are going to be a one-off.
What do you think? Is that something they have to drop if it doesn't work out? Like it works until it stops working kind of thing?
I think their coach, Aang, is also very open to trying comps. So I
He's
think
an enabler.
Yeah, he's definitely an enabler, and Sadak loves enabling. So I think they just work really well together. I think they're just gonna keep going until it doesn't work.
Yep.
And I'm sure if they make playoffs, they'll definitely have some stuff cooked as well. So
You would assume that makes prep against them a little easier, though, right?
yeah, you would think so, but you're going against Sadak, so nothing's for sure.
So, just based on having Sadak in that team, you obviously rate Casey a lot higher. What does he bring to a team? Like,
I think his leadership, his experience, like he has Champs Trophy, he has so much experience leading teams, and especially Loud in their era was one of the hardest teams I've ever faced. So I think he just brings a lot of like leadership and vibes, and he's just a good guy overall. So, yeah.
What about his weaknesses? Are there any?
His weaknesses? I can't reveal that. I can't let him know.
Yeah, you can't let him know that you know.
There you go.
yeah. We'll see
it's
that
like
in playoffs
yeah,
if
it's
we
like
get
a
there.
3D chess being played out here. I absolutely love that. If I ask you to give us a score prediction for this last match of the day, where are we falling? Is this going to be a one-sided affair or no?
No, it'll probably be back and forth, and then yeah, Casey I think will win 2-1.
All right.
2-1. We were seeing there Martin and Sugetsu. Sugetsu, by the way, is one of the players that I enjoy the most watching because he plays so extremely crisp. I was looking at some numbers before jumping into the week. He has a 50% headshot percentage.
I know, it's funny. We actually just looked at that the other day, and we saw his headshot percentage.
How do you get that? He's clean.
Yeah, he's clean. And I play with him in ranked, and he's clean. So, I mean, yeah, Sugetsu's he's just him.
Yeah.
Some people are just him. Yeah.
That's
One can aspire, one can aspire. I aspire to have a good time watching this match. We have a French derby to close out week 3. Both teams are looking to get their second win on the board. So today is the day. Carmine Corp going up against a Gentlemates. So let's send it over to our stage as they're taking their seats.
Good evening, everyone. It has become quite a tradition now, but when there's a French derby, the Frenchies take the stage, and today is no exception. I'm grabbing the mic tonight to welcome the ones that make us proud every single time. En français, Carmine Corp vs Gentlemates. Et qu'il s'agisse de conserver sa place en VCT, redorer le blason de l'équipe ou tous les choquer, les enjeux sont différents des deux côtés et tous rêvent de trophées. Un clash des CEO, des communautés, et croyez-moi, sur les réseaux, ça va bien se terminer. Car de prince à roi, il n'y a qu'un pas, et surtout une couronne, que deux armées à la rivalité inégalée vont maintenant se disputer. Tout de bleu vêtu, de grands standards sur tous les jeux, c'est l'entrée des prestigieux. Elite, Martine, Sadak, Sugetsu, Avez, c'est la Carmine Corp! Tout droit sorti d'un défilé, nouvellement adoubé et surtout plus dangereux que jamais. Kada, Kamik, Mini, Click, Zipan, du bruit, make some noise pour les Gentlemates! Et pour les accompagner de maîtres de cérémonie de qualité, Eng et Koked. Installez-vous pour le meilleur derby du VCT.
All right. But Eng just looks like he's happy to be here, honestly. I love the vibes, love the intros for our French derby. Now, of course, the big question is, where will those two teams take us? Let's take a look at the map vetoes. Share your thoughts with us, Crashies.
Mate vetoing Lotus, I think, is very good for them. I think Casey is really good on Lotus, as they've shown with their Harbor.
Yeah.
Casey vetoing Fracture, it's kind of expected. Haven, Pearl, Icebox, huh?
So here's the thing, right? I see Gentlemates peeking onto that Haven, and I think about that Harbor Omen. What are your thoughts on having the Harbor even on a map like Haven? Because this might have been something that Mates has seen that they want to exploit.
Yeah, I mean, it could work, it could not. Like, Sadak has so much experience with Harbor, especially on this map. So I'm sure he has a trick up his sleeve for sure.
Yeah, Mates. I mean, I'm not surprised they're taking us to Haven. That is the map they won against Team Liquid, right? Running that Neon comp. You expecting them to just run the comp back?
Maybe. Maybe.
Great insight, thanks,
yeah.
Crashies.
Sorry about that, maybe.
Yeah, I really hope that we do have an even out match, that we get onto that third one. I think that because of this, like the best chances that Mates has it is to close it in a 2-0 fashion if we speak about the adaptation and whatnot, because it's not only that the composition for KC might have been the preferred one that we have seen on Haven, I think is the comfort that Mates have already found on that map. Even from the beginning of the year, they were the only team during kickoff that decided to play the Neon on Haven. Back and after that, back from Bangkok, more teams have been like, you know, Neon, after all, and after what T1 proved, is not gone. We can still play her, and it has been a complete game changer for some teams.
Do you feel like people just pushed the panic button a little too quick there, like just straying away from Neon immediately?
I definitely think so, especially at Bangkok. You saw a lot of Yoru and how strong he could be in a lot of team compositions. Yesterday you saw like a mini Boo masterclass on the Neon and everyone was talking about it. So I think Neon will definitely be, okay, there's Phoenix here.
let's discuss.
Yes, let's discuss, because there's definitely moved away from that harbor. Sadak is going to be playing on the Sova, and they're going to go for the dual duelist, but you know, you're from Americas, you know a lot about Phoenix on Haven.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Victor used to play Phoenix on this map a lot as well. They took a Vez off Initiator and put him on Phoenix, so I mean, I'm kind of curious to see how this will go. And yeah, this is the first time they're playing this comp, so I mean, they have to be comfortable, right?
Yeah,
they better.
Yeah, well, and especially with them starting from the attack, Abes going on that Phoenix. It's not the first time we've seen it in the past, not here in VCT, but definitely also jumping into that double duelist.
Yeah, I'm excited to get this one started. Crash, thank you so much for joining us to set the stage for our French derby between Carmine Corp and Gentle Mate. Sadak getting in position. We're ready here as well. So let's send it over to our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you so much. The desk, they're kind of leading us through, and you heard it when the Phoenix hit, but we'll get to that. I think we'll get to that. As I kind of want to roll it back a bit, both of these teams here at kind of that 1-1 spot in this, and we've seen a bit of a pivot, at least with the map pool now. What do you make of where we're starting?
Yeah, the Vito's a bit of a head scratch. You would have been really concerned to see them bring out the same, bring out the same composition once again, because after showing it versus Vitality, they then go to ban Haven and almost feel, I don't know whether that's a little bit of paranoid or just uncomfortable with the execution of that comp, but to see the Phoenix is a hell of a pivot, to say the least.
Yeah, it is certainly a bit bizarre. And there's got to be method to the madness, right? Because in all reality, losing to Vitality on Haven during the heyday of them bringing out that comp, that I guess Fnatic comp, if you want to call it that, it seemed reasonable, but they hadn't played it since. Then it became that sort of vetoed out map. Yeah. They've gone back to the kitchen and cooked us up a Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it to get another, I don't even want to say wacky comp, but a wacky choice coming out in the form of the Phoenix. Certainly here for how they want to complement alongside Martine on the Yoru. Slow start here, but actually a quick creep up outside B.
Yeah, so early work from Martine and an early death. Kamek, clean work. Aves, Martine gone. Keeping it simple, certainly not keeping it exactly in their sight. So now a couple of issues starting to be presented here. Sadak, Sugetsu and Elite left with a lot of work on their hands. And this pause for thought, looking for anyone to try and re-clear. There it is, double face. Nice again from Kamek. Just clearing house and Mini. Getting his name up in the feed and closing out. Gentlemates, solid start here, Mike.
Yeah, again, just Kamek holding his ground and basically has the solo anchor on B site here.
Gosh, lovely.
Quick kills. Aves and Martine dropped immediately. There's no real threat developing. KC just maybe hoping somebody was going to overstep the mark and find themselves an opener. But yeah, curious to see. I mean, you'd almost assume here with KC wants to get to the buy rounds, it's going to be very brawly, brute force, finding these very aggressive engagements. You almost have to. It's you come back to that same discussion with the Phoenix. It's that sort of the feast or famine. You have to make it work in terms of seeing numbers from it.
Oh, and that's the thing. I do want to see what they have in mind, because right now it feels just useless, right? It's found nothing in the early couple of rounds. And one of the players I wanted to look at was Mini during this, a name who's been impressing me in their first couple of series coming up. But Kamek again was cool under pressure before, catching at least one. Maybe one slipping the net, but he should have support if necessary. There it is. Zipan to catch the push-up. Do they even get a plant? Again, Zipan will see the cross. Zipan actually outdone. Lovely. Nice synergy from KC. Try and work together on that one to outdo him, but spikes down towards B. Does recover the Bulldog, so another attempt, but we can see it. 3 players on this connector side, Mike. I think this one's wrapped.
Camera looking very sharp.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, a point there made from Crashies just in the interim in between games, almost fueled by that kind of emotional fire that's been burning under him. And even actually the loss versus Foot looked fantastic throughout there. Probably, well, you could argue, the best player in the server.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Already off to a flying start here, 6-0 after the first 2 rounds.
Just, again, the Phoenix just feels like such a blunt tool. You know, it doesn't have the same depth as you look at the other kind of duelists that are being run these days. I do want to see what the theory is. You know, I really do want to see if they've got something in mind, because it was something that, again, said on the desk. Enablers, right? They were kind of discussing this, and that's not bad. Martin with a good start, set into motion, obviously, by that Sova utility. But still keeping numbers to the good. KC maintain 4.
Kada have to respect this pressure. They're down to 12 HP. KC will pause, but a man to the good. Once again, a situation waiting for a potential overstep here on the defensive side, but Zipan slips back into a deeper position as well.
How many light shields are there? Sugetsu and Sadak.
Yeah.
So those two, if they're the ones who crest the corners, it gets a bit dangerous, but beyond that, at least Elite sitting safe and
very cautious from KC.
Now, they've cycled the utility back up now, so you've got to feel it's got to be go time soon-ish. Drone on corner. Oh, Martin! Just catching Zipan a little asleep, but the wheel and Kada trying to find some safety is not going to happen. Mini now complimented this man, but a very tricky predicament, and he knows it, and he's been punished for it. Elite there to seal it, and KC get there first.
A bit of buff to the economy as well. 4 rifles maintained. It's a very, very clean round 3 from Carmine Court. Can they find another one? Gets him one away from the Rolling Thunder as well. Yeah, the pin coming through. Unfortunate click, even with the speed boost, unable to escape here. But yeah, the timing on the peak there from the drone actually coming up on long. This kill, Martin. I say cautious in approach. Well handled. Actually, even in that regard, nobody from Gentlemates overstepping the mark either.
This is the fun one, though. We get the buy back in. Even though the bonus was pretty tasty, this is the one we're looking for. To see how well they deal with the utility. Again, they've got the control early on of long. They've got the lay of the land. We've got to see what's happening.
Clicks on walkabouts, yeah.
He is, but look, there is a player down here. He's not going to be scot-free on this and got a little lazy on the clear on the corner. Sadak just keeping that aim locked in on it. Beautifully done, and pressure now through from Garage. Kada is in a world of trouble. Get out there.
Almost want him out of sight altogether here with the gap rotation, but he's going to try and make something happen off the paranoia. He does.
Okay, he's got Aves. Disrespecting it. You thought that would have been time to retreat, but no. Wanted to play ahead and bring it back down to this 4v4.
I think anybody else from Gentlemates will have a say in this, but actually KC not committed towards the plant. Once again, cutting sound and waiting for an overstep here, but Elite's in a really weird position here. Gentlemates are winning out on the fights. Mini's the one to clean it up, Lauren.
Look, Mini's been the man that's got my eye trained on him recently, and they met that composure. It felt like we were back in yesterday's game almost, with that pause that we were seeing from Vitality taking that space and then slowing down, but Gentlemates greeting that, looking quite casual about it. And again, this confidence here, the disrespect. It's brilliantly done.
I mean, Kada actually does really well to fight, because the space wasn't awful on that double swing. He's done really well to find one and still get out. So yeah, a little strange to see that. Another situation where you almost want to be in the comms and understand exactly what's being relayed.
Look at this 3-play stack towards the A site, though. As much as they're trying to creep up this, Mike. There's so many bodies here. Does Zipan get info? Does. That's 2. And there's the ult. They're being proactive. They want to be aggressive. And they're rewarded. Oh, click with it all. Feasting down long. Just Elite alive. That is perfect. And in zone flawless. And Gentlemates showing they have that fire in them.
Whether or not Gentlemates have already figured out that Carmine Core have got a fairly slow approach in terms of the attack. They absolutely make it count in this round. beautiful execution on this.
Also, Zipan here with the spacing, lovely, because it almost lets you get to slip there.
Yeah. And Click, I don't even think actually spotted ahead of that, the second player stacked on bricks. Will force out a very, very early
Guys, what a good goal with the Fnatic, guys.
Carmine Court timeout here.
That was lovely. I love a proactive ult like that, because it feels so nice to have in the back pocket, right, to maybe play retake with or something like that, but to invest it there just feels like, no, you're not even getting a chance into this.
I said the nature of some of these losses early on as well, you almost expect with this composition, like I said, you have to come out of the gate swinging to make the Phoenix work. And get the ultimate online nice and early, you get the body in hand effectively.
And saying the Phoenix to work, 0 to 5 so far. Not what the doctor ordered, one away from ult now, but not even an early investment to try and get, that building. Obviously a quiet start, certainly not going to help that matter.
No, for sure. I mean, on the flip side, Sadak and Martin already have theirs, but it's not a round you really want to be investing anything else into. Guardian in the hands of Sugetsu to round things out. Gentlemate's off to a flying start on Haven.
And again, this was one of the maps that, 14-12 against Liquid, which was a... what's that then?
There's been a music change. But yeah, you're right. And that's a difficult one to really look back on, because it didn't feel good from either. It was almost like, yes, you kind of credit the ability to close out that map, but it certainly wasn't a convincing victory.
It wasn't.
But again, I mean, you flip that back over, and then coming back to the veto, this doesn't feel like a convincing veto if you're KC. Again, the question mark of Pearl being in there for map 2 versus Icebox, whether or not that's...
that's
the one I can't get my head around.
No, I know. You were pacing the green room. You were furious about it.
I mean, we come out now, we see a comp change on Haven. Maybe that's indicative of something they've gone away and worked on. But if you look at this at face value, Mates have won this veto, and there's a real chance that even you said they could close out 2-0.
There's a chance. I don't see it being the hugest chance in the world,
by no stretch am I sitting here saying this would be an easy 2-0 for Gentlemates, purely based off the veto alone.
Yep.
I mean, hindsight, Harry, maybe 4-1 start. If this does continue on Haven, you're certainly very concerned then, looking back at the bigger picture.
Because we can kind of get into it when we talk veto, because the fact that KC floated Pearl through both of their early series, it doesn't look like it's a problem, neither does this. Martin looking easy to deal with, more info spotted towards sewer, and proactivity down towards C long. Just so the production like me using the buttons, there it is, even the observers are on it. They're faster than me. I shouldn't be doing it, they're nailing it. Whoa! Speaking of nailing it, big shot. Nice from Arvez, couple more of those. And now they're getting aggressive. Now this I get a little bit nervous about, but again, kind of showing that aggression and confidence and taking a couple of those key fights and clearing the question mark from long.
Still be concerned about Click's position. He's not dealing with that trip, so the bulk of this push coming through to Garage, it could be a concern in post-plant, especially now with Sugetsu down to 23 HP.
It's that player on long, it's Click down here, it's gonna be the factor. If Mini's spotted
Sadak's looking back this way, yeah, but...
No, Sadak's a smart boy, but you're going to give it a glance. You're probably not going to expect the world, and he's cleared well here, Click. He's done very well. It wasn't the cleanest shot, but it doesn't matter. It's across the line, and Sugetsu's HP becomes such an near-on impossible object to avoid. 23 to work with, and yeah, it's perfect. Lovely in the end from Gentlemates. I'm really impressed with this so far, Mike, but it was never really me looking at Gentlemates to be the ones to prove anything to me. I wanted to see something great from Carmine Core. You look at the potential, and I'm not seeing it here.
I think that's key as well, to come back and look at maybe start of season expectations. Gentlemates have already kind of had their upswing.
Yes.
Right, they're already kind of, I don't want to say over-delivering, but certainly performing ahead of where we would have looked. And Carmine Core, on the flip side of that, are actually fairly far behind in terms of expectations.
This is technically the group they're operating in is the harder one. I guess on paper, people wanted to call Omega the harder group. So you can't be fumbling some of those games that, on paper should have been yours, but it's the way it goes. We've got ults galore for KC. If there was a round to see some of that brilliance that your Eng will have, that your, Sadak will have, this would be it. So far, simplistic. A 4-1 split. Looking like B is the eventual goal. Flash in, But we can already see the posturing and already look at the space once again being taken. These fundamentals are working brilliantly for Gentlemates to keep map control.
Click has to be considered this time around, surely. I mean, Elite is in a disconnected position, and actually you can see elsewhere proactive towards A-Link from Carmine Court. The drone actually invested so deep on, it's going to spot out Mini.
This is Fury coming in. Mini's going to go down. This is better. Kata trying to be controlled, but it doesn't work. Zipan the only one to find Sadak here, really. Down to that 2v3. Sugetsu, Martin, Elite, all still here. Trying to play from the site and one down towards main. A quick way out towards main, at least for Sugetsu. But can they get this done in time? The time is ticking here. This looks good. That shot looks great, though. But time is going to be a factor. They've got to know it. They're doing so well here, though. But this is so close. I don't think there's time now to make a go of it. No, Sugetsu playing it to the second, but it took a lot.
I mean, frugal though with the ultimates. They only really burned up the Neural Theft and the run it back. So credit in that regard for KC to find their second. Gentlemates definitely made it interesting though.
It felt like it was left a little too late, maybe, for Click to make that a little bit of a play in, because it felt like they were holding all those extremities.
Yeah.
But they just gets diffed in the 1v1.
And again, I believe it was 3 bodies. 3 bodies invested towards A-Link to try and find extra space, secure that post plant. Like I said, the drone is used so deep that it actually clears onto a site. I see KC start to cycle through these ultimates now. Judge in hand for Martin behind this.
Should be site clear.
Gentlemates will concede all of this space.
Seems like we've got some comm coming through here. Hopefully those can get cleared up. I'm going to talk over it, so hopefully nothing gets leaked. Don't really love the idea of that going out on stream. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Hopefully production can cut that for you guys. For now, we look towards Sadak on long. Does manage to get Kamek down, and the follow-up too. Nice from Sadak. Still can have his ult there in pocket if things get a little dicey. Even spotted out Zipan towards Heaven. Paranoia coming in, but the numbers are so strong. I'm pretty sure it's just down to Zipan here, and this is now a formality.
21 HP, nothing left to do in this round now.
Of course I know. Look, I'm
4 rifles will be maintained here.
Imagine.
KC make their exit. 3 on the board now for them.
We still have a couple of...
Yeah, on the back of Martin paving the way. I said frugal once more, no over-investment.
Yep.
Still maintain, well, again, the TP for Sugetsu, but more importantly, the Hunter's Fury. I think I might know. It's one of those moments where you think, did they hear what we heard?
Do you know what? I'll put it out there just to be transparent. I was talking a lot because there were comms in our ear from the teams, and I assumed that they didn't want that being played, so I yapped a little harder. So apologies if I sounded like I was losing my mind. I am, but for now, we take a second and hopefully get this one sorted in front of us, and when we know more, we will inform you. Funny, there's no
ticker
on that one.
Yeah, just yet.
Yeah. Well, let's kind of, I think what I liked what you said there was frugal, and kind of arcing back to that. They're kind of slow investment of the ult, but very well considered every single time. As you said, we had the running back coming in, then we had the, it was Martin with the Yoru ult, right? So they're very cautiously investing, very safe, and it's got them 2 rounds now. They're doing lovely with this.
I mean, even to bring it back here with how the map has started, so that timeout paying dividends. Just to note again as well, Kamek leading the way for Gentlemates, 11-4 right now. Continuing that standout performance we've seen previously. But yeah, I mean, not necessarily sold once. I mean, it's not even something, it's almost going back to what, late 2023 really would have been Phoenix heyday.
Those were the days.
But yeah, again, there's not really a lot of nuance to it. It's fairly linear in terms of, yeah, you can play hyper-aggressive, but we're not seeing Carmine Court do that. So what's the kind of mid to late round tools that we're trying to rely on here? Is it just around cycling these ultimates?
Maybe. I was kind of looking at if there's going to be some specific util usage to maybe take that control towards garage or pressure beacons. I was expecting something, but I don't feel these days I get much from a Phoenix that I don't get from a Neon, perhaps, or something of that ilk. There's so many other options now that suit that role a bit better. Yeah, you get the ult, obviously, which does cycle quickly, but it's about it.
Yeah. Like I said, not a lot of
play Waylay then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it comes back to the same discussions we were having a few years back, which is, why do you justify it over another pick? Do have, well, a non-update, but we are actually potentially investigating a bug. So once we know anything else, we will let you know. Didn't spot anything.
I didn't see it either. I'd love to know. Just 'cause I'm nosy.
And just for once, actually, we haven't been told what it is. Usually we get told. We pretend that we haven't.
It's probably Alberto keeping stuff from us. He's like that. Producer Alberto. Cheek of it. If it does go on too much longer, we'll go back to the desk. And I say that with sheer confidence. How's that feeling?
Well, I wasn't listening to you.
Ah, well.
I was talking to Alberto.
Oh, yeah, you and Alberto, best mates now. No, I was saying, if it takes any longer, we'll go back to the desk.
Maybe.
No,
maybe.
Say it with confidence.
Maybe.
No.
We could do that. We could do that, maybe.
Oh, it's getting close to that time. We'll let you know as we get the information if we are heading back to the desk. Maybe it just needs a second or two to investigate further, but well, Theorycraft, what do you reckon's happened? Make something up.
Well, then maybe there's something.
Lie completely to me.
Maybe there's something in the water today, because this will be the second for today. We were talking about. Do you remember? Was it Nookie's PC back at the Coliseum?
No.
Did the rounds on the stage? I think it was Nookie's PC.
It was. And I don't know if the people at home remember, but it used to be the cursed PC. Trust you me. Now we have got delightful news. We're not going back in game yet. No, I just want to get you excited. We're going to the desk because this might take a little longer.
Absolutely in love with a guessing game on tech issues. Absolute cinema. What you got for us, Mac, if you had to make a guess?
The bottom says a potential bug, and that's as far as we've gotten. Have no idea what the bug is, but bugs can be annoying, so let's smack it.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Okay, that was very aggressive.
I put it on top.
We need that, and I believe the LEC needs it as well. So
who?
That sounds like a them problem.
Yeah,
I feel.
Okay.
Personally.
But we have that on tape in case they ask on Monday. We have that on tape.
Don't play that tomorrow. They'll never bring me back.
Actually, before we're diving into whatever we have to fill time until they figured out which kind of creepy crawlies are bugging us on stage, Mac, we haven't gotten your thoughts on the compositions yet. Yeah. Seeing a Phoenix in the mix, kind of exciting.
Bit of fun, bit of action, bit of something different, which is good. And I think something different is needed because, you know, KC haven't been finding, you know, a huge amount of success, and Gentlemates in particular. That Haven's been looking relatively decent for them. Their structure, everything has been going incredibly well so far. This stage, you know, that being said, you know, KC, as mentioned, needed the shake-up, and the shake-up unfortunately didn't come out straight away. What was it? It was 2-0, 3-0, or 2-1, something like that, right off the gate. And then after that, it got a little bit messy. And we're getting to the point where the thing is, it started incredibly good. The structure GM brought in was great.
Yeah, I like to see the composition that KC is bringing. They're known for bringing in something new. I like the fact that they're moving away from the harbor, because we have, at least from the partnership era, and I believe because Phoenix plus another duelist, or even Phoenix on Haven, was not a thing when Euro was played. So I'm going to just throw this one and say, definitely, at least in partnership era, we have not seen the Phoenix played on Haven. But specifically this composition, there has to be the first time. So they're still on that line of surprising the opponent, of played into their strengths. And as you said, Mates had a brilliant start. Not only getting the pistol rounds, but we were seeing the aggression and the understanding of their winning conditions, of not allowing KC to grab those orbs, to get on those ultimates. Yeah. Because in the last 2 rounds that we have seen them using the Phoenix ult, something that Gentlemates has to respect, compulsory. And then also beautiful usage of the Euro ult. So them getting this couple of rounds after the pause that we heard is not something that they're going to have for every round. So I want to see what comes next and after what we saw.
The 2 agents that we have now seen the last 2 days, which were not picked in EMEA this stage, including kickoff, is Sky and Phoenix. And now we got them both back-to-back in days. So I think there might only be 1 agent left off the top of my head. This is from the prep I was doing before I even came over. And I can't remember what that is, but, you know, hopefully we'll be back in game soon and I can get that for you for the post-match.
Yeah, as you can see on your screens right now, it is not an in-game bug, so we should be resuming shortly.
We're
so
getting
that's
ready
good
checks.
news.
That's always good.
Get
sign.
ready checks. So
Always a good sign.
we're about to dive straight back into all the action. The cast has talked about it. Also, Crashies gave his thoughts on the maps here. M80 seems to be M80. I'm American pilled at this point. No, Gentle Mates, M8. They seem to be favoring the map. Would you agree with that?
I think, in general, with performance recently, they're just looking favoured for the matchup. And if it's a 2-0, it's going to go that way.
Well, we're about to find out as we're heading back into the action. So for all of that and so much more, we're going to send it back over to the ever so lovely, yes, I said what I said, Pansy and Havoc. Hypoc. Havoc. What is happening?
Between.
Yeah,
It still got you there.
Genuine.
No, it doesn't.
It
It's like,
it's just...
love you, Pansy, but I guess Hypoc's there too. I haven't seen it unpaused in game yet.
No, stage is still red. Stage is still red.
The desk needed a break.
Resuming shortly. But resuming now. Now it says resuming.
It's not.
Headsets on.
Yep.
Everyone.
Every
Actually.
little sup.
There we go.
Unpaused in game.
Colour change.
Just there we are. The crowd goes wild. Appreciate you. Welcome to EMEA.
And the close-up. The focal point now for the remainder of Haven.
3-7.
Yeah. Well, but on the board, right?
Yes. Yes, one of those was that, I think, Sheriff kill that came in. But you know what? It's back.
Is he getting a weapon?
It's on the floor. It's in front.
Oh, okay, I couldn't see it through the... Well,
Guys.
there's somebody...
I'm going to be honest, guys.
Doesn't look good.
It's not looking good out here, chat. Can you see the issue? I need the little... You know, have you seen the meme with like the stick with a little hand on it and you tap on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I need... Can we... Oh, we should...
Oh, you've...
No!
Observers have trolled me.
They've absolutely thrown...
There's the weapon, though.
Yep. Can we get the little, like, free cam real quick?
There's the weapon. There it is.
Oh, clear the screen. Oh. Yes,
Just
I believe
there.
that's... Oh! Observers again.
Yep. Oh, we're going for a knife fight.
Knife down middle. Choose sides.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Oh, so we're starting from scratch, I guess. We're still looking at it. We're still watching it. But just to let you know, this doesn't count. Maybe a little confusing, but as you can see on the player cam, the stage runs red once again.
I've only picked up the bloody gun.
He's moving now.
Oh, he's moving.
Now you've cut away from him. It was stage fright. That's what it was. Well, there's a chance we're going to roll back
Can
now.
you imagine the words chrono break?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. And again, earlier we were saying, oh, we haven't done one of them in a while.
Yeah, no. Most popular mini on the show.
Yeah, I doubt it's not even close, actually.
Not even close. Yeah. Not even close. So anyone in chat, now is the time to ask questions. We will answer them completely honestly. Zero lies will be said. Anything you want. Michael will be heading the answers up. I will be posing the questions. So anything you wish to know, now is the time. It's like, you know, there's like call-in shows like Dear Deirdre.
Yes.
Been cheating on me. One of those. It's going to be one of those. Kind of like
We're not giving relationship advice on mainstream. There's no way.
There's time. There's time. I'm waiting for chat to catch up so I can... Oh.
As is expected, a player has reported a computer issue.
Oh,
just in case you were curious.
I wonder who it was. I'm most curious. Here we are. Michael, what do you think of Sliggy? Quick fire.
Top 3 people of all time.
Wow, because he says something different when he puts your name in chat.
Well, I know that.
Yeah.
I know the chat command you're talking about.
Favorite colour?
Red. Say what you see.
Can we overtake the Pacific Crown of tech pauses? We're on the way.
I think if we were to actually count back to the last few years, we're still way ahead.
Oh, yeah, no.
Way ahead.
Roll it back.
And then if we went to total time of timeouts,
we're still
way ahead.
We're still
I still have nightmares about the 40-minute tech pause back in, was it Masters Berlin?
It might have been. Oh, there's some brutal questions, chat. You're a little lethal.
This is why there's no filter applied.
No, there's none, but it's really funny. I wish I could say it on stream.
Just to give it up, we are obviously doing a round rollback, so it should take a couple of minutes. Once we have an ETA, we'll give you an update on that.
Reference to Mini here. Do you feel, this is a question to me, do you feel more comfortable casting with shorter co-casters because they're closer to your level? That's just like a little bit of flame for me and then Mini.
Yeah.
That's brutal. All right, well, I'm 5'6", that's perfectly reasonable. There's not many questions coming in, guys. I need you to get on it. Otherwise, I don't know what we'll talk about.
No.
Today.
No, it's certainly dried up after the first tech pause. We've really
run the content out, guys. Just relax in the audience.
The crowd
says
the crowd on their feet, as you can see.
If there's any more tech pauses of this length, free drinks for everyone.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And maybe we'll send Mac out again.
Yeah. Oh, Mac out there
send
just
Mac to flame everybody in the audience again. That got down well actually today.
Yeah.
Derby day. Well received.
Oh, if only we had 10 rounds. Michael, do you believe Paper X can bounce back?
Always.
Really?
Yeah, always.
Really?
It's Paper X. They defy all odds. They do things that they're not meant to do, but they work.
What's the favourite tech pause you've ever been a part of?
My favourite tech pause.
Mine's going to be the turret. You know it's the turret. We're halfway out of the venue.
We were on the way.
Leaving.
We were on the way to the shuttle to go back to the hotel, and it was like, oh, you've got to go back into makeup. In fact, actually, it was Mitch Man that came and told me we had to go back, and I was like, I'm not believing you.
Yeah, Mitch, you're
it's
a liar.
Mitch. It's
No
Mitch.
one trusts Mitch. Production has got us an SOT. Chat, you can decide. Do we go to a lovely video or do we carry on yapping? I think yapping.
Type one in chat.
We'll see.
For an SOT.
All right, just before he has a real go at me, we are going to go to the SOT, so we'll be back in just a moment.
You need to be smart and like know when the right time is to go in.
I would say she's decent. It's very hard agent, I would say.
And like double dash and then kill one, dismiss back, you know? I think it's like, you need hands for it.
It seems to me it's more like a ranked demon agent.
I mean, just from biased experience, she's horrible in solo queue. Like, I haven't really seen like an actual like good annoying waylay.
I think the ult is also really interesting, to be honest. We never had the ult to like spread, you know, because like you throw the ult and then it kind of spreads.
If you can utilize the ultimate correctly, it's good. But I feel like so far with what I've seen, like the ult's not getting like the craziest value consistently. So I think you got to make like really good plans around that.
You can see the full potential of this agent only in competitive, when you have 4 people behind you with utility who can help you.
If you're gonna take Waylay, you have to at least one more character to follow him behind.
Because this agent, as I said, requires a lot of mechanic skills, because you don't have a smoke on Jet, like on Jet, you cannot dash in smoke, you're dashing in open space, so you need to always think before you do something.
I think in pro play, I can side more with the point that like you need 4 players around you that like have to help you get set up, or else like the value you're gonna get, like again, why not just go Yoru or like Jet or something?
I like her as a mechanic agent. It's insane, like it's super fun. But competitively, I still haven't seen like the perfect maybe combination of agents or how to use it properly, you know.
She should be good on 2 maps, but I'm not gonna say it. You should keep on me.
Yeah, we've gotten a few glimpses of Waylay usage so far in EMEA, some more successful than others. Gentlemates actually did play Waylay as well, together with KO on Icebox, and they did win that match. I believe it was against Foot like just a week ago or something like that. I don't know, what is time? Time
No,
is a weird vacuum, a weird concept that I do... The match where the third map never happened. That's the one we're referring to.
Exactly. Oh god, you just gotta love having Fancy on the studio. It's just like a guarantee. She just loves having the tech pauses. She will try and pry for as many as we can.
Look, they wanted me out there to fight the audience, and I was ready to go. I was
in a bear
standing
costume
up.
or just as is?
In what?
In a bear costume. That's how usually.
No, attack the bear. I'll
And
throw
you
an
be
attack the bear. If there's attack the bear costume around the studio, I'll be throwing that on, and I will be fighting everyone in the audience. Make sure you come and see me.
No.
We can make it happen. Why? Why
I'm
not?
sure there's some insurance claims to be filed.
No. What do you have?
I was going to go for like paper, scissors, rock, but you didn't.
You know, it's not just about.
Who says that order?
We're not going to see his guns on
Rochambeau.
display in the audience. No, we're going to look at some guns being fired inside our servers. What you got for us? What a transition.
So this is how we saw Mate lock down the pistol round, and it is just going to be great fundamentals. So as you can see, their card art was just tucked into the corner. You had Zippin and who's his merry friend there, that's Mini. They're just going to be swinging on the contact, and it's just classic fundamentals. There is a lot of tools in Valorant to stop this from happening, but that is what I wish my ranked teammates did, you know? So I say, don't peek, swing when I shoot. Right, that is what they just did, and it won them the round. I say that to my ranked teammates. They peek anyway and die, and they're like, why didn't you swing with me? I'm like, anyway, communications, it is important. And as an Australian, half of Europe doesn't understand me.
It's true, that's factual.
Sorry, I'm just getting that out there. I got a lot of pent up rage, which is why I want to fight the audience.
This is what the tech pauses are for.
I'm going to go
Just
fight
let
the
it all
audience.
out. It's getting very emotional here. Anything you want to share with class?
Yes, I also had a round. I wanted to take a look at how mates understood the winning condition for their opponent, and I believe this round 5 it's a perfect example for it. They want to fight for this orb on A because of what we're saying, having the Phoenix, having the Euro, you do not want to let them fight for it. And it is lovely how Zipan uses this round, even though when he spots 2 players, Kamik already has his ultimates, he does not hesitate, no doubts, click good for 1, good for 2, Zipan behind him, carrying all the clearance, and a very quick and easy, flawless, in-zone actually, flawless round for them. So this is the kind of mates that could win this match. And actually, it differs a lot from the mates that we got to meet at kickoff, because when Robbie BK was calling, I remember that they were the kind of team that will play a lot for the retake and will save most of their utility for that retake. So seeing that proactivity gives a different look, gives a different edge for mates.
And you gotta love it, you know, as I was saying in the last tech pause. I really think this is going to be a 2-0 for mates. At the moment, it's looking like that's going the right direction. Very solid defense so far on Haven. And that's what you want, you know, the attack side generally seen as the stronger side, and especially with, you know, what we're seeing from KC as well. They do have that double duelist. They are trying to show us exactly why Phoenix has been picked here, and I want to see why. I'm just not convinced on the pick.
Do you know something funny?
Always.
Even though this Gentamates roster is completely different from the one I'm about to reference, Gentamates run the composition that KC is running, not on Haven, but on Ascent. And it made me so sad because he was Natank playing on the Phoenix, and I miss Natank so freaking bad. So I would say, you know, mates, they've seen, they know how this composition run now, but every single piece of the puzzle is different right now. So yeah, I was just looking back, trying to see if this composition has been played before. You know, we don't do that.
Also, before we go back, you know how I was talking about the agents that weren't played so far? It is only this stage, it's not the whole year. Every agent has actually been played this year now in the EMEA. But Reyna and Sage are the only two that haven't been. Oh, and Gecko, actually. That's the one I didn't write down. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, see, big
we
brain.
miss Gecko. I remember that especially.
You miss Gecko, actually?
Yeah. Because, I mean, I understand it. I understand why we're not seeing it and why people have recognized these strengths somewhere else. But I kind of miss it because it literally defined last year, not only here in EMEA, but across the globe. So it's just one of those situations where it's just a better option that came around and nobody thinks about Gecko anymore.
I do love how many swings in meta we've already seen, though, because if you're really considering it, we only really had, like, obviously kickoff and then the first Masters in Bangkok, and now halfway through stage 1, and yet there's already been so many shifts and iterations.
But there's different options.
Exactly, but it was so wide open, right? Like, you weren't shoehorned into, like, only 1 or 2 duelists being viable. Like, you can kind of play almost everything. You can make it work for you, depending on the maps as well.
Yeah, you know, that's the, you know, beauty of Valorant. You know, as the agent pool gets larger and larger, there is going to be more options, more ways to play the game, more compositions that work on more different maps, and that's why, you know, you love teams that do cook good food, and then, you know, we still enjoy the teams that cook. The food might not be good, it might not work out, it might get spilled off the plate, but at least they're cooking something and showing us their range.
I really like this position as well because we have the double duelist. You can also rely on a lot of initiators, maybe not triple initiator on Ascent, just piece of advice, but you can run the double sentinel, the double duelist. Depending on the strengths of your team, you can go more towards one route or the other, and still everything is up in the air. I love the fact people are being adventurous with it, even though we know that Tejo is pretty OP. Not every team is putting it on every map. Some teams are barely even playing it and still finding very, very good results, which is so Fnatic. They played in what, like a couple of maps out of all that we have, and they're still being very successful. So I think even though we see some agents being more predominant, for the metas that we have had, like the Chamber one or at the beginning with you know, back in the day with Raze had 2 nades or with Jet had all the abilities that she had, I like the diversity that we're getting.
Absolutely. And then like at the beginning, obviously, of Teo Breach shenanigans when it just started, it felt like now it's just like a util kind of game, right? But like I feel like a lot of teams went back to the gunplay because they're like, that's where our strength is. And if you know your strength, you can make it work against pretty much any team. Now, we are still, of course, working on the rollback, on fixing whatever has been broken on this stage. So we will continue to waffle and entertain you for our
roll.
Oh, I see
we have a wheel.
Nico, I see something in your
We have
hand.
a wheel
you can come
now.
in. You're always welcome.
Wheels
Nico.
roll.
There we
I
go.
hear.
Nico's bringing in a wheel.
Thank you.
Because I'm sure there's some unanswered questions.
Are there
right?
any unanswered questions? Spin the wheel.
Oh, the sound is so satisfying. I don't know if it's being picked up.
No cap. Wait, I'm too old to understand what this answer now means.
I'm too
no
old
cap
as well.
isn't like, yes, there are.
We got
or
the
no?
boomer desk today.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. I'm gonna
shit.
say,
It's the plus 30 desk. Like, this is not, it's not.
wasn't I cannot let this go. Was an attack or is an attack the best Phoenix that we're ever going to see in EMEA? Not this time, no!
Oh.
It doesn't matter to me, you are an attack. Whatever you are, to me, you are.
Well, I mean, technically, the way you phrase the question implies that he's not currently playing in EMEA, so he can't be the best Phoenix we have in EMEA since he's currently. But he's also available now, again, unfortunately. So any team, any takers, I would love to see an attack back in action.
I got one.
What does this answer mean? I also like.
It means ass.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that's.
Bottoms.
Could
What
be
do you want to know?
Could
What
be
do you want to
negative.
know?
No.
Anything goes. Not
Are
anything goes.
gentlemates going to win? Can we save ourselves some time and not play the game?
Yeah, we could also just, like, sort it with the wheel, I'm sure.
For sure. Yeah,
that was
Easy.
You meant the entire
See you later. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, usually. I mean,
It's okay.
I use literally transitive properties.
I see getting
properties.
ready checks.
Perfect.
That's good. We're getting closer, everybody. Do not worry.
Will
We're
all
losing it
players
too.
be ready?
That's a dangerous.
Hey.
I can't curse this. No
cap,
it's a
yes.
yes.
Okay.
Love that.
Lovely.
We got you, chat. We
Absolutely.
got you. Yeah.
Wait. 1 second. Since we're resuming, will we have another tech pause thanks to Lauren and Hypo?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like you manifested it now.
The script says no! Okay, everybody, let's get it back!
Let's go. We're resuming, so let's send it back over to the cursed duo. Hi, Pog. Pansy.
But the fact, honestly, I was ready to run down to the desk and take the wheel away. I knew somebody was going to ask the question about another tech pause, but script says no.
Script says no.
I'm not
it's
sold.
taking its time.
I'm not sold.
The arena is back to intended colours. Let's go, crowd. There is golf claps all around.
Golf
We love that.
claps all around.
We love that. Beautiful. We will be going fully unhinged if there is another tech pause. So you want to stick around for that because I might lose my job. I might lose my job.
5-3, if you can remember that far back.
5-7's my favourite though.
Really?
Was yours yesterday too.
Well, we're not talking about that.
We had a lovely time though while you guys were being entertained by the desk, yapping away to the observers. They showed us where the monkey's at. Monkey on the cat. I can't even say monkey without following up.
Yeah, well, I nearly did just follow up on that, so.
All right, let's focus up. KC still on the attack, and Kamek had a little bit of a look down middle. Didn't stick around too long though.
As if KC going to try and explore towards Gash. First time I've actually seen this much of a commitment behind it. Early round actually versus Kada over here on the solo anchor. Deep trip outside the choke though. It's the clone to set it off.
Go Mini though, still very much around, just playing off the back of the smoke. That's lovely! Oh, I thought he could have had the follow-up on that, but great trade from Sugetsu to keep this site secure.
Now previously, plant will come through. No hesitation this time around from KC. TP will come through from Kada. Well to plant actually, so we'll clear some space. I don't think he actually could have got a glance of anybody there though.
What's the goer? It looks like this, but again, click. Okay, just melts the face of Martin. Spacing now becomes important. No one to capitalize on that space given. So Sugetsu still gets safety, joined by Elite. Nice little close to the round.
to seal the deal here, bring it within 1 round for KC. Yeah, actually, the progress towards some of the ultimates just about coming back around. There's a timeout. I'm not going to tell you which one it is. It's not tech, don't worry. There's Gentlemates to maybe just take a breath, honestly, after such a long break. Obviously,
check back in.
Yeah, no discussion really going on throughout.
I think we should all sit in silence if there's ever a tech pause now. It becomes like the thing.
Well,
The
we
players
just,
can't
we
talk,
just, yeah, we just insta-mute. Can't talk to tech
Well,
pause.
it's
the
defensive
rules.
integrity.
It's the rules. Compops.
They're on our case.
My hands tied on this one.
But yeah, it's Gentlemates calling the timeout. And you're right, I think he's just kind of checking back in because there was that extended pause there as well, kind of refocusing a little. And there has been consecutive rounds now strung together by KC. 3 in a row, starting to use those ultimates well. We've started to see them kind of flex a little bit on this map, showing some of that comfort here, and maybe indicating why this was, you know, something they left here and left open.
So the ultimate you look towards Arvez, 2 away from the running back once again. So he gets to steal with the TP, but again, no real standout performance just yet from anybody on KC. Kamek the one to kind of tip the scales in his favour elsewhere. But it's going to be difficult really for Gentlemates to get some of these key ultimates online before the end of this half, to be honest. Rolling Thunder just about there. Obviously Click burning his up previously as well. Yeah, not much in this one for Gentlemates. A Guardian rifle in the hands of Click. Actually almost make it work. Martin down to 30 HP, but in quick succession, KC will find 3.
Yeah, that's super nice. This passive default, this kind of wait and see was just wondrous. And I don't know if they noted maybe Kamek going walkabouts before, but still, this is really
it's
well
been
done.
there, yeah. A few times unchecked or, well, unconfirmed at least. Completely caught off guard here. Actually, Kado and Zipan drifting over towards C, maybe to hold on to the Guardian. Even when the fun's on the other side of this, almost don't want to feed across into these ultimates potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're coming into the last couple of rounds versus the run it back and potentially Martin the one to pick up a couple more kills as well, could be very problematic. They have split up now. Kada positioned over towards CT. Zipan noted with the trip, so his eyes will be trained towards the flank. So maybe a little misdirection with the smoke here, but I don't think they're going to find a tangible engagement.
No, Zipan does at least get the Vandal now. So a little bit more to work with. But it's just be kept to the next couple of rounds. So as it stands, good responses from KC. It felt like that kind of played to their hand a little bit, if honest. Their patience paying off. And they keep 5 alive, so everything looking okay. I mean, as I said, no one really standing out, but quite scripted rounds almost.
5 alive. It's come across obviously very comfortable in the purchase now. 4 on the bounce for KC. Tied up 5 apiece isn't something with how this started, at least. Wasn't something I was expecting to be saying. Even with that early success found. Unable to build upon that. Like I said, it's been a really slow burn from KC. Not typical, really, of this composition. I mean, others and Martin both sat at 4 and 8.
Revealing area.
Back to business. The direct A approaches had been looking better for Gentlemate, really. This time around, Zipan, though, tough challenge ahead of him if he is going to be holding this solo. Does have a little bit of that Cypher utility to complement the position, but info's here, but it feels like it's a little too late. Zipan, he's going to be caught in a terribly hard predicament. He's found a little bit of a corner to play from, though. Not been challenged yet, and Aves doesn't get what he wants. The ult is going to be burnt out on this one. The follow-up flash was fantastic. Zipan goes down. They get a corner of the site, but it is only a corner. Gentlemate's funneling through to play off the wall of graffiti, but it seems like an awareness. Aware of what's there. Click still does well with 2. But it is down to the... Where did Mini get that other one from? The shot on Aves, fair enough, but now you're up against an open who's got a TP. You can see the consideration from Mini here.
Mini's going to be here way earlier than I think Sugetsu's probably going to anticipate, but does smoke himself off. So another safety blanket provided.
He's swinging, and Mini doesn't miss.
That second kill was outrageous from Heaven, Lauren.
Give me that replay. Give me that.
But it's another situation where after the execute comes through, there's just this, I don't know if it's hesitation or what, but the plant doesn't come through when you're expecting it to.
Oh, little fadeaway on it. Very nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, because Sugetsu smokes himself off, he has to make a move out there. It may feel a little brazen to watch back, but like I said, Mini reads it perfectly as well. Like I said, makes really good ground up. While Sugetsu takes a couple of seconds for him to retrieve the spike. Consider the TP as well.
Who's next?
Look, that A approach was something that Gentlemates had been doing well with handling. Now the rest of the map had been waving that KC banner a little bit bluer. It's already Martin. Gonna take some space here, allow for the rest of the push up to come in, but what's the approach? It's actually elite to catch.
Yeah, Click's been, on B actually. Maybe in transition.
Hold on, they're trying to make a push on this one, and they've got to be ready now. Martin and Aves both falling. There's now a real avenue back towards this site. Do they continue to try and re-clear? The information's there, but the shot is great from Elite. Need a bit more, gets a bit more with Sugetsu. Now down to the 1v1. Sugetsu lost it last time.
North F goes off though.
This should be, I don't want to say a default win, but it gives him at least control on the corner. He walks in, and it's a shot again. Sugetsu, heartbreaking for him, but hard to win 1v1s.
We'll just confirm the kills well, but a 7-5 half for Gentlemates. A brilliant way to end out this half. 2-round buffer. Carmichael slowly building back in, and have to see if that does continue into the second half.
Well, it's 7-5, a relatively close affair with a little bit of a wake-up call towards the end of this, Mike. It felt like it kind of went in waves here, kind of 4 in a row for one side, 3 for the other, and back and forth they went.
But Gentlemates win out in the pace change, which was, again, you expect with this composition, Carmichael to be able to really, really thrive on that front line. It just didn't come through. The second half definitely going to be interesting to watch.
And how do we feel about the Phoenix now slotting into the defending side? I can see your face. Use your
the
words.
vertical swing, you can see my face.
That's the face! Observers, I love you guys so much.
I'm just not sold yet.
It's not enough for me.
No.
I feel like they could achieve the same look with something maybe a little bit more versatile, but I do want to see if it encourages aggression.
Yep, proactivity, aggression, that will be the tick in the box to at least make it work. At least give it an honest shot at working. Gentlemates, see how huddled they are. They're almost anticipating that sort of thing here on the pistol round. No overcommitment just yet from KC. Drone potentially going to clear Aves out of this position, but Martin actually wins out in mid. He's found 2.
Zipan tries to pull it back from the brink, but finding 2 is exceptional. Massive value on that. Where do they go from here, though? This feels a little adrift, a little bit left out to shore. Real intent behind it. They're losing map space. You look over towards A long. Sadak's already taken that away from them.
Problem being as well, later into this round, potentially in a retake scenario, Sugetsu still has the paranoia.
30 seconds left.
The big tool available. Canada actually respectively as well. On the other side does. Still a trip, so this will be noted at least before Gentlemates can find their way onto site. No resistance on the way in. See, actually, probably going to buy some time for Sadak. He's all the way in towards attacker spawn here. Kamek, got to be careful in the smoke.
Oh, but the paranoia! They used it just to take down Aves, really, and they get away.
Yes, Sugetsu's is burnt up as well. Almost wasted in that exchange.
Surprised they sent it. Sadak's position, though, do they even consider this? His dart could be pivotal, looking at where they're playing. Could put Zipan on the line. But he's not actually utilizing it yet. They're right at the door here. Sadak wanted the surprise over the utility, and it's gone wrong. Gentlemates dig in deep.
On the pistol in the second half here, put themselves 3 rounds ahead now. A beautiful recovery. Martin finding the 2 openers here in the pistol. But Gentlemate's able to turn the tides. And yeah, absolutely perfect. Kamek just in a really, really rough spot there. Only maybe a couple of seconds left on that smoke, but the paranoia was perfect. And like I said, in that exchange, Sugetsu actually sends his back.
I'm genuinely a little surprised he went for it. Maybe just reactionary, maybe feeling that was the opportunity, but certainly didn't find the value he wanted.
Again, it's a split-second decision.
A split second. That ain't bad from Click. Love to see that from his side. No shade, observers. Love you. Promise. That felt really Passag.
Yeah, it was actually really Passag.
And now they're just going to sit on Martine, aren't they? To punish me.
Sit on Click. Despite us.
They'd never be so cruel. It's just slow and steady for Gentlemates.
Yeah, nothing here on C site. Maybe Elite will get across. He's making moves. Even so, only classics for KC here. Right, actually, you had to retrieve this orb over towards A long, actually. Hands of Martin. We'll get him one closer. Chance for an early ultimate for him, but Plant comes through now and feels pretty awkward with nobody actually up close and personal here.
This is rough to find any way back in from him. And his utility is pretty good, depending on the timing when he checks towards that camp.
But this is another situation, though, like the first half, that they're starting at a deficit, losing the pistol, and round 2. Again, it's Phoenix kind of thrives in that momentum, right? You get the ult online early, maybe potentially for round 3, and you can run away. It's an extra body to throw on a trade, and all of those factors out the window once again for the second half. They can find the recovery in the 3rd round, sure. Again, in terms of, I don't even want to say win conditions, the comfortable way that you play Phoenix from ahead, you can thrive in that scenario. Not just ahead in terms of rounds, but also if your Phoenix is finding value, finding kills time and time again. We've just not seen it.
I mean, Aves has 4 kills. This has not looked like a comfortable agent for him. Doesn't feel like it's being played into too heavily either, really, but how do you really play into it?
Phoenix, yeah.
There isn't like a way to set it up so much.
You kind of have to stand on your own 2 feet.
Yeah.
And again, we saw a couple of examples, well, a couple of examples, I think one actually, the A-site execute where you have that 1-2 punch with Martin and Aves. The running back comes through, I believe it was actually Zipan on the other side, things are isolated after the drone, but like I said, getting ahead, that's kind of it.
Yeah, that's your lot. Right, this, if there's going to be a round to really get into for KC, it's got to be this one. And Click, though, is trying to drop all the eyes towards that C-side.
I mean, Fake almost paying off. It pulled at least 2 out of 3 of the members out of A's side. Actually, on the other side, Sadak overstepping the mark massively.
Because it's so indicative, they're looking for information. Him trying to re-aggress down long, so they speed up and they get that plant in. Now, it could be a quick kind of retake here. They're tempted by it. Aves trying to set it up. Nice from him. Approaching well. Good clear towards Hell. They've got the side back. Now, look at the positioning zone. Can Click do anything in time? Can Kamek do anything with time here? The flash, he eats it. He absolutely eats it. And now you got the smokes. Now you got the util. Now you can have Click getting one, but one ain't enough. The defuse is there. Great from KC, speeding things up themselves on the way back through.
You see Sadak drifting into that space to try and backfill. And like I said, they sold the fake. They pulled 2 players off this A-site hold. But the flood comes through, and it's beautiful this time around. Martin with another 2 kills. This time around, will garner a round victory off it. So the recovery is there. 3rd round in favor of Carmine Court. So keeping their head above water here, Lauren.
Necessary. That was up against the bonus, now the full buy. Ooh, and again, looking to try and get involved here, but look at Kamek, look at Martin! Beautiful back-to-back shots. Kamek and Kata go down. Control garnered, and the A-site looking a little harder to take than they'd want.
3v4 for Gentlemates. Click. Called upon potentially. Sadak only with the Guardian, but won't be overwhelmed here. That's Martin as well, but Click isolating one.
They don't know about Martin. Do they still try and
Do they
clear
re-clear this?
diligently? I feel like you don't. Oh, they tried, but Martin is so clean today. Couldn't outdo Mini in the end, but right there is Sugetsu to add the full stop.
Looking a little more like that iconic Sugetsu closeout. Now back-to-back for KC here. 9-7 now. Gentlemates will still have some funds to invest, but we'll see what the purchase does look like. Yeah, between Martin and Sugetsu, looking pretty crispy now in some of these rounds.
We were saying there's no real standout player, but Sugetsu and Martin are really picking up that mantle, right? They're leading that. You got Martin kind of as the start, and then Sugetsu as the close. Lovely. If they can keep that going, that's perfect. Still got a couple of rounds to make up here, though. And still a fight to be played with Gentlemates. Yeah, there's that Guardian in play, but the rest still looking likely. Martin again with an opener. He is starting to look deadly here. Value found once again.
This time around, though, not hook, line, and sinker. Still got a tripwire outside B. Sadak still filling that space towards A long. KC happy to just stack up here on their side of garage.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute massacre in there. Again, Sugetsu. Anyone else going to try and join in? Nah. Okay. Aves goes down. That looked weird as anything. And now 3v3. Zipan. Looking nasty. The spike coming back on over because he's overdoing this. Overly succeeding near on. And they know about Martin now.
Gentlemates still with a little bit of time and still a gap, actually. Sadak exploring towards B now.
He's gone out of here, though. Martin's still trying to linger around.
One. Yeah. Wants another one.
Trying to get him to a 2v2. What he wants, he gets. And they're trying to find a fight. Look at this plant position here. Sadak trying to get a bit of info. You ain't going to get much from that now. Reposition going to come in. Where do they opt for? Can't fall far. They look towards Garage, but it's not the place. It's CT. Martin steps forward, looks for a fight. He's got it. Martin is vicious today. What a beautiful round.
So he was at some point still kind of trailing behind with Aves numerically, but now, for the last few rounds, what, three 2-pieces, maybe another 3K on top of that? Definitely found his footing here on Haven now. Top of the board for KC. Will force a timeout here, actually. Again, maybe a little bit concerning to lose 3 on the bounce here in the second half, but there's been a real change in terms of pace and in terms of commitment to taking these engagements that we didn't actually see in the first half from Carmine Court.
No, you're right, but there's also to be said that Martin's just had some absolutely stellar rounds, right? It's hard to kind of characterize at some points, but at the end of the day, he's been getting 4 kills in these sort of affairs. Now, for the other side of Gentlemates, you're looking at a couple of ults coming through, 2 big uns already online. You've got Zipans and Clicks. Then you're one off from Kamek.
Yeah, Kamek
You've
one
got
away.
A massive hand to be played in just a moment. So this is the one where they've got to find that fight, and if you've got an ace up the sleeve, you bring it out now.
Concern being, Carmine Court have built up a little bit of a buffer. An elite down on 300, but not necessarily too concerning. Well, they'll be able to ride that through here. I mean, Aves now on the run it back, building towards the TP for Sugetsu, but again, in a retake scenario, that for Aves' ultimate is really, really pivotal or valuable potentially. More curious now of coming out of the timeout. What the decision is from Gentlemates. Heavy emphasis towards A this time around. Haven't necessarily seen this take towards long. Only really been SADAC here, and I think actually a byproduct of that is why we see him kind of on an island.
Got walkabouts on the other side of the map too. So space is there, and you can probably see that causing SADAC to sit a little bit safer, call for some support, because they have that unchallenged position down C long. But this pacing from Gentlemates isn't quick.
Actually coming back outside B now to potentially deal with the trip. Not necessarily a commitment just yet, but maybe looking to leapfrog off an opener if they can find it. See people come through. Actually, Click can't deal with the trip, but lucky not to get punished.
Yeah, I thought he was done for. Not the case. We're going to see a lot of those ults coming in. Kana makes light work again, so he gets caught. Just trying to get away, but a quick run towards C, but we saw it earlier. Martin, the man you want to avoid, tucked away down C long. Now they're going to try and pressure CT on the other side of things, so a bit of split focus to be had here. Click going to pop the ult, but he gets outdone. Arvez, Martin starting to find some damage. He can't turn the flash. Zipan could be in a huge position though. He's got so much work ahead of him. Takes away SADAC. Still two more to claim if he wants a chance. Oh, he's got another! But the big man himself, Martin, has been a monster! And he's not losing this one either.
KC to tie things up here in a chaotic exchange over on C site. Very quick pivot actually out of B. Said Click's lucky not to lose his life. First real value we've seen from the running back as well in terms of denying that rotation. Actually following up and finding 3 on the round for Arvez. Much needed. Maybe building upon that momentum that Martin's now established. Certainly some more confidence in some of these scenarios from KC. Gentlemates will be humbled now in terms of the finances as well.
I love this stack too. Probably going to cast a curse it, but I like the idea. Maybe feeling that Gentlemates felt they had an advantage. Here it is. It's gorgeous. Oh!
2 for 2 though. That's not great.
No, with stingers.
Sugetsu down to 70 as well.
SADAC!
Okay.
He's just digging in. This is a 1v2 and Mini. He can probably get a gun out of this.
He can get a gun. He's got his ultimate as well.
Spike is a bit of an issue, but it's not impossible. Info time. Mini, he is dangerous. He is really dangerous, but not dangerous enough today. KC just really continuing this march now. Back in, taking the lead away from Gentlemates.
A great conversion. It almost looked like it could have slipped through their fingers here. Like I said, a 2 for 2 outside this smoke on A long, and it's SADAC to find the follow-up.
I have all the ribs, baby. I have all the ribs. Don't...
And yeah, you even noted the stack. Absolutely at the right time here for KC. Only 2 away from the ultimate for Elite, but everything else available now. Saw a similar situation in the first half and kept crediting how frugal KC were in their approach. See, there's just so many more tools available. Now with Avez getting a couple of kills in some of these rounds, another run it back already. Felt like there's a real gap in between them on the first half.
Spotting 1. What's the reaction? Nothing. No rotation. He's happy to stick around here. Normally we've seen him getting a little bit more cautious. This absence of presence should be ringing the alarm bells. Does SADAC get to survive?
Gotta be careful now, yeah.
Okay, he's out of there. That's fine. You take that. Play for the retake, I guess. You do have the ults for it now. Martin there, SADAC there. You got Arvez as well. Find me some targets, find me some bodies. They're throwing everything at this. If Gentlemates survive, it'd be a miracle. They've already denied Arvez getting any more damage done. Martin with a quick readjust down towards long. They're pinned on the site, and Martin is taking their heads off. It's KC just mangling Gentlemates down to just Kamek. Overwhelmed, outdone, everything poured in.
Brimming with confidence now. And this conversion, absolutely not afraid to invest some of these ultimates. Maximum value as well. mean, actually, even coming out of that, Aves still in a good position afterwards. Even considering the investment here. Again, finds 3.
So good, bro. I love you so much.
And actually finds the defuse as well, so already building back towards another run it back.
And what a night and day swing up from Aves. He was down almost 4 kills for so long. Now up on 14, just second on the board to Martin. That confidence there, that support there, it all seems to be lining up for them. 6 rounds now, back to back for KC. Finding boatloads of comfort. And for Gentlemates, still no solution in sight.
Sadak still here on a long. This time around, Gentlemates was looking to make a contact play up, but Sadak, he smells something fishy. Sugetsu as well. Want to find Zipan.
Oh, that's risky.
Actually, click. Oh no, he's fumbled. The paranoia just catching at the right time.
God, that is unreal. That thought, it
That's
looked like a
so unlucky, so unlucky.
Who's waiting? Just sat down here if they try and escape. Martin. And with the seconds of silence that tick over towards 8, the more focused he becomes. Gentlemates may fancy that pivot towards B, they may fancy that walk towards C long. It's not without a challenger, a player, waiting,
so
striking.
Good, man.
Oh, an in-zone flawless. KC, this second half has been beautiful.
Night and day from what we saw on the first. A string of rounds to their name. Just one away from taking this map 1 now. Said Martin coming alive. A ridiculous amount of multi-kills for him in the second half. And yeah, a real shift in the energy down to some of these player cams as well. The purchase will come through some gaps for Gentlemates, understandably so. Sadak has done a brilliant job. Almost puffer fishing out on A long here, but also being the one to really toe the line in terms of peeling back, allowing that, or conceding some of that space, and commanding the rotation as well.
Who gets the multi? Aves on for 2, 3. He's still got presence down towards long if they try and creep up. Martin here, ready to get out if he needs to. Play the support card. But for now, he waits. This time he doesn't get it. Mini outdoes him. And Aves up with the challenge. Oh, it's going to be Aves with the double. Sugetsu going to be blind. He's going to try and take the TP out for now. Get some safety. Spike collected, and Gentlemates with the pause now.
Do actually have a trip this time around as well towards A long, so Sadak can give up the site as well. Actually going to be in a position to hear these steps. He's relaying that information now.
It feels like Sadak's had his finger on the pulse this game. The rotations, the stacks, the approach. But does he land the shot? He doesn't. Kamek super quick with that. 30 seconds. And Sugetsu, I mean,
player standing.
That's a little wild.
You might as well.
A crack, I guess, but it is going to be 10 rounds for Gentlemates, unless Elite.
Spike planted.
Get the job done. 9 kills for him. This would be a lot. Dealt with. Waiting for the player to peak, but no one's playing to the tune that he wants.
Gentlemate's just going to tuck. Don't want to risk giving away these rifles potentially. Yeah, not even get anything.
Okay, 10.
A 4K for Kamek as well. Puts him 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. A big tool available potentially for Gentlemates. Click. Very close to his, but Zipan does have a Hunter's Fury. So in terms of these kind of playmakers,
30 seconds left.
Shot from
Sadak's just got, yeah, absolutely clotheslined on that swing. And Sugetsu maybe thinking that he's going to catch a timing on somebody. Operator actually comes out for Martin now. Will be a big shift potentially in the pacing of the early round. Whether or not he's going to drift down C immediately.
Mini. Melted on that. Down to only 24 HP in a blink of an eye. Look at the vine he's got with that operator, just down long. So dedicated to it.
Gotta be careful.
That's not quite good enough. Mini has been keeping presence here. Now it feels like Sadak's probably going to be able to supersede this, but I want to see where the rest of Gentlemates now want to head.
Got time, got space to work with.
He's not done this before.
See whether or not he's going to be cleared immediately here or given an opportunity.
Oh,
She lines up Kamek sharp on it though. Dealt with.
Okay, quick rotations coming in. Smoke's going to go up. They're going to be able to disrespect that. Sugetsu, can you hold the line? Can you stop what they've started? No. Click quick with it. And already the side under pressure. Suddenly the punish. And you're going to be saving. Have Gentlemates brought this back from the brink? 11 rounds soon to be had.
30 seconds left.
Concern being as well, this will give Mini his ultimate, but the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury available for round 24. Huge ultimates at Gentlemate's disposal. This operator all but mitigated here. Unnoted yet. I don't think anybody would have realised, but obviously they're going to know he's going to be saving something. Whether or not KC can kind of capitalise on that, in the next round as well.
And I guess it becomes that mind game of where do you put it, right? We've had a couple of rounds trying to exploit that
not necessarily found anybody swinging onto him on these deep explorations down on C long. Again, previously I think he was tucked in for a retake at some point, maybe got one kill, but the Gentlemates have definitely been on the ball in terms of damage control early on. Aves, unfortunately, whether or not it felt as if they were going to be able to dig out this lurk, but it almost feels a little solo to drift down the sewers that way.
Forward. You saw that?
No.
But KC with a timeout. Now, historically, Eng had one of the highest conversions out of a timeout statistically. Kind of nuts. Now, I don't know if that's actually held true now into kind of the more recent days, but he's a little bit dangerous with it. Now, I'm looking at the ults that KC have as well. Still got elites, that's not exactly an instigator. Aves has his.
Yeah, I mean, Martin 2 off his as well, so still definitely opportunities here for KC. But with the ability to almost sweep out a site with Kamek's ultimate, unless you have, I mean, the run it back, sure, it's great in the retake, but you don't necessarily at this stage of the second half want to be sitting back and playing retake. Zipan also has a very, very big tool in terms of a late post plant for Gentlemates as well.
See where they put Richard as well, because the temptation.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, yeah.
But then obviously, if you're Gentlemates, you go. That's obviously the solution they're going to go for is to reinforce A. So now we go C. Right? It's that little like mind game that goes on. Yeah, and it looks like they are reinforcing A with it. But
that actually looks like Sadak's going to swing with him, potentially drone him out. But you see, actually on the other side, Gentlemates are stacked up now for a C site hit. Fortunately, Martin just unable to be in the right place at the right time with this operator so far.
A stun to back site. Ball goes up. And that preemptive Hunter's Fury just to secure maybe the cross. Don't think he got a connection from this. No. So pure retake here. Unless they decide to go early, which I'd highly doubt.
You do have the Rolling Thunder to sit back on as well.
Here we go. This is it. Ult's coming in. Paranoia finds 3. That is beautiful, but they can't gap close. They can't get there in time. They've been held at the door, and you're retaking with an operator. It ain't going to be easy. They've dealt with the first wave of utility. They put a smoke back up. They're putting theirs on now. Gentlemates stemming the bleeding and holding the back for the trades. Kana, outstanding impact in that one. And Gentlemates handling KC like they're nothing.
What a response to force overtime here. Close out the last 3 rounds of this half. Almost beckoning that 14-12 scoreline once again. It'd be heartbreak to let this one slip through their fingers.
How many in a row?
For your KC. 7, yeah. Next it was 9-5. Yeah, this is beautiful. And again, there's no flank coming through. Very, very comfortable for Gentlemates to just post up. The Rolling Thunder basically completely negating that run it back. Because you know the flood's coming behind that. That's the body on the front line, the trade in hand effectively.
It's OT, 12-12. This time around, reset your minds. Gentlemates on the defending side, KC on the attack. We had a quiet Martin here, but this is a different look to him now. He'd warmed up, he looked better. Oh,
the jump.
A mistake. A real fumble on that, and Sugetsu will greet that with a smile every day. But it's just a battle in mid. It's a bit of a brawl. But it's not just a solo affair, it's breaking out across the map. It settles into this 3v2 with a quick run towards C. But my eyes are still looking towards Martin here, tucking in towards that B site, that late lurk potential in play.
So he's looking to do damage here. Get behind potentially Mini in transition. Now, does Mini clear him? He's looking towards mid. Surely not.
Hey! Nice try, nice enough.
I mean, it's rough.
Martin.
He actually swings on the other side to hard clear that, but Martin doesn't miss those.
This is feeling over, especially with this plant. Oh. It's all right, Sadak. You've got uses elsewhere. Ah, yeah, Zipan. It's a horrible position to be in, just watching the clock tick away, really. But Martin to seal it. And a real difference maker this time. 3 kills here. 2 very impactful ones as well.
It's in at 26 and 16. By the way, Kamek's still ahead of that at 29 and 15.
Bad,
so
isn't it? Kamek's
I've even said Kamek looked fantastic even in that loss versus Foot.
Yeah.
Felt like he was the best player in the lobby. Not around though. The resurgence from Martin. Definitely the headline here for Haven. Can they get this one across the line now? Operator out once again for Martin. And it's similar, actually, carbon copy from what we saw from the end of regulation now. They're getting posted up on that deep angle on sewers. Gentlemates try and sell this fake on C.
Yeah, but if he sticks around on this, that is lovely stuff. They've got enough behind it. Yeah, Martin is going to take away Zipan. That's enough of a warning sign. A site's not available. We've got to go elsewhere. And it does make it harder to get towards these sites now without Zipan there to allow for it.
There's still a trip to playoff here. Click. Very hesitant to force the issue here. You do still have Arvez to complement this hold from Elite as well.
Are they contacting this?
I think they are.
It's kind of worked. The smoke went towards long that obviously I don't think was even noted. But there's so many bodies for KC here. The curiosity is going to get the better of them at some point. Yeah, they're already looking towards CT, right? They're like, yeah, we can hear you now. Here we go. But Kamek is so close. Oh, I thought he got away from that. Arvez, quick punish. Kamek goes down. The raid boss for Gentlemates is removed. Now Sugetsu looking to get into the board as well. Click, Mini, Kata getting a little bit of a fight back with the numbers simply favorable. KC now on the verge. All on one. Mini has to be a monster. Nice try. But Sadak is there, composure key. And that second half, Mike, was night and day.
Absolutely. The comeback from KC to really find their footing on the second half on the defense was what got them across the line.
It did, and we'll be back after this.
Wait, admin. Wait, admin. Give me 1 second. I need to get the... Admin, wait. Last jump, last jump, last jump. This is for the money.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
You give me up, oh my God. You give me up
Welcome back, everyone. KC is up 1-0, and while our attacking side has worried just a teeny tiny bit, they really started to string it together on their defense, taking this map. Yeah, we had to bust out our emotional support tacti bears to get through this one. We have a lot. There's a lot of emotional support, plushies. We have a lot of plushies. We got this Australian dude here as well.
Yeah, I'm an emotional support koala bear.
That's how you get onto airplanes for free. As like some support.
I haven't even tried that hack yet. I'll do it next time on the way home, I guess. But look, this guy made a bit of a difference there. It helped out, certainly helped out. Neves was able to play it to success. So glad we actually got to see the Phoenix in the end.
I think this guy had a bit more success from here, but
of course.
But as we're seeing right here, we see the performances from the players, and even though mates definitely put up a fight, if we think about the double duelist against the singular, we saw a clique that was struggling a lot. Took part in 10 of those engaging duels, only won a couple of them. So going 2-8 against a dynamic duo that, especially as you were saying, Zoe, on that defense came alive. Martin just being way more aggressive, definitely found their way back into the game. Not only that, before we went into this match, we were speaking about how absolutely great KC were at their map picks. Well, congratulations, because they just won their first opponent pick this year. Yay! Oh no, I'm not eating bananas. Okay, we all know how that ends.
Why is that? What? Banana
there's a curse. There's a curse.
Is it a curse in the EMEA?
It is a curse.
In Americas, it's a buff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe you're bringing the buff. Maybe you're bringing the buff.
Yeah, you got the potassium strength. You know,
yeah, I do. I know about the potassium.
I'm pro-banana.
And yeah, I'm pro-banana. Yeah. I didn't know it was a nerf. So I guess we'll see. Look, you could be right. You are the local here. We're both.
That's true. Maybe bananas work different on this side of the world.
Yeah,
we don't know.
Bananas grow different everywhere. And look, before we move on about, showing how KC was so great, I just want to, props to Kamek. He did so well, had to do so much work there and just got put into some incredibly rough positions, unfortunately, for him. But look, it was a close game in the end. OT, I feel like that deserved OT. Both teams were playing stellar.
Yeah, I mean, Kamek, just such a good performance all through stage 1, even in the matches he lost, right? Like, he's just like really putting out those numbers. So much worth he brings to the team. Yeah. Now, speaking of players who bring a lot of worth to the team, we want to have a little comparison here with former teammates. Used to play on Navi. Are you getting all emotional?
Yeah, I'm getting so emotional because it's like back in the old days. We were seeing Zipan and Suigetsu playing together. I'm probably one of the few Navi fans that exists. So they were playing together for over 2.5 years. So of course, seeing them going up head to head is one of the heartbreaks that we have for this year, but that we have to face moving forward. And it was lovely to see that the both of them were having good performances. I think that Zipan is really finding his footing within this team and finding a lot of value. And you can say the same for Suigetsu. He still shoots incredibly beautifully, but of course there's going to be some body shooting.
Yeah, there certainly will be. And look, while we're on the desk, I'm going to leak this one. We did have Kakuka go crazy when she realized that it was just like them both going head to head again. Like you went so loud, and it was so. Yes. You got more. You thought that was a little bit emotional.
Because
she got real emotional.
There's so many things to talk about, and then I'm on the server, and then I look at the top right, and I see Zipan getting the kill on Su, and I'm like, there's something wrong here. There's something that should not be happening.
I do love that ever so often, like, we make up those big storylines of grudge matches and former teammates. The players couldn't care less, but we get really emotional about it.
Yeah. It's like, for them, it's another day in the office. For me, it's like, oh my God, I remember when I was watching them this, and then this happened. But yeah.
Way back when.
I remember
way back
Prime
when.
Navi.
Yeah. Never forget.
Where'd they go? Look, let's move on to the next.
This guy. Let's move on to this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Martin, he just doesn't miss. Check his PC.
Yeah, I think that even though we are speaking about KC struggling in so many points, I love the Martin that we are seeing this year. He's been a little bit jailed, quote unquote, but not completely, on that Euro. But he's been performing better and better and better. And especially when you are changing the compositions, playing so off meta, so in your own realm of how you want to understand the game, you would understand that maybe a player like him would struggle a little bit more, but he's been shining even when they've been losing.
Can I talk about how calm he looks? Like, not just in this, but during the game as well, when he's getting some crazy multi-kills. He was just sitting there just like it was all in a day's work. And like, you talk about that calm aim, like, it feels like it comes all the way through him, just because he's there, he's like barely moving his mouth, he's barely reacting. He is just so locked in. It feels like he's just in that focus zone 24/7 when he's playing Valorant.
And that can be so of so much value for a team too, just having a player who brings that calm presence and obviously deadly aim. Also, he has got the best facial bone structure in all of Valorant. I stick to that. Seriously though, like
He does.
He does.
Looks
like,
maxing, 100%.
Actually, like this is a model's face. Like, yeah, gorgeous.
What's it called? Gua Sha? He's probably getting on that for sure.
What did you say?
I think he's just young, Mac. I think that we're just don't know.
Maybe we've had too many. There's a lot of candy around here.
It's
We've
just
been
the
pumping that.
jawline and everything. It never ceases to amaze me. Neither does his aim. Also, never ceasing to amaze me are also some of the compositions we get to see from the teams. Well, that transition was a bit of a struggle, but we got there.
We got there.
A bit of a stretch, but that's okay because it's late. I want to bring it back to Sadak. We talked heading into this game about him utilizing that harbor, even though that's not really like a meta. Now today we saw him on Sova.
Yeah.
Yay or nay?
Yay. Of course, yay. I think that them firstly moving away from the harbor in a map. Good. Yeah, not being predictable, understanding that the other teams are going to be looking at what you do and whatnot. And let's be honest, in many maps where the harbor was a thing for KC, Sadak was not finding the impact in the individual realm. But, with all the ages, I feel like, especially here on this map, like having the Sova gives you a little bit more freedom. And I think that he was able to find that impact. So, good.
Learning, adapting, doing the right thing, going towards the meta, not just trying to force things that weren't working and may not
we
continue
say going
to work.
towards the meta, but then they run a composition that has never been played before on Haven. But it's okay,
You need a little flavor in there.
Yeah.
If you cook, you're gonna need some flavor. You can't just potato it up. You gotta bring us something to eat here. And the big question is, what will they bring for our upcoming match? We're heading on to Pearl. This is KC's pick, and this is a map they lost in week 1 against BBL playing. But the harbor. Will we see that again?
I mean, maybe, because Pearl is a very America's map. It's a map that they love over there, and that the harbor, even though they didn't lose that time, or they didn't win that time around, it is a map where you can run it and it's not as outrageous as the rest. But I assume that we saw the change on Haven. Maybe we're going to see it on Pearl. We're speaking about KC, but right now I'm looking more towards Gentlemates. We're speaking about both of these teams coming into this 1-1 in their groups, and I want to see how this composition is going to operate for them and how Mini is going to be calling in this map, because yes, we have seen them playing this year, but it was still when Robbie BK was within the team and he was IGL, and so I want to see how much different this Pearl is going to be from the Gentlemates that we saw on kickoff to today.
Yeah, and you can also expect them to probably go for a bit of an agent comp diff as well, and look, I think we'll see that in just a moment. So let's see what they're cooking, let's see what KC are bringing, if the Harbor still slides in there, or if they're going to change that up completely.
Hello. I like it.
Okay, we're going for some Teo. We're still keeping Harbor there for Carmine Corp, so look, I'm not going to say it's not going to work, because it is a map where, the double controller can work, the smokes and the walls work really well together. You got Martine on Yoru, and if he puts the same performance up, mate, you're telling me this is probably going to be looking like a 2-0, the opposite way to what I thought it was going to be.
I really like the composition coming in from Gentlemates. They move away from the KO, they bring in the Tejo, and they also swap the roles around, so Kamek is not just filling in for what Robbie would be doing. They put Zipan on the Sova, move Click also away from that Jet. That was probably a little bit more jarring, and it's going to help them a lot, especially on this attack, dealing with Elite and that Vice. You have the possibility of baiting that wall, and especially when you combo it with the rest that they have a lot of tools to work with and a couple of drones to work with every round as well.
I love that you bring that up. Elite has definitely came alive again, returning to form on that Vice.
Yeah, and Vise as well, those nerfs coming through, I wonder if that's going to change the effectiveness of her. With Elite as well, also not playing too well on map number 1, you need to see a little bit more from him moving into map number 2. Otherwise, look, it could get difficult. Gentlemates, they're running a bit of a new composition compared to last time, so any prep that KC's tried to do on Gentlemates here may be thrown out the window.
Yeah, from the perspective of Gentlemates, we know that Min is going to be stellar on that Killjoy. I wonder, again, with his call and how much different this is going to be. But I want to go back to the click point. Him on the Neon that we just saw on Haven, those engaging duels that were not going for him, I really expect this to be a difference. I expect him to find a lot of success, but I think that the biggest highlight still had to be Kamik. We were highlighting how before coming into today, he is totally in his reputation era, and we expect that to continue being this way. So for him going on the Deco, I think that he can have massive impact, especially if he manages to combo very well with Kara, which I expect to happen.
Yeah, on the flop side though, Kamik, when you're playing Breach, you at least have those flashes and can be a bit more self-sufficient with that stun. It's quite easy to play for yourself if you are put into odd positions. Whereas when you're playing Teo, it's not as easy. All of the utility is mostly zoning. When you pull that drone out, you know, all of a sudden you can get pushed, you can get punished, and you don't have those flashes to allow yourself some free picks, which, you know, down the line could be a problem, maybe depending on where he is playing here on Pearl, who he's playing with. It could still be quite easy and allow for some early map control, but I guess we'll see once we get in.
Of course, it's been obvious, but for those who haven't caught on to it, we do experience a small delay right now. They are working on it.
I saw faces there. I saw Prophet. Did I see Westside by his side? I don't know. Somebody was covering his face, but I think I recognized his hair, which only tells me that maybe I should go home
you spent too much time in the studio. I think that's a big takeaway here. I do love that though. I love seeing players in the audience.
He comes here every day. My man, like, I don't need, does he even scrim? Because he comes to watch all the matches. The thing
He's doing his homework. That's
absolutely,
yeah.
And it does not have any kind of downside on the server when he's playing because he's still brilliant. But I would love, you know, if Hansi pulls the plug again and we end up going to attack post, I would love to chat to him because he knows a lot about the Astra and the impact that he can have on a map like this. And he has a lot of experience. He's good. He's quite good.
He is quite good. Easy good enough to win the match.
Both of them are. That's why it went to OT on map number 1.
That's right.
Yeah.
Question answered. If you too want to answer the question, please vote in chat right now. Where do you think chat is going to go with that? Obviously, both of these franchises with French fans means they have a lot. Where's the split, though? Which Frenchie is the better Frenchie?
I think KC, just because of the fact that they won the first map. And it's not only the fact that they won the first map, and, you know, it's KC. They're very loved. I could say the same for mates. But we also need to think about the nuances of that map. They're bringing in the new composition. The fact that they lost both of the pistols, so you start every half with a two-round deficit, and they still managed to close it out, even with mates bringing it to OT. They found the mental resilience to close it very quickly.
Well, with those comps as well, so Pearl being generally an attacker-sided map, who are we feeling should be getting more of the attack-sided rounds? Because, you know, with that Vires, obviously that's going to be stronger probably just on the defense compared to what we saw coming through from Mate. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a little lost on that.
I think it depends. I think it depends. Of course, both of the teams come with a plan. I think that I want to see a little bit of the aggression that we were seeing from KC when they move on to the defense, and how much they can capitalize off of that, how ready and how prepared mates are going to be, because in many of those occasions, they weren't ready when we saw it on Haven. It could happen the same on Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like KC on Haven, they needed some time to warm up because obviously their composition should have been favored on attack. This is where we should have seen them succeed and excel. That's why the second half was so worrisome.
Oh, Runner's there as well. And it's Westside. Yeah, Runner, Prophet, Westside. I see you guys. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. Love to have you in the studio. See, it was his hair.
It was.
I need to leave. I need to go home.
The fact that you recognize people by their hair is actually wild. We should turn that somehow into a segment. That's some free content if I've ever seen one. Can you recognize players and talented people by just like body parts, I guess?
I've seen that used. I've seen that used as a quiz before.
I'd recognize you by your hands, I think.
Oh my God.
No particular reason.
That's a weird champ if I've ever heard one. Anyway.
Oh man,
this
the audience
is
staying with
out,
us. We appreciate everyone who's coming out to support the teams. It's obviously always bands to have a crowd here. For the players as well, you know, having that energy in the room, especially if the days are going a little longer. But we are experiencing those tech pauses thanks to Pansy's inability to store cables.
He knows that Casey fan knows what he's on about. The game, but yeah, still goated.
Right, players are
still not sitting up.
Yeah. We are in the process of ready checking the players though.
That's good.
I've been told.
Look at that poll
They
as
look
well.
semi-ready to me.
Ended at 54-46, so it is slightly leaning towards that KC side of things. Maybe, you know, winners
Yeah,
bias,
it's like
recency bias.
mates are catching up. Where would your vote go?
Oh, mates,
your
because we share a last name.
Wait, what? Gentle? Wait, no, your last name is Mates.
Is Mac Mate?
But that's your actual last name.
It is right now.
That's it. Well, now it is. Guy, I learned something about my friends, so that's cool. Speaking of friends, I got 2 more in the caster booth, so let's send it over to Hypok and Pansy to hear what they have to say about this upcoming map.
I bet it's a lot.
Probably.
Well, it's funny you should say that, actually.
Yeah. Game's not starting yet, guys.
No.
Don't get excited.
No.
We're just trying to help him out.
On the flop side.
What was that from Matt?
I don't.
I've never heard of
I
the flip
don't
side.
know.
Flip side? What's
Is that an Aussie thing?
Flip flops.
On the flop side, yeah.
There you go. It all makes sense now.
But yeah, we are still waiting.
Yeah, but we wanted to have an answer because you're getting a bit giggly, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're about to go to silly jail here.
We can't do map 2. We're supposed to lock in now. The silliness
It's
out
not
of
even
the
started.
way.
We're just going to diet milk on our screens.
Oh, but they have no context for that because our team's on screen right now. So we're looking at diet milk.
It's in game. The observers just troll us the whole time. They're lovely. Yeah, they're nodding in game. You can't see it. I could be lying. But how are we feeling about this one? Perlay. I wish we could show you in game. I mean, maybe we can. I don't know if production would like to do that. They probably don't. They probably would really hate us to do that. But we could kind of talk through the agent selection here, Michael.
Yeah, we could.
We could do that.
Obviously, we roll your minds back to several hours ago when we talked about the veto at the start of map 1, talking about the harbour. We'll see it again.
Well, we've had an offer, Michael.
An offer, have we? An offer of saviour?
No.
Well, somebody's coming to join us.
No, actually.
Worse?
If I'm mistaken, or maybe not, maybe I'm right on this. Alberto, you were saying that we could talk to the desk. Now, how do you feel about that, Michael?
Oh, I feel really good about that.
You really like that?
Yeah.
Can we, Alberto? Producer? Okay. Desk? Are you
there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Are
you friendly?
Are you friendly? Are you friendly?
This started like the beginning of a
They've all
seance.
literally instantly left the desk when the camera cut. They've just left the room.
Get back in the studio. Get back in the studio, please.
Knock, knock. Knock,
Now
knock.
I feel like, you know, on like the news when they do the, and we're going to our correspondent on the ground, and how is there still a delay? How is there still a delay in this day and age?
Hello. Phoenix calls to know that delay is not genuine.
Do you reckon they fake it?
Yeah, oh, yeah, 100%.
3, 2, 1, and go.
Hello.
100%.
Hello.
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 Yeah, so I don't really know what, I'd love to know what the issue is too. Because I feel like they're hiding it from us.
There's no ticker, so... And the stage isn't red.
Yeah,
We're just not counting this one.
Because I threatened on Twitter that I'd go off script if, you know, if they had another tech pause.
Yeah, we can hear them.
Observers, how dare you got away
Yeah.
from that? That was beautiful.
How quickly do if I asked the stage to turn red, how quickly could we make? Could we just do like a flash of
Try
red
it. Look, if we're going to do
I'm going
this
now, and then
okay,
we'll keep a
let me
mental
get the
clock.
timer on.
It doesn't need to say tech pause.
No, say it really clearly. Say it really clearly so I can put the timer on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, cut to red.
Timer's on. Will production do it for us? Will the stage go red? So far, they're going for the crowd shots. Bless the crowd. It's been seconds, Michael. This is not.
Oh, this is.
I feel like, you know, in
unacceptable, actually.
I know. You know, in Formula One when they like pull up and they do like the tire changer in the pits, and you know they're timing it. I wish you guys could see in game right now.
I really wish. Just give me a pip of the observer.
Please, Alberto, don't ignore me. Alberto, I'll make a scene. Alberto.
Observer 1 in a picture-in-picture
Yeah, can we
right
just
now.
get a picture-in-picture of what the observers are showing us? Alberto
sounds stressed.
No, you're just like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure, why not?
So you guys get not us on camera,
Not
no,
us on camera,
in
the
game,
observer,
in game. Yeah. So what we're trying to do is kind of show you what we see, right? You get a little behind the scenes
It's my face
look.
went tech pause.
True. And the beauty is that the observers and us, we kind of yap away before it comes to us. So they normally troll us a little bit. And it also, just so you know, it's been over 1 minute and 3 seconds since we asked for the stage to be red. This is unacceptable. Looking like a Ferrari.
There we go.
That's what we look at.
That's
We're
what
not in game. We're not in game. Don't get excited. It's not fixed yet. We're just looking at stuff. But we can kind of talk about the comp as well a little bit. Getting ready checks from players. Okay, it shouldn't be too long. Shouldn't be too long. But this is what we see. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Love you, production. You guys are the best. Honestly, the one thing about EMEA is... Oh,
we're one singular brain cell as a production.
Yeah, no, it's true.
It's the
We all
hive mind.
come together.
Yes.
In good and bad. I don't think it's always necessarily good either. Mostly bad. Yeah, and I kind of like that about us.
Yeah, it's personality.
It really started in the Colosseum.
It did start in the Colosseum.
It might have actually started in VMix, honestly.
That's it, probably did, yeah.
Yeah.
Way back when.
God, those were the days, weren't they?
Were they? I don't think they were.
I was so happy in that misery.
I was really happy in the Colosseum.
That was a great time. The French do like to protest. This is perfect.
It's not a protest, this is willing the game to start.
You think it'll work? It's not
Well, we're getting
so
ready
far.
checks, right?
Well, they can take some
Restarting
time.
computer will be back soon.
Oh, Lord, it's just us now. Everyone's left. How's
Remember that 7-minute kind of ballpark figure?
We're at 220 since we asked on stage, right?
Okay.
But how's the week been? We're in podcast mode now, so just get cozy.
Pretty good, actually, yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, we can give some VCT lore now.
Oh, God, yeah. Do you want to?
About my voice nearly going on day one this
I
week.
don't think you can give the reason why, though.
No, definitely can't give the reason, but
Yeah,
I sounded awful. I haven't actually watched day one's desk back yet. I said to Mac, I was like, oh, I'm really sorry I was a little low energy at times today. And then I was like, and also I sounded like crap.
Who was it out of EastEnders? Was it Dot Cotton who used to just...
No, we were saying it was
Pat Busher. That was it. Yeah, I could be Dot Cotton. It's fine. No, yeah, that's a vintage throwback. None of our audience is old enough to know. None. Oh, he's napping. Oh, lean back. Chilling.
This doesn't fill me with confidence, though, with the we'll be back soon, just restarting computer.
He'll be fine, guys. Don't worry. Oh,
we got.
What's your hands? Hey! Nice. But yeah.
There's not enough beers, actually.
Well, that's what
out
I'm
in the
thinking.
audience.
That's what I'm thinking. Normally there's a beer snake going around. Security hate it when I say that. They always take it off you. Like, don't do that. We might have to crack the beers out, though, boys.
At what point do you think it becomes acceptable? It's 10 to 10.
It's fine. 10. Let's say 10.
What time does NA start?
Who cares? If Potter's not playing, I've never paid attention. Oh, but Sentinels. Ah, brilliant. But I think if it gets to 10 and we haven't started... Now, we're getting updates. We are getting updates that someone's just rejoining the lobby now. It actually should start working in the right direction. But if it does get to 10, contractually, I will get a beverage.
Have you written that in, have you?
Me and my lawyers.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on my side.
Have your people talk to mine as well?
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it aligned. We'll get it aligned. Oh, tic-tac. Oh.
Wait.
Oh. Go on, Mike. You take it. Where are we going?
Middle right. Middle right.
Middle right? He's playing with the audience. He doesn't want to play with us.
Oh, he doesn't want to play with us.
Good luck. Good luck. Twitch chat. Where do you want to go?
Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. Whoa.
Okay, so we've got a centre cross.
That's bold. That's very bold.
It's a classic manoeuvre. It's classic. Okay, do we have the response coming in?
Oh, we've gone for the top rope.
Top right here. Okay. I mean, there's...
What's the response?
There's obviously...
You're the play-by-play guy. Yeah, obviously. Lining up for the diagonal.
Look, it's a lovely counter. But again, it feels predictable. This could end in a draw here.
Actually, this could backfire horrendous. Wait, he's messed up.
Oh.
He's messed up! He's left it open! He's left it open! He's left it open!
Can you believe it? Pure audience. NA could never. Well done, folks. So that's Gentlemates with the win, it looks like. So I guess we're going to 3 maps.
Yep.
Well
Series is 1 apiece.
Well played. And booze.
You could see the look. You could see the look on his face. Where he's like, I've fumbled.
I've made a
horrendously
huge error.
here.
That's a bad miss.
That's a bad miss.
So back-to-back days now of casting over things I never thought I would.
Yeah. I mean, he's still really keen to talk about that, and I'm not.
Move on from it.
To be honest.
I've really enjoyed that thoroughly.
Oh, he's left.
Oh, I mean,
the walk of shame.
We'll actually do a losers interview in a moment. Zoe's out there with the
Where's
mic.
Mac? Where's Mac?
Mac, get out here. We got
the action replay.
Brilliant. You love to see it. Way to go. And the little wipe as well. Production, like, look, I've got something to do. Oh no, it's all kicking off in the studio, folks.
Where's security?
Got home. Beautifully done. Well done, folks. Proud of you. Now, it is getting quite close to 10 now. We've got 9 more minutes until I get a beverage. And then it all goes wrong.
I don't know. I think that's probably where things pick up, to be honest. We get back on track. That makes us sound terrible, but...
Well, you know, honesty is a good quality. Has there been any updates?
Well, we have player joining the lobby.
Oh, Alberto.
But we're going to do something unexpected.
Alberto, I can't believe you've done this to us. Michael, do you want to take this one?
Back over to the desk.
And welcome back, one and all. So you're joined by Mac and Kakuka. And we're going to be ready for the action anytime now. Or we're just stalling so Penzi can have a bevy. You know, we're doing it for the homie.
Look, can we play paper, scissors, rock? Sorry, how do you say
scissors,
it?
Rock, paper, scissors. How do you say it?
Paper, scissors, rock.
Okay,
Scissors,
rock,
paper,
it's
rock.
rock, paper, scissors.
It can be whatever we want it to be.
Do you do it at the do you say rock, paper, scissors,
On the
go?
third, so not go.
You say
just
rock,
on
paper,
third.
scissors.
And whoever loses
Is-
delivers the bevy to Pansy, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then I want to lose.
All right, so rock,
Okay.
paper, scissors.
Okay.
And no throwing,
Okay, right,
please.
ready?
Thank you.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh.
I get to get the beverage to Lauren.
Won something today. Let's go.
I want to.
Wait, I feel like there's no clear loser.
There was no losing.
I'm a little
do I go and do it now? What time is it? 52. Okay.
It's almost. It's almost.
8 minutes, Lauren. I got you. I know exactly what you want to have, so don't worry, girl.
What's the ladies' drink of choice?
No, I cannot say it.
Can we talk about that
Water.
fumble in tic-tac-toe?
Yes.
Yeah, that
What a
was
fumble.
epic.
Did his
That-
brain turn off?
I mean,
sorry, I didn't mean to punch
whoa.
down. I know we're not supposed to do that, but...
I
Come
mean,
on! It was
I
like turn number 3.
But like you pointed it out, like
Yeah,
it
with
was
that
the
start, you
opener.
cannot
The
win.
opener
With
was
the
just
opener, you
already-
cannot win. You should always start in the center and never go for the ones on the sides. You always have to do corners, but it's okay. I can give you a TLDR of how to play tic-tac.
Yeah, we tried to get a telestration ready to like break it all down for you, but
Show you the moment it went wrong.
yeah.
And the moment of realization too. He'd done the move and goes.
It's like,
He was being part of something so cool, and then. Yeah, and then this happened, and then he's like, but he owned up to it. Respect. He owned up to it. And probably, maybe, if Mates is not able to bring this back and win Pearl, that is the only win that they're going to get today. So.
Whoa! You didn't have to say it like that.
It might be true.
I'm on their boat.
Could be
but,
true.
You know, I'm also on my second Red Bull, so.
Yeah, you know, like we're caffeinated, we're hydrated. Probably not. Mostly caffeinated, but we're ready. We're ready for the action. I'm sure the players will be ready anytime soon because according to this lower third, they are currently joining the lobby.
I have been lied to before.
You've been burned
I have
before.
been lied to before.
We may have trust issues, but you know what? This is the time for all of us to rebuild the trust. You gotta give the second chances.
No, so we moved from tic-tac-toe to therapy.
I'm always therapy is good for everyone. You know, everyone needs therapy. Is how I feel about that. It's always beneficial.
That's true.
Yep.
Very good.
That's
now,
it. Go.
I've got
Good
one
job, good
question.
job.
I got one question as well because
Oh, I might have an answer.
I'm sure there are locals watching in Twitch
They are
chat,
locals in
and
Berlin, that
this
is
is my
correct.
first time in Berlin. So
Oh.
just tell me what I should go and see before I leave. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Well, the Riot Games Arena is on the top
I've
of my
already
list.
we've done that.
I'm glad you've got that
been
one
a
crossed off.
gem. Beautiful.
really
Thanks
good.
for having me. But also for the rest of Berlin, there's a lot of Berlin. It's a big city. What
That's
should
true.
what
I
should
know
I
a lot of good
prioritize before I
restaurants.
jet back or start swimming to Australia?
It depends. It depends on what you like. Like there's the island of museums. There's a lot of very good museums all put together, and the area is lovely. The Palace of Charlottenburg is also very nice. So it's a very nice walk, especially when the weather is nice outside. It's absolutely beautiful.
Is there a good place to tan, like to sunbathe?
Yeah,
But you
there's
personally
a couple
know.
of very good parks, and by the river, like you're gonna find a very cool spots.
Okay.
Yeah, but he'll immediately turn into a lobster. Have you seen the complexion? Like, you don't look like someone who tans well. Anyway, we can discuss this in a quick break, and hopefully when we're back, we're ready with all the action for map 2.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Think of guide aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe not preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm going with the win. I'm going with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, we are still waiting, but I have some guests here with me that have apparently come to watch the matches. I'm going to start with you, Prophet. Well, it's Runner, Prophet, and then Westside. I'm going to start with you, Prophet. I've seen you watch and come into the studio a lot of times. Can you tell me the reason why?
I mean, it's not a lot. I'm just supporting my friends. I'm here for Mini, for my boy, so Gentlemates will win, and that's it, you know. I won against KC, so now it's time for my boy Mini.
I mean, you guys already also won in the tic-tac-toe, so that's a good thing. What about you, Westside? Who's your money on?
I mean, I'm here with the same reason as Profek. I'm supporting my friend Mini from my league from Tier 2, so the Gentlemates is winning here.
Okay, Gentlemates winning. Well, they will have to perform a comeback for that to happen. Runner, I'm going to ask you about what do you think their chances are to doing that on Pearl against KC?
I think they're taking this map easily. There will be a third map.
it's gonna be late day today, so sorry to everyone, but third map, it's gonna be hard map.
What do we make of the harbor on Pearl, or what do we make of the harbor for KC? What do you think that? Let's see. You know, let's hope that they can hear you, because I see Kara. He doesn't have his headset on, so I'm just going to pray that he can. What do you think the weaknesses for the harbor could be on this map?
It's just troll. It's just playing harbor. It's just troll. That's it. Nothing to say.
I agree. Profek is always right. Like, I think harbor is kind of troll.
Okay, Runner, do you agree with that?
I think Harbor is Sathak's agent. If Sathak is on Harbor, it can be a difficult game, but still believe in Gentle mates. Gentle!
Yeah, that's amazing. You guys are here supporting your boy Mini. The last time that we saw Gentamates playing on this map, Robbie BK was still on the team, and of course it was a different style of calling. So if you could deliver a message to your boy Mini that I'm sure can hear you right now, because I don't see him on the stage, but I know he's listening, because he's always listening. What would it be? What do you think are the keys to a good calling on a map like Pearl?
I mean, he doesn't need help. He will just smash them like he's doing this, and that's it. It's simple.
I know Mini since long time, and I know he can do a lot. So this time he's also gonna show it.
Okay, well, this were my question completely. What was the last map? Do you guys remember? Because I don't. Do we know? Can I get it on my ear, please, production? Because I do not remember what the last map is. I've been here forever. Icebox? Icebox? Do you guys like... Oh, thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Pansy. Oh, thank you, Lauren, so much. We just love being at the studio. At the end of the day, it is Friday, so I literally do not have anything else to do. Icebox is the last map. Any Icebox enjoyers here?
No, there was map. There was...
Yeah, I like Icebox, but I mean, boring, simple map, but it's just fun in its own way. I don't know how to explain it. It's just fun.
Okay, thank you.
Icebox is okay. It's okay. I know Mini is insane.
Thank you very much. Icebox is the worst map in the game.
Which one is it? Which one do you think?
It's a good map.
Yeah, but which one is the worst map then?
Fracture.
Really? Fracture? That only tells me you're a bad player. That's what I'm going to tell you. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. You cannot say Fracture is the worst map. Absolutely not. I kind of enjoy Icebox. You know what? Because I think that I have a very fond memories in that map, because sometimes it's absolutely ridiculous, and sometimes absolutely ridiculous is what you need. What else could I ask you here? Are you enjoying living in Berlin?
No. To be honest, no. I mean,
three no's.
Just no. No explanation, to be honest.
Okay, let's make it 4. Well, guys, I'm gonna let you enjoy. I'm gonna let you take a breather. Thank you very much for joining me. Please keep coming and watching the matches. And we're gonna send this over back to the desk, if I am not mistaken, after this lovely chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much so much.
Okay, yeah, raving endorsements for Berlin. So there you have it. That's why you should come to Berlin, and this is what you need to see. The Riot Arena is, that's why they come to watch every game.
Right.
They just don't want to be outside.
This is the best place to be in Berlin.
Exactly.
Right.
Like, this is the best Berlin has to offer.
Might have already seen the best of it.
I agree though. Like, I've been having an absolute blast in here. Tech pauses, sure, they can be annoying. But
I don't think I can, especially if this keeps happening.
People. It does feel, however, that this match started an eternity ago, maybe 1 or 2 lifetimes. I'm not quite sure. I didn't keep track of it, keep count of it.
Yeah.
So maybe walk us through this. How did we get here, Mac? What happened on Haven?
If you're just tuning in from, I guess, NA time at this point,
yeah,
you didn't.
Welcome, NA.
You missed a whole series. Nice 2-0 for Fnatic. Apex pushed them earlier, and that was great. You know, pushed them on the split, made it a single OT from what I remember off the top of my head. And then speaking of OT, the Phoenix was good enough on Haven to take us to OT through regulation. Nice little comeback from KC. And then they managed to take both OT rounds to send us to that second map. And that's where we currently are and have been for a little while. Now, look, it's been great. We've seen the agent comps. We haven't actually started this time, but it would be nice to start shortly. And look, on Pearl, anything can happen. Also, before we break this one down, I just want to break down Giant X. You know, I got some incredible insight there. Giant X, they're struggling to get wins on the board. You know, they are looking good, you know, map to map. But it's because the teammates can't agree on what is and isn't the best maps to play and if Harbor is or isn't a good agent. You know, we need synergy. We need teams all on the same page. That's what makes a good team. So Giant X, look, get your eggs in order.
I agree, but also the differences of opinions is what makes you well-rounded, you know? I think, am I not? No?
Different perspectives can definitely
It
help.
helps. It helps.
But I think you need them to then fashion the smooth stone that rolls well.
Yeah, you got to make it functional at the very end of the day. Everyone needs to, whether they agree with the page or not, they need to be on the same page. So if one is wrong, they all need to be wrong together.
Yes.
And that might make it right. I mathed it.
I like that.
You're welcome. Yeah. Here for more life advice.
Yep.
Sure. Don't listen to me, please.
Where do I go from here?
Yeah, I don't know. I hoped you would follow up on what I said so we can transition out of it, but you just kind of left me hanging.
No, I just wanted another answer.
Another answer.
Another answer
life.
to all of my life questions. You know, that's what you're here for, Zoe.
I usually just throw questions back. He's the answer to me. Yeah, that's an answer. I'm rolling with it. That's some interesting faces. It's actually quite impressive what's happening now. Okay. All right, we like it.
What else we
Listen, the players are still in high spirits, most of them. He looks a little...
Yeah, Mini...
he's smiling, he's smiling. He's with
just
us.
listening. Oh, we got that.
Listening,
so
smiling.
keeping their hands warm too. I like that. I like that
right.
out of Gentlemates. You know, you want to do all the finger exercises.
I'd be out there doing squats and whatnot. Like,
we could go
are they allowed?
We could
Do they
go
have to stay
to a live fitness show in front of everyone.
Stay
get
fierce
the blood
with
pumping.
Mac and Zoe.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be great content. It's exactly what everyone came for.
Absolutely. They
Live
came
aerobics.
For life and fitness advice by us. They also come for good breaks, and we got just the right thing for you. We love a good ad break. That's where we're headed now. And then hopefully, when we are back, we should get this game on its merry way. Let's find out after this.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night
we are back, ladies and gents. Now, what that then means is we are ready to go. We are good.
We are on the cusp of starting the game.
Touching the starting point.
I see numbers moving.
I see it too.
I see a countdown.
The observers are ready. We're ready. Production is ready. Players are looking good. Everything is fine. Michael, talk to me here.
We'll start with the compositions. I was going to leave a little zoom here because it's obviously the talking point.
It is.
I mean, this is the map that I think at some point, did somebody on the desk make a point about this being the map you can make it work?
Yes.
But I actually tend to agree with that. And also, I mean, good point from the crowd interview as well. Was it Profik or Runner that said?
Okay, I'm not sure.
If it's Sadak.
Yeah, there's a Runner. I think it's Runner saying it, yeah.
So it is kind of justifiable here, but see, really, well, I mean, the proof's in the pudding, really, for Gentlemates and this composition change.
Do some pudding.
They have.
Hungry.
I've just got food on the brain.
It looks like a very standard approach towards that B site. See if Elite can stall anything out. Ooh, he's trying to find a little cubby. He's fine. But sadly, lose out on Sadak. Nice flash, though. Swing back in. Looking for some support coming in from Arvez. Couldn't connect towards Kata. So Gentlemates do win out, at least for the site side.
Zip out with the backstab as well.
Beautiful timing on that. Does eventually get traded down, but they're trying to find some space, and Kata's up for it. But Martin picking up where he left off. It's great from Martin.
He starts with a 3K here in the pistol, picking up where he left off from Haven. And a big question, really, with this big break in between, can they carry that momentum across the confidence that they were demonstrating in the second half?
Oh, no.
Close out previously.
Michael, no.
I don't know.
No.
I asked a long time ago for the stage to go red.
Go, guys.
You can't be serious.
That can't be real. That can't be real.
It's all gone wrong, guys. We had 45 seconds of unfiltered
Michael,
Valorant gameplay.
Break down exactly what Harbour did that round, please.
Oh. If only I had the time to really...
I'm on the floor.
It's an in-ear issue. Well, I'm having in-eye issues.
I've got in-between ear issues. I think we're going in. Maybe.
Get the tic-tac-toe going again, quick. Oh, we're going back to game. Okay, everything's changed. We're back in. No, I don't care. Stage just has to change colour.
That's it.
That's it.
All right, back in. Oof. God, give me 2 rounds. Please.
Right. Back in the game. 3, 2, 1. Back in the room.
As you're back in the room. Right.
Well invested, actually, here for...
God bless you for trying. Well invested.
Oh, nice purchase.
Delightful.
Look at these. Yes.
Mike is on a mission. We've actually tasked him with using the telestrator as much as humanly possible. So do look forward to that as the water drops. We once again go back towards A with Classiques.
Actually, agree to admit, you can see, I think it's Arvez down on Link. We can see any overstep just yet from Gentlemates. Maybe anticipating a little bit of aggression.
That water's back.
Come through, yeah, I mean.
That's the Harbour, Mike. That's the Harbour right there. That's the
tech.
techers.
We'll be leaning heavily into that sort of thing, hoping the Gentlemates apply the same lack of respect, I guess, as some of the buy rounds, but Elite to clean things up. It's an in-zone flawless here, round 2, as I spin 180 to look at the stage.
It better stay purple, don't you dare change. He looked a bit unhappy then. I saw Sadak not looking pleased. It's fine.
Well, I mean, my heart goes out to everyone on stage. An iconic
No,
line.
how dare you include this in the replay package? You're horrible. You horrible bullies.
Maybe that's why they weren't looking very happy.
I can't believe they've done that to us.
Weird we didn't get the audio on that one. Strange.
Bonus against Dubai, Michael. How are we feeling?
I'll tell you already, 2 away from his ultimate.
Oh, he's got 2 potential
He's got
targets
2,
as well.
yeah.
Let alone the ult orb sat there. Water's in.
But this is a fairly invested stack here. Well, not necessarily committed just yet. The drone, yeah, will find. Actually, still gets a kill though. Canada not waiting for full confirmation there. Will be punished on the back of it.
That's not good enough. That is a complete breakdown in communication. Oh, splash. What are you using, Michael? 3v5. This bonus round looking pretty good now.
On the flop side of that, still a 3v5 doable here for Gentlemates. As the plant comes through, it'll be Kamek potentially to find Setup. Actually, baited there for a little bit of damage coming in from behind.
Click. It looks like Elite's got your number. You can get the fight, but they're going to turn around to get to... Are you going to get flashed from this vault off the angle? Maybe a chance, but the diffuse already going. So I think this one's kind of done for. Yeah, 3-0.
To a flying start here on the second map. Oh, we can't let this happen now. We were talking about the last French derby that we casted.
Don't.
It didn't end well for us.
No, I got the understanding of what Sideshow felt when he brought out the term melons for the first time. The crowd was.
Well, you weren't the one that mocked the language.
You did it. It wasn't even
Yeah, that's what
me.
I'm saying.
It wasn't even me. Bai's not looking great.
So just the one rifle carried across.
That one right there.
One.
Oh, it's gone.
It's gone. Let's remove that number real quick. Arvis to remove it from the hands of Click. Actually, though, Kamek will find a response.
Felt a little bit. Yeah, as much as we need to focus back up, it's a little bit more important for them. Maybe overstaying their welcome here, Arvis, with a quick response coming out from the Sheriff. Zipan is going to then pick up that lost weapon earlier, but they still need to approach the site.
At least found one ahead of this utility being burnt up as well.
That's a dream come true, isn't it, really? He can still bank on the utility, just needs to get out of there, doesn't need to go down for this, and they're still going to be at... Oh, Kamek! That's nice. But the raid boss has arrived. No, dear. Oh, dear. Kada, a 1v2. You got it in you? Let's see. Vandal.
Tough to divide as well, but again, it's a little awkward to guarantee value in the situation.
Trying to do what he can, but you can see the paranoia, right? He's checking towards Long, he's looking towards Link, he's looking everywhere. He doesn't know where they reside. He has no information. Tough to make that educated guess, but with 20 seconds, he's gonna have to commit.
Yeah, KC just almost making him sweat a little bit to reconsider, but actually maybe even a little bit aggressive here as Sugetsu, the one to clean things up. 4 in a row here for KC.
I think Gentlemates just need to sharpen up here a little bit as well. Just get themselves woken back up here, get focused back on the server. Same we said a little bit for Arvis, they're outstaying his welcome. There it is.
I mean, it gets a little dicey when Kamek finds another kill with the Sheriff, but can't fault him too much there. Obviously, still have that I guess that safety net. Safety net to fall back on with the utility from Elite. Yes. Looting already. Martin saying a 10-1. Stop it.
Yes. Don't know where that went. Even Kamek a little confused.
There's an angel lining up.
I don't, man. That's brutal. But it is. A 3-2 split here, trying to test the waters a little bit. We'll see them on the same page now. That early attempt towards B has certainly drawn the eye.
Yeah, Kada catching a few strays there. Down to 51. Now Gentlemates look to regroup just outside double doors. Potentially trying to sell something towards Art here. So KC got to be careful. Still 2 members here to try and contest this. Sugetsu though forced off the angle early.
But I also like that they dealt with the wall towards B. Like, that to me is huge at this point. Like, that should allow them some pretty late access, which they're going to be banking on now, but do they get past Elite? Going to be noted in position. Sadak's still going to swing on it. Finds Zipan and goes back in for more. Elite now takes the attention. Nice little push and pull. It is a beautiful sight hold. Very well composed in this.
Mini's played out of this already.
Wow. Someone loved that.
Yeah.
French stream.
Yeah.
What's going on over there?
10 seconds left.
See, Mini,
Chuckles loving it.
well, no, he's going to be given a chance to find a kill here, but KC on the hunt.
I need to see a timeout for Gentlemates
Yeah.
here. They need to
Martino,
get
by
it
the
back.
way, is just looking as flawless as he was in map 1, the second half of map 1 at least. Can't fault that. 11-1 now.
Oof.
Actually, really well played from Sanak to kind of get ahead of this hit as well. Like you said, that push and pull to maybe draw the attention away, set Elite up to swing out here from 2 of his own.
And I found you! Bobrito Bandito will find you, remember?
Thoughts on that?
Wait, he found him. Yeah. What was there to say?
No, true. Man, a few words, but accurate. The coaches for Gentlemates looked a little quiet there, but now, yeah, having a chat, checking in. They need to get everyone back in the game, it feels like.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's a big blow to the momentum
Yeah, it is.
to have such a big gap in between the maps.
But even for both sides had to
Yeah, they're
hit
both
that
facing
pause.
the same same obstacles, for sure. Maybe, I guess on the flip side, Gentlemates feel on flop side of that. Gentlemates the ones to maybe be a little more rattled to lose out in overtime from Haven.
Potentially.
And in the nature they did in the second half as well. So what, 9-5 at one point, and yeah, KC really able to apply even more pressure now. Start of Pearl. 5 unanswered.
There.
Gentlemates reinvest back in here. Only a Guardian in the hands of Kada. But Click one away, Mini one away. Do have Kamek and Zipan's ultimates here, so a big opportunity potentially to A, get themselves on the board, maybe try and quell some of this early momentum.
Kind of like this 1-3-1 that's being worked out right now. They actually did clear middle a little bit there as well. Had a little bit of a glance through, right? Sees no one working towards it. So where do they reinforce? Click gonna get ult. Looks like that focus towards B again.
Yeah, going to test Elite once more. Who has Sadak here for support on top of that, but
It's utility though.
yeah, I think Elite spotted everything there. Oh, no, that's going to be the green light for Gentlemates. Still conscious of a mid lurk, but nothing just yet. Elite, yeah, kind of toying with
Oh, the flash. It feels like it needed a little bit more to it, but Sadak trying to get ahead. That's a bold maneuver. Taking some high risks here, and the reward's just not in place. Martin going to get one on the way down, but it's a 3v2.
Spike. Yet planted it in a bit of a tricky spot now, actually.
30 seconds left.
Kamek tagged up, down to 21 HP. Alves and Sugetsu looking to try and recover.
Still got a Prowler as well for Alves. Kamek trying to be the one to do it. You can see the hesitation, the caution. They are nervous
But the damage
about
down
this.
as well.
Spot on. Still that Prowler there. Not going to have the time really to wait for the Haunt to come in, but Sugetsu toying again, still trying to show some presence. Kada isolated. Now the Prowler to go in. Going to be handled. Forced off the angle, but they've got to make that next step.
If they're able to isolate Click here, yeah, with this smoke to cut vision, could be really awkward.
Oh, the Horn back in, still showing the Click's on the site. Just playing around that smoke here. Nice from Click. Oh, that's lovely. That's what the doctor ordered. They needed a round like that.
Gentlemates will get themselves on the board on the back of Click, closing out this post plant. A little bit awkward there when you see the HP bars, but happy to maybe throw one person ahead aggressively. Sadak actually caught with the reveal here.
I didn't even see that.
After Elite fell. Again, you can't really fault it, but getting ahead of the utility, it's worked well previous rounds. But maybe Elite just trying to toy with the expectations.
So let's just make sure we note this. Operator in play for Martin. Didn't get to see too much of it really, actually, in map 1, even though he was in a very good spot, looked very good at it. Didn't get it played out too much, but now you can kind of switch things up, right? You can kind of leave him posted towards that B long line and enforce the rest of the map.
That's the response here to Elite. Potentially getting a little antsy ahead of that setup in the where he was feeling himself. There's a wide open A site other than this utility. Focus point here being towards mid.
The interesting about the wall, obviously they don't quite know about it yet. Maybe they could theory it, but it will cost them time if they go too late. Do have the lockdown, so they've got methods to get around it.
Yeah, it should be able to mitigate a lot of this on the back of the lockdown.
Now, does that Prowler kind of make them think that it could still be this B hit? You can see the Martine's getting curious. There's the lockdown. What's the choice here? Obviously, no Teho to break it. So respect it for now. See the pour on through towards Pit.
Trying to catch somebody with that gravity well as well on top.
The wall. Okay, they get through okay. And Zipan's are on top here. Doesn't find a thing.
It's a big investment here. But it's a full 5v5 here in the post plant. Martin going to try and pave the way.
That's 2 seen. I think maybe just 1 on the side. Kada gonna have to respect it. Oh, he's caught. Alves just straight through the wall there. Kada got the late load. And it's not stopping. Why would they? Finally forced off this. The spam's just not quite enough. That's right under their noses, Mike.
Mini and Zipan just forced to watch this one pass them by. The Carmine core just, it felt like there was absolutely no pressure whatsoever in the post plant. Again, an unfortunate catch here onto Kada. But then as Click and Kamek fall, it almost feels just a foregone conclusion. Like I said, that half defuse comes through so early on as well. So even in that situation, what, 2v4, potentially fighting back in. KC will immediately respond. Still funds here available for Gentlemates, but we noted that investment in the previous round. Kada 1 away from the divide, that's as good as it gets in terms of tools.
Another switch up if you look at the utility placement here.
See as well now, look at the space that Martin is commanding over on the B side.
This is getting tougher and tougher for Gentlemates to get a comfortable read on this round by round. The wall previously towards A main, we've seen it down towards B long, now posted towards Art. Adjustment coming through with the fact that, as you highlighted, our team gets freedom. Now, this is the first time that we're going to see this sort of look. Sadak going to be challenged in a new way. There's a lot of bodies behind this. Sprays in. I think he got a decent shot towards Mini, who's left on 1 HP. Blooming
1 HP.
Unconfirmed damage, but damage nonetheless.
See the awareness, though, from KC. Even, I was going to say, Elite Sugetsu to hold down the fort on A.
This rotation is pretty telling here. Mike, the second that no one flooded through towards long, as soon as they had the likes of Martin taking that space, it all became too clear, too obvious. Carmine caught in full control.
7-1 now, the scoreline. The funds dwindling.
The guy who lost it, tic-tac-toe.
Oh, right, okay, I didn't.
Yeah, sorry.
I was looking to draw something.
Oh, well, be my guess, lovely.
Elite with a beautiful 3K on this round. So the switch over to B. Sorry, from B. Now with Martin over with the operator.
To be honest, guys, I think they are a tiny bit lost.
Tiny bit?
Well, maybe that's it. Well, that's what they're taking away. I mean, you can see the hesitation in some of these rounds from Gentlemates. You haven't really seen much in the form of set pieces other than that snowball round with the ultimates being invested, but I said they almost played themselves out of that round. Really had to commit to some of those engagements. I guess on the back of Click, again, there's not much for him to do swinging out of Art after Kada gets caught with 9 HP, but...
And I just want to add to this, I feel like when you've got at least Teho in this and you've got Zipan playing this over, we're still not, you know, Sova droning or using any sort of drones towards B to keep someone like Martin humbled, to keep that space.
Just yet.
They don't know about the operator.
The assumption is there, but...
Sure. But the knowledge is not there, and they've been able to, you saw those rotations before, they're able to lean so heavily on the information. There's been none of that being removed here. I'd love to see a little bit more of a worked out default from Gentlemates utilizing that, making sure they take back some of that B space, show some presence early. Because again, you've got KC banking on that wall time and time again, banking on Martin's space, and yeah, going straight in on the Outlaw now.
Just Sheriffs. the Gentlemates. Said do have the divide, but it's really hard to justify here. KC happy to now actually double stack in towards us. So Getsu and Elite really playing into this space now. You see, actually, it's just basically a 2-2 split to hold into mid from KC. Martin's still positioned over towards B.
The Prowler catching just makes you feel so confident in that setup, right, Mike? Trying to play it in with the Owl drone. He's still got a player behind the box who's gone completely unchecked.
Hang on, yeah.
Okay, but they'll hit that shot. Fair enough, you're down to now 4v3, man to the good.
It's gonna be awkward though for Kada potentially.
That's a tricky spot.
On the light shield as well.
He's got help coming, but Kamek already using his drone. This is all on Martin to feel it out.
The Owl drone. Awareness that somebody's crossed behind this as well.
Owl drone's burnt as well. This is all going to be on them. Working up here, steps going to be heard. Patience. He's still going to find his man.
Get out, yeah.
Gets out. Beautiful. Now Sadak can fill that space in. He's got ult. That's going to then set up some more opportunities, but handled. Click with a single focus in mind. Get that backside comfort. And now Plant on the horizon.
It's going to be a little awkward. Aves looking for something ahead of the Plant coming in.
That could be a lovely
He's actually
seize.
nearly caught, yeah. But did actually catch, yeah.
Struggling on that though. Couldn't pry the player out of the backside. That Outlaw trickier to bring in now. Harder to make work. Has to step forward in unison, trying to trade in really here. Aves now behind the curve. Great shot. Kamek goes down, but Click was the integral one, and he still is. A pace safe card thrifty.
4 on the round for Click. Crucial to keep Gentlemates in here. We'll give them their second. Couple more ultimates as well, looking... Actually, just Click's coming online, sorry. We're building back into it. Yeah, a little awkward here with this exchange in art. Got to credit Gentlemates in finding that 2-for-1. So you noted with the Prowler catching, you almost feel very confident in that hold. And actually, the bait was perfect. Elite comes off the angle, kind of baits somebody to swing onto him, but there's just too many bodies on the other side of it.
Gentlemates now, they need to really rewind their minds as to how to handle this setup on the B side. Divide gonna go in. Okay, brute force is the way forward, it seems. But again, keep in mind that wall was there. Click. Oh, that's outrageous. Click. No way are you getting away with that. That is unbelievable. And he's back with time to spare. Sadak on the side, though, gets too old, looking like fully blind. What has just happened?
It's KC to come out on top of this pace change from Gentlemates over towards B. Like we said, unconfirmed previously. Martin's not here. It's Elite back to hold down that site. But it's Sadak and Sugetsu that clean this up with relative ease, to be honest with you. So Click, unorthodox in approach, tries to get behind the divide and get ahead of that rotation. Others punished there, but it doesn't matter. 8 on the board now for KC.
Ooh, KC. You're committing to this one now.
That smoke is beautiful.
So getting both there. The first, fair enough. The second, nasty.
Sitting inside the smoke and pushing ahead after the reveal. Beautifully done to find 2 openers. Lee once again. There was a gap towards Link and it's been exploited so far. Lee almost caught sleeping, but Martin good for the trade.
That was really quick from Click. That's a mouthful.
Say it 10 times.
Nah, I'll say something terrible. Absolutely
Say it
not.
quickly.
Zip and Akada in a 2v3. Sugetsu does have ult if necessary. Still a lot of util as well, split between the remaining members of KC. He said, I've lost my mind.
It's a retake.
Getting started soon.
Concealment.
The 3v2 nonetheless for KC.
I like this from Zipan though. The reposition could be nice. Turning the flash is great as well. Oh, but it's so well read from Aves. Beautiful adjustment on towards Zipan. Sugetsu gets to survive as well. As it looks like KC once again taking steps towards their goal.
Purchase going to be comfortable, at least for Gentlemates, but the scoreline not so much. On the brink of conceding. Beautiful from Sugetsu.
Nice to see glimpses of him starting to hit some of these shots as well, you know what I mean? Like Sugetsu.
Yeah, looking like the iconic Sugetsu of old. Yeah, KC looking to close this one out. Yes. Okay. Looking to close this one out fairly quickly here with a commanding first half performance.
They've just stamped their authority on this. As much as Gentlemates, even if they did get this third, it feels like KC just had the beat on this, how they wanted to play it. Yeah, I mean, even Sadak saying so, and Sugetsu feeling confident enough to go for a challenge. I think he does need to back away, but it does burn a lot of that utility that maybe Gentlemates would have liked to have later into their hand. For now, though,
cutting through.
Kamek getting closer towards ult. One off for him. Zipan one away as well. If they can get a couple connections here, it could be huge. Oh, that's money from Click. Beautiful. Taking away Sugetsu and putting a massive question mark here. Now the Prowler was instantly used towards A.
So yeah, they're going to read this as the TP comes through here, but rewarded with the spam once again. Kamek, whether or not he's going to get a full confirmation of a setup here, but Sadak for upper wall, block vision here. Gentlemates once again forced to make a decision outside B.
Sadak! Ow! Oh, he's back in his corner maybe. Oh dear, he's dead. Nowhere to go. Elite's got a pocket to play in though. Why does this always feel like it works from this corner as well? He's still got his wall there.
The stun actually comes through.
It's fine. No one's clearing him yet though. He's getting away with daylight robbery. Patience. He changed his mind and he still kills 3. Oh, a 10-2 like that.
Again with the stun coming through, you think somebody's going to full clear, even behind the wall here. But 10-2 on the half, Laurent. Picking up where KC left off in map 1.
Feels like Gentlemates never really got control of this. KC leading pace, tempo, everything. The understanding, the rotations, all there for them. Absolutely lovely. Again, Martin hitting, Aves, Elite, all looking good. Speaking of looking good, the audience who's been hanging out with us the whole time. Appreciate you guys. So we're going to head down to Lou to have a lovely chat with the fans.
Thanks, Fancy. Merci. And Derby Times means dedicated fans, and I'm now joined by KC and Gentlemates Enjoyer. So to kick things off, let's start with a very simple question. We know there is a big rivalry between Gentlemates and KC, but can you guys explain to us why you want to win these matches more than anyone else? Du coup, on sait qu'il y a une rivalité entre KC et Gentlemates, mais est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer, vous êtes les fans, c'est vous qui savez pourquoi est-ce que c'est les matchs qu'on a le plus envie de gagner?
J'ai envie de faire perdurer la DA défaite en ce moment, c'est très cool sur Twitter.
Ah, la défaite Gentlemates?
Ouais, la DA elle est cool cette année là.
Oui, donc ça ressemble un petit peu à de l'acharnement de ton côté. So yeah, I mean Gentlemates have not been doing that great recently on some games, so we want to, keep that streak going by winning against them. Et pour toi, du coup, comment ça se passe? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on a encore plus envie de gagner contre KC?
C'est vrai qu'on a une petite série de défaites. Hier, ils ont gagné sur League of Legends contre nous aussi. Donc ici, si on pouvait prendre une petite victoire, ça serait quand même pas mal pour les fans de Gentlemates qui sont toujours derrière leur équipe. D'ailleurs, on est ici vraiment en nombre comparé à la KC, quoi.
Ooh, okay, he's teasing here. So yeah, indeed, we haven't been doing that great. Yesterday, KC also won against us on League of Legends. So, taking a win here in Berlin would help a little bit. And we came more numerous than KC. So yeah, we really want to win. Et dernière question, qui est le GOAT dans cette équipe selon vous? Qui tu trustes à chaque fois pour carrer les games?
Martin, Aves, les deux ils sont trop chauds.
Martin, Aves, a nice duo, and we see that it's going a bit difficult for Gentlemates on this map of Pearl. So who do you trust in carrying the game back to the win?
Pour le moment, Click est vraiment bien dans la game. J'espère qu'il sera rejoint vraiment par Kamek et Mini qui vont essayer de se réveiller. Et vraiment, ces deux-là, s'ils se réveillent, à mon avis, il y a moyen de revenir vraiment bien.
Okay, so Kamek and Mini, if they could help Click into winning this game, this would be really nice. And on the side of KC, of course, the GOAT, Aves, as always, very strong players. And we see a very nice sportsmanship on the side of the French fans. And let's get back to the game with our casters, Pansy and Hypuck.
Thank you so much, Lou. Lovely to hear from the fans who've been in great spirits all night, considering we've had some highs and lows, a couple of lows, but you guys have stuck it up with us, so appreciate you for that. However, we come back in, and the reality is it's a 10-2, Mike. It is a long road back. How dare you use this observance? I see you out there. Don't think I don't see you. But Gentlemates have a long way back here.
They do. To chip away at this lead. Obviously start here with the pistol, but KC actually, I say whether or not they were going to force their way into art there, but no confirmation on the back of the Prowler. Maybe going to force this pivot. Darts burn early though from Zipan. Kind of just has to back away here. Forced off the angle.
Oh, they are hell-bent on forcing this one, though. Here comes the flash. Couldn't turn it in time. Sanak, though, still to find his shot towards Click, but it's Zipan onto back. Arves now into the fight. Back and forth. KC coming out on top with the 3v2. Taking the space in middle.
Sanak's brute forcing. Has to stand his ground there. Absolutely does. Wall makes it awkward for Kada to justify swinging out just yet. Have to wait ahead of this plant. Now a 2v3 for Gentlemates to try and find just their third elite to find Kada. There's just many left.
He's not had a good half in the first. Needs to triple the score. It's not going to happen. KC up to 11 very quickly now.
And confidence on display. The start of the second half. You've got to stop. Get your finger off the mute button now. But yeah, it's rough here. I mean, Kamek and Mini sitting down at 3 and 12, 1 and 12. Really rough half. And now you're asking them basically to move mountains to get back into the second.
Look, we've seen Martin really pick up pace in map 1 when he was able to turn around that. It was a very poor start.
Livid coming out of the tech pause, it would seem.
Why did you say tech pause?
I didn't.
Ooh, it was a KC pause. A KC pause? I mean, yeah, Gentlemates burnt both of theirs in the first half. So, at 11-2, he's having a chat.
He's not happy. He's not a happy bunny. Look,
he dropped 2 rounds. Am I a joke to you?
I haven't seen Zace talk today, actually.
No.
Yeah, what's potentially being discussed? See investment on the side of things for Gentlemates. It's only going to be the one Guardian, yeah, in the hands of Click. Obviously top of the board for Gentlemates at 13 and 10, but it's about all the positives there has been. The second map. Still not over, but they need this third now. It's a long road back in. That's fully fleshed out here on the side of Carmine Court.
Time to jump. Covering it.
That,
not looking to slow down either.
No, this is going to be high tempo. Mini has to respect it. Looking to be pushed off the site here. Forced to play from the back. This Killjoy, rather than going for the Vice Furious option, but comfort there for them. And you're looking at that one man who can stop this is Click. He's got the weapon. The rest of Sheriff, so they're not without a bit of a fight back, but it is...
To swing off him, ideally.
See what they can do here. KC creeping closer, but not committed yet.
Click might get caught on this cross. Chavez was holding it. It's actually Mini the one to take the brunt of that damage.
Which almost might indicate that the backside's free, but you feel like they're still going to do their diligence, and there goes the Guardian. Hope riding on that a little.
They almost can't retrieve it as well because of how deep into elbow it is actually, but Mini considering it.
Trying. Zipan, look at the pour-on of utility. There's nowhere for him to go. He's already dead. Martin! You can't just backhand Kada like that. That's cruelty. As Kamek left in a 1v4, and sadly this feels like it is drifting away from them now, Mike. And it is Martin.
With
How many multis?
Another multi-kill. Would love to get a counter on it tonight.
Match point.
I mean, ever since coming alive on Haven, just hasn't let his foot off the gas.
Not stopped.
One enemy remaining.
This is a horrible buy they have to put together.
It's worse than the last one, to be honest with you, but at least here, a couple of Bulldogs to pin their hopes and dreams to. Could be a flash in the pan here for map 2. Mates take the space, at least Kamek looking to take some of the space. But actually straight away here, a 1-for-1, 2-for-2 now, but Aves will find a 3-piece.
If it's not Martin, Aves was right there with him as well on the board. Both of them doing brilliantly. And Kamek and Mini. There's a lot to handle and not a lot to work with. And they are falling for a fake right now. Yes. KC going the long way around.
Excruciating to watch here. Kamek is still going to just have the Sheriff. Won't get an ultimate off this. Aves obviously the one to take the plant, but got to matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
Okay. Kamek has utility, right? Got some util. He's got to be so pivotal with this. And he's getting really close. That is getting danger close here. Not investing any of the util, maybe trying to catch someone off guard. What are we up to? What was the plan? It felt like it fell apart at the end there. But a 13-2 for KC, Mike, is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and again, to come back to the composition discussion here, it's not as if really it's going to be tested, but like we said, Pearl is where you expect, almost you could justify it. The commanding victory in map 2 will give KC a clean 2-0 this week. I said important considering obviously potentially looking back towards, but main objective ticked off here.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because again, when you look at those standings, Gentlemates, they were dangerous. Sitting around that 1-1 target marker, looking a little lethal, picking up some big wins over some unexpected opponents. The potential is there with the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I say that, a 2-1 in either direction today would have potentially made it a little awkward.
Absolutely, I think you're on the money there. But for KC, this puts them in a bit of a better position, also solidifying a little bit of map pool. That Haven out of nowhere certainly caught us off guard as well.
Yeah, like I said, the benefit to close out into, obviously with how the map pool currently looking and some of the compositions we've seen coming out from KC, it's definitely a sigh of relief to pull this off today.
No, it's big news. It looks like they've been back and working, right? Because, again, they probably weren't happy with some of their results. They've come back out, revitalized, looking like they've got some new ideas to play with going forward. Certainly will add a little bit more for us to get into. But let's take a look at the Pay Safe Card Play of the Week. Big up Elite for this crisp and clean 3K. Let's have a little peek over this one. As, the patience paid off. You saw that moment where it was like, oh, nah, I don't need it.
Nah, I don't need it. It's all good. Like I said again, to kind of dig his heels in, the stun comes through. You can see actually considering even finding the pixel angle here. Really well played from him and was pivotal to their success as well on map 2. Constantly floating back and forth, kind of pick up the slack on either side really with Sugetsu. Sadak wasn't too impressed with it, it would seem. Yeah. Maybe saw the ult come out and that was why he was questioned. No!
But overall, I gotta say, it just felt like Gentlemates weren't really in on Pearl. It felt like they didn't have quite the read. Again, you saw the comfort that KC had of when they invested to that operator. Martin picked up the line, the versatility with the Vice. It's nothing new, but it was very well done. So, a bit of a treat for those who stuck around long enough. We're gonna head down to the stage to hear from the delightful Lou, who is standing by with Sugetsu.
No, I mean, first time here staying.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And thank you so much, guys. I'm now joined by KC Sugetsu, fresh off a 2-0 win against Gentlemates in that French derby. First of all, congratulations for your very good performance today. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, when we speak about France, we often tend to mention gastronomy. And I think in your team, you have very good chefs when it comes to cooking, comps, preparation, and also like the mental aspect. So is there anyone on your team you really want to shout out for this win, specifically today?
It's everyone, I think. We like prepared everything, like everyone was on the same page. So shout out to everyone, I think, in our team. And
we did see you all on the same page in indeed, and it was very nice to see. And we also saw some tech pauses, and I know how hard it can be to remain focused at all times when tech pauses can be long. So what is your tip to remain focused at any time?
I mean, we have our stuff. We prepared before, I think, split one. Oh no, before kickoff even, I think. Yeah, okay. I think we prepared our what we will do on tech pauses, and we just were following it, and that's it, it worked.
Okay, is it UN who's helping you with this?
Of course, it's UN and Clem. Big shout out to them also. Yeah.
Okay, a very nice shout out from you, Suigetsu. And we saw a little banter on the server at some point, especially on Heaven with your former teammate Zipan. So I wanted to know how much it means to you beating your former teammate after spending years together.
Nothing means nothing, to be honest. It's like, you know, it's not even playoffs. It will mean something if it will be free playoff, but it's just group games.
Okay.
It's just game, and that's it.
Okay, and step by step, indeed. And on a last serious note, we see you shining on the controller role in KC, don't get me wrong, but if Sadak and Eng let you play anything you wanted on the team, which agent would you dream playing?
ISO.
Of course, main character energy, right?
Yeah.
You would win all your ults, you think?
I don't know, I never played on unofficial, but I'm sure I will win, yeah.
And for the last question, we know that KC has such a huge fan base, so you must be getting a lot of messages. I wanted to know if you go through them, and what's the best message you've got since joining KC?
I mean, to be honest, all messages are best for me. It's like, I'm rewatching all their videos, you know, our LEC team played yesterday, I was rewatching, everyone was like...
Yeah, sending hearts.
Bro, it's so. I just want to go friends again. Maybe I think we will qualify. I'm sure that we will qualify to champions, and we will gonna see our friends there, and it's gonna be like insane. I'm just living for this moment.
Yeah, and I think you're making KC fans very proud indeed. Thank you very much for your time.
Actually, I have one more. This victory was for Kameto.
Yes.
And French fans.
And French fans, and I think they're very proud of you. Shout out to the CEO of Carmen Cope. And on these words, it's time for me to thank you for following us today, and let's see you next week for more VCT EMEA.
And Fnatic, it's another clean round, a moneymaker with 4 players alive.
I'm like, boop, 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 boop.
Fnatic 13-5. This is going to be tough for Apex to try to rebuild from the ruins of their map pick.
One enemy remaining.
Relax, me too, guys. It's good. You won. It's food.
Spike planted.
A troublesome position now for Crashes, but he'll find both anyway.
We have better American player, bro.
Good job, boys! Apex are all the way to the final hurdle and tripped. Now they have to get up and race again. He slowed them all down. That could be the perfect piece of utility as Kara comes up behind.
A chance to take down one, but missed the window. And Boaster fires back to seal their fate.
Good evening, everyone. It has become quite a tradition now, but when there's a French derby, the Frenchies take the stage, and today is no exception.
He is dangerous. He is really dangerous. But the big man himself, Martin, has been a monster, and he's not losing this one either. Composure key, and that second half, Mike, was night and day.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. übrig. Sparsam.
32 for KC, Mike, is exactly what they needed.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive, do you feel it? Take the world by storm, cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We're feeling